have to be observer trying to play against KRU in the series?
No, we didn't.
Boy.
Hello.
We have a lot of time here, so let's do this, all right? Because look, guys, VCT Americas has had some incredible rookies debuting here in 2025. So we figured what better way to do it than to rank them, but this time with a twist. Oh yeah, we're doing some rookie rankings, but we're gonna make it complicated for no freaking reason. Right? We're gonna have to
I missed the
place
wingman
players
segment.
with
Well, then
these
it sounds like I
grabby
timed it
things right
perfectly.
here, the grabbers, and you've got 3 minutes to do so. Why we set a timer? God
Grab
knows
those,
why.
not grab my grabber.
All right, go.
Wait, okay, come on, hand me one.
Go.
Anyone.
YouTube chat as well. Hello, everyone.
You want Vic? Okay, we're starting with Vic. Why Vic? Because he's going to number 1?
Because he's the GOAT.
Wrong with that. Give me one.
Okay,
give me Luke Show.
Luke Show. Where are you? There you are. Okay. Oh God. Oh.
Hurry up.
Oh no.
Dude, this is hard to do. There's too many.
We have 3 minutes. Thank you. Hold on.
Grab it.
Too many good
So Luke Show is
rookies.
definitely going second. Okay, hold on. Okay, so I have Luke Show as second because he only just joined Loud now, and he's been so good and a key piece to Loud's
Problem is,
success,
Cortesia's
quote,
gotta be up
on
there.
how they could look into next split.
So Verno in third.
MIBR, Verno.
Dude, no, hold on.
Go. Nothing else to say.
Wait,
Dude,
Nothing
you
else to
have Mr. Potato,
Mustache,
Cortesia,
the mustache.
Mr. Mustache.
Yeah, it's very good.
This guy has been so good since week number, even like
Wait a
the
minute,
first
so
game
you're
of kickoff.
You're moving
What about
Vic
my number
down?
1?
Your number 1 Vic,
There's-
love
wait,
the guy, love Cloud9. We talked about luscious hair yesterday,
we're just
but he's
removing
gonna
him.
have to go down to number 3 over here. Guys, come on,
still have
Cortesia. He's
5
been
other
killing
spots.
it for MIBR.
Yo,
He's been killing it for
that's
MIBR.
not how it's supposed to work.
Yeah, it's not how it's supposed to work.
LC,
LC, I just want to say, LC IGL playing alone on Lotus here.
Yeah.
But regular, I'm
Here.
gonna put it 4. He's still good. He's still good.
So that one won, but regular 4. Okay.
we talked about conversations about the best controller in the world, or in Americas at least, and Vic is over LZ. I'm down for that. So Luis stays at 4. Verno,
EG
love
today?
the guy. He's found some
Yeah,
new success with
don't
MIBR,
have too much hope for
but
them.
probably not at the top.
Okay,
So
so
I'm going to go
fifth.
here.
I think this is a crime. I don't want
This
to
I
put
finally
that at
agree.
number 6.
Oh, dear God.
Oh,
Oh, God. Oh,
Go.
All right. Oh, God. Oh, guys, we got it. Oh, wait, hold on.
okay, I agree with that.
Mash it.
No, that stays.
Oh, my God. Just hit the
Look,
screen.
look,
Our
finish it,
producer
finish
gonna hit it. They're
Dude,
gonna hit it.
I cannot pay
Oh, my
for
God,
this.
I broke the screen.
I cannot pay for this.
Did I do this?
Wait, hold on. We got 4 more
Keep
to
going.
do. We got
Keep
4 more
going.
to do.
Oh,
Okay,
man.
Dude,
Hey,
what are we
by the way,
doing? What are we
Vance, this
doing?
is coming out of your
look,
salary. Just
No, dude.
you know, Canadian
I'll pay
economy is doing
in
pretty well right
bobas and
now, so,
poutines.
you
Shit
know.
on me. You can't forget this guy either. So
Did you
again,
put him 10th?
both rookies for MIBR have been killing
been
it.
playing good.
Now I don't know how this is gonna go because I'm dragging it by the tape. Help!
No, don't.
7. Dude. Dan Dryad, thank you. Thank you. So, Shenam and Cortesia looking amazing with MIBR. They should be in the top 10 for sure. Xander, I agree. Dude,
Yeah, he's number
guys-
7 for sure. Who's number 8, 9?
this is so tough.
We
This
got
is
20
so tough.
seconds.
We got 20 seconds.
We got Askia or Prize.
Okay, rock, paper, scissors.
Rock, paper, scissors.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Okay, so it's
Brock.
Brock.
There you go.
Brock.
All right.
These 2 clowns, man.
Shannon, please.
It's glued. Dude,
This is the best.
I got it. No.
Oh, this is content. I don't care if anyone else is
No,
enjoying
we're doing it.
I'm
We're doing it. We
enjoying
did it. We did
Yeah,
it.
you know what? It's fine. It was within the time. Oh, that was amazing. Everything about that was just
But
great.
quite honestly, this looks all good, no?
Hey guys,
It looks
did you
good.
hear
This is actually a good top
But
10.
unfortunately,
Okay.
Vincent broke the screen, so it's coming out of his salary, folks. We'll figure that one out later. In any case, we got a great day of matches ahead of us. VCT America
Raiders.
starts right
Who raided
now. Take your away from me. Get off me. Get off me.
Yes, braided me. Despi was streaming? Despi, what were you streaming? Thank you so much. The 7-1 raid. I like the spam, that's good. Thank you for the raid, Despi. Despi, what were you streaming? Talk to me. Were you playing? Were you watching?
No vamos a confiarnos contra EG. Creo que no hay que subestimar a ningún rival.
There's not a lot of time on this. They're gonna have to fight this. Derek can fight ahead of it. Second's gotta stick it all the way. The kills go through.
You're
the
playing?
defuse does not.
Okay, I think
He
KRU
was-
is, in my opinion, probably the hardest opponent just because
He was
like, from the outside
streaming bot
perspective,
frag
they're super
POV. Oh boy. That's my mod right there. Like streamer, like mod, man. Respect.
Creo que estamos mostrando un poco de qué puede ser KRU, pero creo que aún falta para demostrar la mejor que podemos llegar a dar.
we just have to work towards like committing to the first thing that we did very well and like getting that full control. If we win this, we're super solid. So I'm pretty confident like in our side of the bracket still to make playoffs.
Des, why are you talking about yourself in like third person? Why are you saying he? Billy can say I had an 8-4 lead.
KRU Visa has been looking insane so far, undefeated. And
That's
now
what agent were you
get
playing?
that
Smokes.
#1 seed going into playoffs to be 1 match away from Toronto. You need to pay attention on how they're going to be playing these post runs, these late runs. That's what makes them the best team right now, especially going against EG.
They definitely
Sage?
ironed out the execution.
He wasn't
going into
playing
sites on
Sage.
the attacks as well. How they play the pulse plan, they can play onside, offside, always good for trades. But you also have somebody like Mazzino that just clutches all
He
the
was
time.
playing
Shy that
Sage
clutches all
and
the
he
time.
wonders why he
Kesnet
lost.
that
That's
opens up the
crazy.
sights. They have everything from A to Z to be
You're
a
clean on
complete
Sage,
team
mate. I
and
bet you're
a
doing
#1
TikTok
team in
walls,
the
dude.
Americas this
You could
split.
win the
This
round
is a
with just doing
massive
walls to
game
help your
for
team,
them.
but you're
Win
out here trying to
this,
boost
you
and take
qualify
jewels.
for the playoffs here. But of course, on the other side, their opponents are doing the same thing because if they manage to win this,
Remove his
their
rod.
playoffs lives stay alive. Let's go ahead and bring out to the stage Evil Geniuses.
TikTok walling and
For
then
EG, they
whiffing
get
the
this win
shots.
here. They get
Sounds
themselves
about right.
a playoff spot.
Is this
A
happening
big
right
game
now?
for
This
them,
is happening
Van
right
Silly.
now.
So you know that the pressure is on.
It's live.
And again, I want to watch this game and hopefully
Just
they
check.
come out victorious.
Confirmed
But
live.
if they win or lose or winning and losing,
Ad
or
Nils,
losing
thanks so
as
much for
a
the Prime,
team,
bro.
then
Appreciate the
you
4
know
months.
what?
Thank you so
They
much
won
for
my
doing
heart.
that.
They
Thanks for
continue
the
to
Prime
win my heart
usage.
After that segment that we just saw, Ye
Appreciate the
has
support,
an
mate.
amazing personality and is so thoughtful through the process of drawing things. And now it just makes me think how much he calculates his moves inside the
What
server.
role would I play? Some kind of supportive role, man.
That's a detail. That's a detail.
I think I would be
You told me to
Smokes,
brush off that
realistically.
topic, I brush off that topic.
One thing that I wanna
Like
go
back in the
to
day
is
when the
I
judge
heard
was
from Potter
busted,
last
we're
year when I
we're
was
playing
talking
Ray's
about
only
the players
judge.
need confidence. And
Like I don't want to say that
win
Wizzy
here,
based
very
his
early
play
on
around
into
me,
this
but
would be a
very
good chance
similar,
for them to do
scarily
so.
similar,
This
I would
is a
say.
team that has been building up from last
since
year,
since
from
I got
players that have
nerfed,
so
I
much
don't know.
experience, and
I would
this is
have
a
to go
mix between the
Smokes.
two. When we get to see the Lotus, so no Haven,
Yeah.
as we talked so much
Lotus
about.
Well,
Pearl.
I think you're still trying to see here from EG's side if they wanted to float that or
EG
not.
go for the
because
Pearl
they
again?
actually let that float against Sentinels. They felt that they had the number for Sentinels. They thought they had the number for 100 Thieves as well. But they actually banned
They
it
always
second,
pick
which is
Omen.
quite interesting.
Honestly,
So
I feel
they
like
actually
Clove
wanted to
dominates
shy
ranks now.
away from that one. But seeing here
The
the
coordination
first
with the
map
Omen
being
flashes
Lotus and
probably
Pearl,
isn't
it kind
enough.
of makes sense when both of these teams from KRU and EG ban the best map from each other, right? You're getting rid of Fracture, you're getting rid of Icebox.
Yeah.
I think it just makes sense here in the series.
Yeah, no, the Icebox going away. I was hoping that we would maybe see it, but I don't think anyone wants to touch Mazzino's Harbor and like all that. It's just too good, man. He's too nasty with it. But of course, Evil Geniuses and KRU
Those Smokes are too short
jockeying,
these days.
I think, in this draft, right, for who gets that upper hand. But I still lean more on KRU given the sheer firepower that team possesses.
Gulito,
For
thanks so
sure,
much for the
KRU
20
has
months.
played
Appreciate the
this map
Prime.
Lotus one time, and it was against Sentinels, but that was the day that.
Thank you for
a lot
doing
of
that,
people
bro.
have been
Appreciate the
saying
Prime
that
usage
was
as well.
where they looked the
I'm the reason
strongest.
Ardis
It
lost to
was
Billy
very,
Billy.
very cool
Yeah.
to see Kesnet on this Euro,
Right.
what he's
Yeah.
able to do on this map.
Don't
because
take
before
full
we were used to
responsibility,
seeing
but-
very early on the Jet, then obviously the race, and now moving into the Euro, it feels like it sets him up for success. Kesnet is a player that in previous years he was really struggling with the operator,
Yeah.
and now with this Euro, he's able to kind of mix it up a little bit. He's getting
Exactly.
better at it, and I think he has a really, really strong chance.
That's the thing. The look from KRU is totally different this time around looking in 2025 because in the past you're thinking of, okay, double duelist, double dive. Let's just try to have Kesnet on a Jet or on a Raze, trying to get as many kills as possible, trying to off as much as possible. But now his role is just really to try to create a lot more space for his team because you have now somebody like Shy and Adverso that can help from behind as well. Mazzino going, using great utility to help out around the team too. So
Yeah.
I think this is actually looking quite good to see now Kesnet on this Yoru and
Speaking of
been very
Clove.
strong on this agent.
And of course, with these the agent select coming in here, you got Icy on that Raze here. We can see so many different looks with the duelist Dryad. This obviously nothing too crazy here from both teams.
Yeah, keeping the same composition here on the side of EG that we saw last time when they were playing against 2G. So things should be the same. Pay attention to Nature though. I feel like he could be the start of this map of Lotus.
Ooh, all right. Well, you heard Dryad, you heard
Where's
the
my
analysts
camera?
here. Let's
Goofy,
go
maybe
ahead and
just
get
go
ready
the
with our
monitor
first
slightly in it.
matchup of the day. So, all right, Games Arena, let's go ahead and send it over to your casters. You got Brent and Josh on the call.
Thank you very much, gang. Yeah, let's get into it here for map number 1, EG versus KRU. And, you know, the desk has already set this one up as well. There's expectations, I think, from KRU to really be performing quite well. They want a perfect run throughout the groups, but for EG, this is a bit odd. A win here, it locks them into playoffs. The reason I said that's a bit odd is because...
Disrespectful?
they're sitting at 1 and 2.
Yeah, we can find
John.
time for
That's
that
what
today.
makes it
That's
unusual.
good.
Normally, we wouldn't be saying this about a team, but going 2 and 2 with how they performed as well, their win against 2G as well,
The win against
puts them ahead
2G,
in a head-to-head.
Yeah, ends up being really important, capitalizing with that victory early on in stage 1, before 2G really got their legs underneath them. But here we are, time for the Samsung
Alright,
match start.
let's get
A lot
into
of
this one. We got
flashy Samsung
KRU
SSDs, and we're
3
gonna
and
be
0
eyes
against
onto
EG 1 and
EG
2.
early on.
And
Now, there's a
EG
bit
on
of a trap
attack,
play here.
KRU on
Yeah,
defense,
classic one towards
and
B.
we go for a trap
Agrees,
play
staying out
early
the
over
barrel of that.
towards B.
For the rest of the EG composition, it's an unusual look towards Lotus. We've seen them run this before. Feels like a bit of a death ball comp, but it's not got the breach. It's not got the
And
omen.
the broadcast up a little bit.
A little bit slower.
I mean, teams can make playoff. We got
those
8.
kind of compositions that you'll see
But
from
it's different
Furia,
seeds in
for
the...
example.
They make different
Store might be getting opened up here.
places in the
And here it
playoff
is, yeah,
itself.
open wide. Nature just managed to grab the one
Okay, this
before
is nice
eventually the
though.
trade
Instant
comes
clear
through,
of
so
the
Got to accelerate
pressure.
on the A side
We
here,
got
surely, but
Fawns
they're
to
worried about
delay.
Shy.
Got Flash if
Shy
you
is
want to
lurking
push
off
for
the
a
side.
smoke.
I see.
Oh, can't push for a smoke anymore.
Decent little kill here for a good opener of EG, but time to convert it.
If
One
you're
step
4th
further,
seed,
you have a player
yeah, you're a little bit
advantage.
wrecked if you're
Players
4th seed. You
looking
go down
for
to
the
lower
peak and play
bracket,
to be
and
made.
Advaso
IC
is
just about to dodge
absolutely
that full
sending
line
it.
tucked
Really
to
could
the
use
side.
this flash to
Salvos
get
up
through.
top and over towards the staircase. That's Mazzino. Taking chunks out of them.
A nice
KRU still
start from
playing this
EG.
one steadily, slowly. Mel's is worried about a lurk this entire time, so he hasn't been able to regroup in for this retake.
These are the spots where you expect KRU's individual form to apply a lot of pressure to EG, but they got to hold strong. They got to convert these player advantage situations.
Oh, what a kind of just about missed, but okay. Controlling with a bit of the pistol spamming away. Mel's is going to be meeting his match. Two
Yeah, it's
EG
nicely done from
players.
EG.
Moves it down to Mazzino on 17 HP. It's very tough.
Very, very
And
nice.
EG are going to be able to secure up this pistol round early on. A good start for Lotus.
Yeah,
It's
good
a
reaction
map
to what
as well
happened
that
over towards C.
KRU's map pick, and KRU have looked fantastic at it as well. So any sort of advantages you can get early on for this EG squad is going to be good.
Certainly the case.
Chief Omi, thank you so much, bro. Appreciate
This
the
play,
13 months.
a
Thank
bit
you
of
for
a
that.
strange one from Adverso. I think he thought that EG were on a much faster timing. And EG
can
were
see a stand
really
the stairmaster for the
slow,
whole of the
really
map
cautious
one.
working their way through tree, even after picking
Yeah,
Shy.
honestly,
Adverso
I'm
got
feeling
thrown
an
off, swung
overtime,
through the smoke,
so
and
good
Icy was
luck.
ready to collect. Was patient.
I think the stage 2
Maybe
format will be the
that's a win
same.
condition here
Yes,
for
I think it
EG.
will be.
Just baiting KRU into taking some.
I like this format. I think this format's good,
disadvantage
to be honest with you.
Over-aggressive,
It's the
perhaps.
best we've had in a
Confidence
long,
can be
long time.
a double-edged sword.
Obviously, I still miss last chance
I'm
qualifier,
sure we're
but
going to be talking about confidence a lot because
I think the format's good.
in the buckets.
We haven't been able to say that for a long time.
He was ready for this one. Still's going to be layering down with all sorts of damage and supplementary fire just from nature onto the side. So, despite losing Icy, decent job to clear the way. Zeno. He's been marked up though, they're fully aware, and that's where the siege is coming through. Nature
keeping this
doing a
one
lot
clean,
to
and they
contain.
might be able to get Nature like really close to his
Very
ult as
clean
well.
on this round. And once more, kind of baiting KRU into taking some fights where EG were favored. They've got 3 rifles, the Guardian and the Double Bulldog, that they've managed to save into this round. They're allowed 2 deaths. And now very cautiously again, making their way
Very,
in.
very nice. This
And
bonus is going to
cleaning
be
up
good
Shy.
byways.
Yeah.
So all of the resistance gone so far, and EG's composition it does have the options to play a little slowly. In fact, it kind of wants to play at a slightly slower tempo to some of the other frantic teams that we see on Lotus. It's just what happens when you have Superman playing the Viper in this comp.
Strong start though. Money relatively intact as well, so EG has got quite a lot of bite coming into this bonus round for them. We'll see if they can convert.
Yeah, there's a chance
lot of
something like that
attention here over
happens,
towards
Ash.
Mount,
Or,
which is where
or
KRU
not
wanna
like
dig in just a little bit with Shy and Melza.
last chance
Okay.
qualifier with the tier 2
Beautiful
stuff.
opener.
Yeah, I think that might happen.
Salvo is going to be a little bit late to the party.
2027, I
Try
think
and
they said they're
disrupt
going to
this one.
change, well, or at least
Mount
consider
control
changing
completely
stuff.
conceded. EG don't really want to fight over much of this after losing IC.
No, that's a really fast timing from Melza to take that engagement. Completely caught Icy off guard. They're throwing down a smoke there. They're supposed to be using the boom bot as well, I would imagine, to take that space, but KRU turning up the tempo.
This angle is dirty by Adverso as well. Slightest off angle. It's almost anticipated though. Slight peek
Yeah,
from
what's the
Ye.
Prowler stuck on there?
Stays alive for now.
Here's the
Yes,
Viper.
it's
Yeah, it's good info,
spotted
yeah.
multiple of them.
No
That
TP.
orb as well, bit of spray and spam from Kesnet, dropped down to 50 HP. Slow play by EG, still have 50 seconds to work with and play with. No map control yet though, but KRU were looking like they wanted to pivot over towards B, almost anticipating he was in that direction, but a refight is called by EG, sending it up through rubble.
Yeah, it's nicely done from Mazzino.
Testing yet
I'm a
on
little
the
bit
KRU
worried
side
about the
of
time
things.
for EG. They don't really have the info over towards B to pivot over towards B, so it's going to force towards A.
30 seconds.
Unless they're going to blind gamble this, but...
Mazino just trying to buy time.
30 seconds left.
We're getting these rotations of crew all the way back in. That door's going to be closing at a moment's notice. You have 25 seconds to work with EG. Time is ticking. And 2 players are trying to hold this one down. They've got a cemented foothold so far. Kesnit alongside Mazino. Mazino already ripping it off, and there's no trade in sight. Moving to wartime of it already. 14 seconds time ticking and getting away from you. Listen.
Not this again.
Hourglass is running dry.
Got good timing this time.
Onto the side of the smoke, but
Just. Oh, I think he's missed it.
Just didn't know where the spike was, and there it is. Round for
Close,
crew.
though, by like
Talked about
0.2.
the danger of it getting away from you.
And what's painful about that is, EG, if they had just been slightly more aggressive,
Still feel like they did pretty good damage, though, considering.
Quicker, that actually was a winnable spot.
Yeah.
And crew are doing so much more in these rounds on defense. They're pushing over towards rubble, they're pivoting over towards B. They're constantly moving around the map trying to anticipate the fast reaction from EG. And yet EG are just crawling along. I mean, we've got the tortoise and the hare situation out
really
here.
is.
Doesn't necessarily
Okay, we got
mean
1,
that it's gonna
2,
be bad
3,
for
1,
EG
2,
because they're playing
3.
slowly, but
3 on
it's a
each, they
great
can't buy
sign.
next.
Usually, the teams that are making more decisions in the round, making faster paced decisions, are going to be more proactive, going to find themselves in better spots.
Elza is just soaking up all this util. EG finally choosing to step past this line of smokes that's coming their way. Not just conceding the space, but towards C-mount. Ult earned. Nightfall. Door opened up. Feeling like there's a potential for the pivot here.
A nice anticipation on that timing. Superman was just thinking about going forwards there with his Viper wall. And as the wall goes up, Azino stuns him off. So
Nice.
EG, they've only got mount control currently.
Smike is still down in spawn. They haven't cleared off these A-Rubble players. Crew is still holding this one down.
No wall though to bait, it's only these thorns.
What you
Flashes
do
the
in
connection.
Valorant
Crew
isn't
aware.
relevant anymore. I
Around
don't
here
know,
with
man.
Nightfall.
Who knows?
Scatters,
I can't
spells
predict
it
the
out.
future.
Nice and easily here.
You telling me this
Salvos
game's not
onto
going to be
the
relevant
side.
forever?
He couldn't hear anything. Didn't even realize, I suppose, that the salvos were coming in. I'm not too sure how that happened. And Superman, he's plucked Mazino straight out of the fight. In through mid, Ye with the plant now as well. Not through that smoke, just doubling up through into waterfall. One left to stand, not for much longer. EG.
What a round!
Yeah.
Yeah,
Where
it
did
is
that
nice.
one come
It's
from?
kind of convincing as
I
well,
don't
really.
know how Mel's has fallen that easily. But you can see there a little bit of the nerfed Vice setup. They got
Yes,
back
guys,
through
James,
those
yeah.
thorns a little quicker than they otherwise would have done.
Yeah, just
Yeah, he's
off
kinda
the back
tanked
of a
it.
Seize as well, I think. Was it? Something
might just
tucking
been the sound cues.
extremely low.
He had the indicators. He just didn't realize he was getting hit by it.
I mean, that's brutal. But EG playing tight together, swinging
Okay.
off each other,
I
doubling
see,
up as they
Pansy.
clear through waterfall.
That's
Good
clean.
discipline.
There's no escaping it.
Drew
Zini,
onto
Zini99 with the
If
prime.
there was
Thank you
ever
so
a
much for
round
that, dude.
EG to
Appreciate
be
that.
playing cautiously,
Thank you for the
slowly,
prime
it would
usage.
be this one.
Okay,
You see
EG off to a
nature
really
there,
good
goes
start. They
paranoia,
get
trying
a
to play
pistol,
out
they
the trap
get
play.
the
They have a
first big
strong
buy round to
suspicion
force
that
them
this
down
one
to
is
an
here.
eco.
But Mazino has a lot of patience with the fault line, decides not to spring the trap just yet. And they've always got the opportunity of using salvos and refighting over towards rubble.
Man, that's an opener. Okay.
Beautiful.
Yeah, it's a good kill. Melza dropped.
He's going to be scratching his head about a couple of these deaths.
And crew are left, I think, questioning in terms
Yeah,
of
it's the horrible
second
role
where
of
these
jump
EG
peeking
guys
over
play.
towards C.
Said earlier the tortoise and the hare, but okay.
Tap on the door, run away. They are really cautious that crew are going to be running a trap play, but they haven't triggered it yet. Here it comes.
Yeah, and
Oh,
we're
wow.
all ready for it.
Look at that.
Firing line, all lined up towards that blue room, and bodies are filling it up, painting it a shade of red.
Looking...
And I'm impressed.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's looking kind of nice at the moment. They've been planning ahead. We're going to have Icy with the Razor for the next big buy rounds. Obviously, Crew's going to have to do some kind of timeout.
They're also
And
winning individual fights. I
I
mean,
imagine it'll be
so I don't wanna jinx
something
him. I don't think Shy's gonna win the
about fighting
1v5
aggro
exit to be
C
able to win the round.
for A.
EG should have this one in the bag. And they're starting to build up towards some ultimates here too. This is definitely an attack side that could spiral for EG. This next round is going to be monumental. You got Breach Teho for the defenders. Wow. And Icy up to his Raze ultimate.
Looks really good.
And yeah, it was a
Okay,
half
a lot of
fight
ults for this one, though.
Okay. I'm still going to lay down a little bit of respect, though, for EG, because like you said, this discipline that's been instilled.
Oh, that is...
That's a nice shot.
Yeah, brutal. That's 2 rounds in a row now that Melza, like I said, is going to be scratching his head and wondering, wait, how am I dying in these spots?
Nature just used this. Always going to be building up soon enough to another one.
Superman has yet to die, by the way. He's 8-0.
Yes, I mean,
Despite the fact that we've only
let's
played
not believe
5
too
rounds.
hard.
So
Okay,
he's on the Viper,
the real
controlling
EG
that A rubble line.
right
He's
there.
playing it patiently, safely, but he's also just getting his team into good spots. So big credit to that one. I think KRU are going to find it difficult to punish him because he's just playing a very risk-averse kind of strategy.
Watchparty marathon
like the
thing.
whole game plan for
See, am
EG
I the
is
only
to
one
bait
that thinks
KRU
that game
into
doesn't look
fights.
that good?
Unfavorable
I
fights
looked
at
at the
that as
gameplay
well.
today. I
mean,
was like,
it's, quite apparent. You just look at the scoreboard. I mean, Kesnet, we just saw
an
him on our
average,
screens.
but
He's sitting at 0-5.
maybe it's better to play.
currently. Right at the bottom, it's unusual, to be honest. KRU, I mean, you think about a cornerstone of their style of how they play. It's quite standard. They make good macro calls overall, but a lot of it relies on firepower to try and make the difference.
they're adding aim assist to mouse and keyboards. No, they're not.
They are.
They
Not,
can't figure out this
surely
tempo.
not.
And it's really slow from EG.
Maybe that's the timeout is going to be calling out.
Take a look at this wall.
feel like that's gotta
actually
be
being
bait.
thrown by Shy over towards C. It's really far back, so you can't jiggle.
Kexi, thank
but
you
it
so
could
much. Do
block
you think
icing
the
if he
M80
goes for
triple
the raise
Sentinel
over
comp
towards
would
C.
work on the Lotus
KRU,
nowadays?
though,
The one with
hoping that
Deadlock?
They can get a big rubble fight going here.
It will probably be
He's
good
sending
for a
it all in
few,
over
yeah.
towards A. It's a TP up top on. Shy needs to be very much careful of this. Drone's going to be fading. Flash in your face to multiple
Flash
players.
the jewel over
That's good
towards
just
it.
to hold
Lose
off
C
EG
control,
by
insta drone
the
out.
rotates.
You said after the timeout they were going to fight one of these. They decide to fight over towards A. They
One at
leave
least
one
is gonna end
here,
up getting broken by
and it
that.
looks like they
Superb
kind of
for
want to
that
go for a
salvo.
late punish.
We're seeing
Yeah,
one of that
breach
rolling
ult goes in,
underneath
but
the
honestly,
doors is opened up
a
wide
breach
at the
ult like this, you're
sides.
never really going to get it.
Completely
It just
stunted any
speeds
attempt
them
to try
out
to
of
push
there.
this one forwards, and dimensional drift, I mean, you're just
Wait,
being
KRU ult on top
over
of
the
this.
corner, still getting
Oh
the
my
information
goodness.
necessary here, but he offloaded.
Whoa.
Where the hell has Icy found that one from?
How's he done
Giving
that?
all the info, but whether or not his team can do anything with
It
it,
wasn't
that's the
looking
question.
good, and then
Flash
he's
through
just
into the
flick
side of the
shot
territory,
it.
cleaned up these stragglers. Superman, what a dodge.
Dude, I really didn't like this
Good
run from
snapback.
KRU. The
They've
ults
just
didn't
done
make
it
too
again.
much
They
sense.
baited KRU into taking a bad fight on EG's terms.
Yeah, pretty much.
This one coming in after the tactical timeout.
Dude, Icy hit a madness
KRU
with
left
this
in a
ult.
2v5 trying to hold on. EG haven't had to actually run around yet. They've just held their
Yeah,
ground.
I didn't like the breach ult, right? If we just think of breach ult theory for a little bit over towards here, right? Like an ult like this works pretty well. You smash them into this wall, it's very hard for them to get out and use the momentum. The ult like this, they just take the momentum they get out of there. No one's going to be able to swing and capitalize off of it. He ult his teammate, I mean, yeah, that as well. But the overall theory just isn't great.
I don't know when to fight straight up.
No, they're not. But they're not taking raw fights as often. I suppose Melza's fight over towards A lobby was a bit of a raw 1v1. But the whole brawl that happened over towards Mound was actually just mistimed and miscoordinated by KRU.
Yeah.
And again, an unnecessary fight. They're taking it early, wanting to get ahead of what EG are doing, not realizing that
Back-to-back
EG are
timeouts?
just chilling
Nah,
for the first
it'll be maybe in like 3.
Super slow.
I think they've got entirely the wrong read on the tempo of this game, and it is biting them.
True. They are getting out drilled
Wow,
a little
what
bit, yeah.
a
They're getting out
start for
aimed
EG.
slightly
They
as well.
could not have
I
asked
do
for
agree
a
with that.
better beginning here on Lotus. Their opponent's map pick, a map where they looked peak last time we saw them in the victory against Sentinels.
Oh, honestly, it was phenomenal. The way they were working the map, but I think that's what we've been alluding to this entire time about this pace that KRU are trying to play at.
I mean, look at some of the
Slow
shots
EG
they're
are
hitting,
going
though.
forward. Lovely
I
dodge
can't even
as
be
well.
mad that they're getting out George. Just feel like EG are really on right now.
EG is shooting it back.
Yeah, they
that was
are.
snappy.
But
Icy
KRU
gets
just finding it
the
very
one-shot
difficult.
gun.
If
He's
you
got
would've
4
opted
people
into
that he
fast
can
fights,
one-shot.
a team like Sentinel is going to be always trying to make
Yeah, he
quick
can maybe get a
decisions.
little bit more aggro than he has
EG,
been.
though,
He's got
Rhythm,
ult.
Stew, and Simmer. Big fight to be taken again. That haunt over the top. Slightest of reveals. Jump spot. Don't think you're going to be going for a second go of that one. Fault line.
And they're so.
I think
they are
Heretic,
so
Fnatic, and Liquid are the
aware of
best
these
in
kind
the
of, like,
region at the
little
moment for
trap plays.
EMEA. Probably from what we've seen in the last 2 weeks,
KRU don't
yeah.
have much
But I would say
weaponry to work
that
with in this round. Kesnet,
Vitality has
the
such
hero
a
Vandal,
skilled team
fights on
that
towards
they
it right
could
now.
just look like the best
Drone's
in a
gonna be
week.
spotting out too
So
there over towards the rubble. Again, Stealth
I'm
drone
never
up
gonna
through mid.
feel
Superman,
confident
he's just
saying
on an
that.
absolute tear. Tahita, he can't be denied right now. Kesnet finally joining the fight and the action, but
The players are just
caught
too
out into
good.
the open, has to tuck to the side here, and there's no setup for this one. Just trying to take raw gun duels, maybe feeling the pressure to perform.
And Kesnet, he's
TP's
miles
way
out.
out.
He's miles out of there. He's the one with the hero Vandal, but also his form today hasn't been looking great. He's one death away from taking his cocktail shaken, not stirred. He's 0-6 and 0.
Oh, it's not ideal. It's not ideal. Refighting with a util, but this could be biting EG with a slow pace and tempo. Yes, been baiting crew, but they've been playing slow themselves. There's 30 seconds left with a stack of bodies over towards A. Here's where you got to get a bit of a move on. That one's going all the way to Nadia. We're not going to be finding out where that one's going, but still with the salvos. Yeah, that's shy. Pushed out into the open. And with these rifles in hand, I mean, listen, EG just winning these gunfights out still. Back of the sight.
Absolutely launched the fade eye, but...
Classic, what can you really do? And it's not being cleared. Round to the corner. Needs to be a trade inside.
Okay,
this is getting messy. You can't be dropping rounds like this. 2 players in for a
it's still nice though. Still feels like the aim is just here.
I was all ready to praise EG because their teamwork, their spacing.
But Bren, thank you so much for the 34 months. Thank you for the tier 1.
Posting up on them together. Anytime a crew player tries to face, they're into multiple people. And then we saw a little bit of a slip up towards the end of the round, and maybe a bit worried.
One enemy remaining.
But yeah, we've got Superman.
That's what I'm talking about, Unk!
Superman is 12 and 0 right now.
Who's he calling Unk?
Kesnet 0-0 and 7.
The horn's been dealt with here. Kesnet though, Prowler in his face, and he's forced back from the fight again. Full mount control.
There's his first kill.
Yeah, first kill. First duel.
Yeah, he could choose to actually invest the ultimate here, but has decided not to. So EG don't even want to accelerate in spots like this where they could be taking a 5v5 exec. They're just happy to play the 4v5 instead, save that ult for a better round. And crew, up a player, a clean 5v4 scenario. They've got to be able to convert rounds like this. Melzer posted up on top of rubble.
Portal closed.
EG holding on to C mound. Looking like they want to go for an A rubble reclear.
Yeah, they got to reclear over towards A, and then as we can see, they're going to hit back over towards C.
Melzer off his angle, so hoping that it's going to leave them lacking some information.
But any time that they go for that kind of play, Mazzino's got the fault line that just comes straight into A lobby. So they haven't actually been able to take that space.
No, but they did pretty good at creating the question mark.
Does Shy get the
they did pull the rotate over.
The Vice ultimate if you can find the timing for it.
Fade
going into the setups, and Armageddon is going to be laid down on either side here with a nade rebounding, and that's
there's so many ults.
Avoided Shy.
Tail ult maybe goes the wrong way because they kind of actually get some space from this.
Your back. It's an overload of util. Kitchen sink being thrown at you, but time is of the essence, and it's on the side of crew right now. Just need to hold and buy your time. Stand your ground down. Still a plant. Needs to be defended. EG players need to get in.
Oh my goodness! Everyone's hitting the most important shots.
So important that deny on
There's 2 of them.
It's a round winner. Space as well to layer down this pit. To blight onto the C site. Get a move on though with the fault line, and Superman still holding it down. Highlights. Finding the adversaries. Melzer left to do it in a 1v3 with a pit in your face.
Kind of just got to save it.
Realization sinking in. You got to give this one
up.
They
look incredible.
It was the best chance in a long while for crew.
It certainly was. EG couldn't really capitalize on all of that utility that was flying into the face of Shy, but Shy also panicked, didn't know where they were coming from, could only get 1 out of that situation. If Adverso, as soon as Adverso realized that there was 1 player planting and 1 player inside
Still doable.
He knew it was his timing to win a round.
Spike hasn't gone off yet, still doable. Slimetry, thank you so much, Slimetry. Good to see you, dude. How you doing? How's things?
But they've also just
I appreciate everything, Slimetry. Good to see you.
You need another one? You need like a massage? Like.
When is Superman going to die?
Yeah, 14 and all.
When will they kill him?
It's 14-0.
Vacation, lovely. Where did he go?
He stopped right now. He's winning every single fight.
But he's
the
also
team's offering to run waters for him.
Yeah.
Okay, eco for crew. Hero guns again. Shy is just like different people
takes
take
a little
turns
chip
of just
down,
trying to
just go
jump
for a
spot
jump
here, and Ye's just punishing them every single time,
They're losing
meaning they
mount
struggle to
control.
get info. With the jump peak, though, he did manage to put his
the round slips away from them as crew either get baited into taking some kind of
his
aggressive
flash
fight.
out though, so he can
Just
get
get
info,
executed
and
on
he just
towards
did
the
it
end.
then. He flashed,
Site anchors
it
haven't
hit
been
no
able to do
one,
anything.
so they think there's no one over towards C for a little bit.
Re-clear, seeing this lineup. It's going to be landing towards the back
While
of
he
the rubble.
goes in
Without
with
a run
drone
towards
as
the top,
well.
Melzer.
Damn,
He's
it's
followed
nice.
up with an ace.
Oh, it's really nice.
What is that?
He's been having a
God,
nightmare
where's
of
this
a game,
CG
Melzer.
been?
It's picture perfect here, but it's okay. Yeah, Satchel sets up Icy for success.
Oops. Everything just looks like it's working. Exactly
Nature's
the game
definitely
plan up until Derek
making it
dies.
look like
But
old
it's still a
EG with the
4v3,
util, but
still with better
everyone else is
guns,
doing great.
And an entirety of the A site open to them.
Versa though, if he finds this individual 1v1 now, Icy, he's got it locked down after the off angle. Doesn't anticipate that though. It's perfectly timed by Shy.
Spike planted.
Lands that kill for him and out into the open again. That unexpected.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm actually alright with this ult, even if it's just to buy
looking
time.
for a kill now, and everybody just running all the way out of there. Stunned
Yeah,
up,
might
Zeno
have been
claims.
worth to like actually
Yeah,
to
he's
stay
alive.
alive the whole time.
Buys time.
Up through the top angle, Superman finally falls, and you're giving away these ones now. Leaves it down to Nature in a 1v2. Steel Garden narrowly avoided slightest of gaps, but it makes it more predictable to
throw
Kruger.
the
Know
eye
roughly where
over
he is to
something.
play in. There it is, after
They
shot
peek
laid
together.
down. A few more bullets to finish it
Okay,
off.
yeah,
Second
I
round
just think
finally there for Crew.
I think Ye could have played it a little
That was
better.
on a halfway round.
With the ult.
Mistakes.
It's a nice
from
one
EG,
from
really.
Crew. Yeah, no, it was
But
mistakes.
also,
I agree.
excellent individual play from Mazzino. The kill onto Superman in particular, being aware that Superman could have taken all of that space in the midst of Ye's ultimate, and finally dealing the first death
Damn, symmetry sounds nice, dude.
to this
That
unkillable.
was real nice. A never nude with the tier 1.
Tigers just
Appreciate the
been-
28 months
I mean,
as well.
that,
Thank you for
that
that.
kill, again, huge one. Huge one. Not just because Superman was 14-0 prior to it. Finally found his kryptonite, and he's taken a first death. Is that going to halt some of the momentum for EG? Crew need a way back into this half.
Yeah, but they could still get 5.
Isn't it? Hold on, he sidestepped that one. Drone's not going to be tagging. Bit of bullets going their way, and Prowler points in the
He
direction.
ended
Does
up
force
doing
out that
pretty
gate
good damage
crash.
to Icy.
Spam battle goes the way of Crew, actually. Icy took about 100 damage there. And if he was hoping to try to play for his showstopper in this round, it's going to be much easier for him to get spammed to death.
Oh, wow, Keston's gone down
That's
anyway.
funny.
Nature.
Pansy says,
Taking
I want them
turns,
to
really.
cut to
Him
the
and Superman
EG
just to try and
fan
pop off
cam
here,
and
but
it's
also
just
from wide,
her
that was really
in her
lucky.
bedroom clapping at a TV.
What is that?
Dude, Pansy,
players are on
you could
fire
probably
today.
make it
They are.
happen if you ask
not
broadcast.
missing.
It would be sick. It would be so good.
Mazzino's thinking about ripping a breach ult, is he? Into Mount.
You should, you
Desperation.
should ask
The
for next
3v5.
week. You
Desperation.
could have like one little banner up or
EG
something.
is so ready for it.
Yeah, they're
They
holding
know-
you too.
Dude,
Look at this.
EG
I
are
know,
really shooting today,
look
though.
at Nature. Propped up, waiting for some sort of response.
And Melzer feels forced to try to make a play on the other side of things. He's against Superman.
He adjusts his aim in time there. He was given the right timing, honestly, just by Superman peeking out the shoulder, but gets
One of
the
the
kill.
first times that Melzer's actually been able to find some impact
30
holding down the
seconds
opposite
left.
side of the map. He's
wanna
going to
give
get
this one up.
tested again.
Yeah, certainly. Prowler.
See that is man's
He
good.
lays on the smoke, but you're going to be tipping out into the open, surely.
Oh,
Yeah,
but-
not long for the world.
EG have got to accelerate. They've only got 20 seconds left. They've got to get the plant down.
Dude, they're wrecking them on this map.
Trying to hold angles for each other, knowing that Crew are going to try to
Move
make
on.
the play.
Mazzino has ult.
1-9
Gonna move on.
lost
You've got to go
bonus.
faster.
You've
Hello.
got to go faster
You
than
have
this.
to plant this. Nature.
You can still
Hold
plan,
on,
right?
7 seconds.
Yeah, I
Pushed
think
off,
still
6
okay.
seconds. Finally back onto this one once
Aftershock.
more. Stun,
Oh,
aftershock.
he went for
Might be
stun
resolving
fast
into a bit
instead
a
of
kill.
aftershock.
Sidestep for now. Surviving at a moment's notice. Pulling
I think
the
he would have
util out of him,
sidestepped it
and
anyway.
Derek
I don't know. It
just
would have been
handles
close.
Mazzino.
Pretty sure if he'd used the aftershock there before the stun, changed up the order of that. might have
Yeah,
curtains.
I do agree,
EG
but
almost losing another round to the clock. But an almost impossible situation for Shy.
don't know for
once
sure.
more. Round 10. And it feels like saving the gun here is probably the better play. And that's devastating.
Yeah. Ice is going to want to go hunting here. One away from the ult. Searching out for where Shy could be hiding. You can hear it. Rumble of the footsteps finally. Reveals his position. The seize is good, but Shy a little
nice
bit better.
shots. But
He might end up going down here. I think it should be safe.
Yeah, he's good.
He's well safe there.
who'd EG play for their
It's
last
so
game?
rare that we see a map like this
after
where
this.
multiple of the EG players are hitting. But they really are today.
Loud.
Look at that. Nature deletes Kesnit. And this shot
Oh,
is
Loud
brilliant
need
from
Crew to
Derek.
win, right?
You watch some of the shots that Derek has hit today, you'd think he's the one up towards the top of the scoreboard. He's not at all. He's 7 and 6 right now.
Yeah.
But everyone on EG has turned up. Superman
question.
14
they
and 2,
look
Nature
stressed as
12
hell.
and 4. Icy's been pretty good at the entry too.
One of the questions I think we've always had as well, talking about this EG squad this year as well, is like, when is it going to come together? When is it going to be put together? We already know Potto's a coach, got the credentials, right? Got a title under your belt.
Yep.
We know that she can lead teams to success.
Kesner with the Icebox,
EG
yeah.
I've never really been working with, you know, the prime pieces, the hottest commodities at the beginning of a season.
If EG win this, they confirm that Loud and 2G are done.
But when the pieces click together, you never know with this EG team. The potential's always there, and they're hitting today. The firepower's all there.
I feel like this is literally the first time that
about the macro play, maybe KRU
EG's actually look
too fast for
like
how
real
EG were
nice.
playing. That's all well and good, but when it comes to the gunfights,
Every single time we watch them, it's just crazy underwhelming.
Well,
This time they're actually together. The util's pretty nice. The ults are good. The hitting is the main thing at the moment. Like they actually just win 80% of the aim jaws.
You need this guy to be online. You need many of the KRU players to be online. And normally, firepower is something they never struggle with. But they've been facing into EG util, EG double, triple facing them. The awareness of EG has been so good today. And I think KRU
They're on an eco.
ever realized that they could just chill a little bit. And EG would be forced to run these big execs at the end of rounds.
They go for the same setup that they did on pistol round.
Flood defender. I think they just got the wrong read today. And it's led to them negatively spiraling. And it could lead to a real loss of confidence too.
Look at this patience by EG. I mean, they haven't stepped past essentially where the barrier's dropped. Now making their moves over towards it, but KRU this entire time were holding down for the B main punish. Trap play off of Kesner's contact.
And it's these period in the rounds where KRU would like to gain information, just in case EG go into an exec, but EG are always holding for like an extra 20 seconds.
Trying to go for the refight now.
Literally the pistol.
The protocol in line for EG.
The pistol as
Trying
well.
to find their way through this one. It's all KRU dishing out the damage here. Still not enough with the guns and not enough with the armor. Melzer was seeking to assist.
Yeah, he might have another one with the Omen here as well.
Util and Superman cleans it up.
15 to 2.
The extremities.
It's not a comfortable fight, is it, from KRU in that kind of situation? Even when they got two, Kesnick got stuck on the other side of the wall.
25 seconds left. Armageddon doesn't exactly clear most of heaven. Icy even committing his own ult to try and get themselves into this one, but Shy spotted and deleted.
Planted.
They're taking no risks on this. It's nice.
Left onto Melzer. Round 11. Doesn't even have a gun to save. 3 and 8, 27 HP. And you've got to imagine the mood in the KRU camp is miserable right now. Because every idea they've had has run up against the brick wall of EG. Another round where KRU feel forced to try to take a fight. And EG, even though they were slightly further forwards this time and not quite anticipating it as much, they still deal with the aggression.
Accepted his fate.
To this EG team in this 1 week that they've had since their last game.
I was hoping he didn't check him. I think he's just got to tuck in the corner there, to be honest. But I mean, the timing of the tail going off is pretty good.
That are ruining KRU.
Yeah.
We'll have to see once the sides swap, because then KRU will be in charge of the tempo much more. The attacking team on Lotus defines
Outlaw will one-shot everyone, and they decide to go aggro one last time. Can they get 3? Good news is, well, honestly, they might just get a fade over here. Wait, how's Ye got this kill again?
They're trying to fight over everything at once. Look at where these KRU players are, man. And it's a deep push, triple face. At least a double, I should say.
It's another spam, because there's a smoke here the whole time.
They wanted to try and punish Superman, but they don't step past it again.
Oh. Okay. Oh, we're back. But we lost the casters.
Really worried about EG just kind of contacting up against you. Here comes the ult for information from Kesner.
Dimensional Drift is going to be telling them all stuff that they probably already know at this point here. Nightfall scatters forwards.
I mean, he spots a lot here. Dude, this is what I'm saying. This keeps happening. Every single angel. Every single angel.
Just cleaned up in the end.
And those are 2 duels that again go the way of EG. 4 fights and they're winning them.
Nature taking that first point. Mazzino with the fault line has slowed them down to a degree, but there's that stun and there's that return again. Just sweeps in Superman to save the day. Discipline. Taking a fight together.
It's insane. 10 on attack.
On KRU's map pick.
And Superman's 2 kills in that round. are like a microcosm of what he's been able to do the entire game.
Yeah.
17-3,
Look at that
almost
fast bullet.
untouchable. Deletes Adverso, comes back
he
in,
is spamming with
combines with the
Vandal,
rest
but-
of the team to get another one. Off the back of what would have been a great stun from Derek, had it even had a chance to connect. Complete dominance today from EG. They believe they can do it, and I think other people watching are going to start to have that same belief now.
Oh, yeah. Going to be heading into the next half, of course, as well, and we'll see if EG can close it out. They have 3 chances to do so, but many, many rounds. Well, more than 3, I should say. They only need 3 rounds, buddy.
Superman? Yeah, he's playing great. I mean, they all are.
You know, at Verizon, we'll pay off your
It did
phone.
look like
And you'll get iPhone 16
when that second
on
timeout
us.
came in,
That's
it looked
value
like
of
a
up to
lot of crew were tilted as
$1,600
well.
Only on Verizon.
Who's the most innovative coach? I don't know, really. It's hard because people have had periods of like certain metas where they've done really good stuff. Eng is probably the most. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like if you look at what people come up with, it probably is Eng. Comes up with some crazy stuff. Anders is an interesting shout. Just purely because he has such a different take on metas. I do like the fraud call as well. I think fraud's definitely a good one. But again, we don't really know in certain teams who comes up with stuff. But Josh RT is great. Josh RT, especially when it comes to like Viper stuff, he's really good. Everyone has like their own like maps and stuff that they've done. Alex, yeah, he makes weird comps work.
2-half here for EG.
I mean, we'll never
That's
really
gonna
know,
tell you anything
basically,
towards
because
the tail
we
end of
never
that. It's
really
gonna
get
be
the full
massive
insight of
forecast.
what actually happens into teams.
Yep.
But at least Eng, I feel
More
relatively
chances.
confident about saying, because he had multiple IGLs, multiple teams, where they've come up with weird
Everybody
stuff.
was expecting a one-sided series here. Everybody knew when you tuned in the half, the scoreline would be, 10-2, something like that. A crew, yeah.
Well, wait a minute.
I think they got the teams
All we're trying to do is piece stuff together.
Yeah,
a refresh on that one, production.
This has been a mad game, a real wild beginning. Now, is there a chance that crew could actually make a run back on the attack half? Yeah, I think there is. I think if they can get their feet underneath them with a pistol, there could be, fake or not, some kind of wild comeback, because so many of crew's problems, I think, were based on how EG were playing the attack side.
You're selling me a bridge.
Well, I'm selling you it, and it might just crumble right beneath your feet if EG win the pistol. And then, whatever, we'll just move straight onto Pearl.
We'll see with a pistol, though. That's where it all has to begin. When you see that door in red, warning signs start blaring potentially here. And Kesnet has creeped all the way up. That's a great opener. Gate crash all the way back. First kill.
Well, at least his confidence isn't
He's
shattered.
online. That's not what you want to see if EG are looking to close this out. Because Kesnet barely been online all day. But that was a very clean entry. He might hit the James Bond and the pie as part of this comeback.
That would be insane. We've never seen that before.
Not from Kesnet. Literally not from Kesnet.
It's collecting them all.
So flash through to try and get yourself in. And just, yeah, the rumble of the footsteps. Stampede in through the back of the pit. That's Ye going to be overran. And, well, a paranoia, a few stray shots, backing away.
But look how much crew are now in control of the tempo as soon as the sides have
I
swapped.
mean, they can't do anything.
It's all them.
Yeah, it is. Full control, two-player advantage as well. It's going to be the flash and a peek, and Kesnet dodges the pie.
It'd be
Watch
nice
and
for him
more.
to
He's
get it.
going
Ooh,
for
very,
absolutely
very nice.
everything. Now, you've sold me that bridge.
Yep.
Seems like it may have been potentially a good investment. I'm waiting to see, honestly.
I know.
I need a few more rounds, but...
But this is why it is mad to try to sell you a comeback at a 10-2 half, and I wouldn't normally do it. I have more respect for you than that. But this game, from what we've seen from crew in the past and the way that they like to play and how aggressive they are, there is a serious chance that they run this back on the attack side and at least make it close. Like, it could still be a bit of a fake comeback.
I mean, it's step number one. Then this is the next one.
Here.
Well, obviously the eco, but
If
That
that's
should
the
be
worst
the
case
easy
scenario
one.
for Crew is that you just get your confidence back and start hitting
Okay, they need to
shots.
keep this one
Yeah,
clean.
and
They're
just
headed
start to
to
feel
Pearl.
better headed towards
Honestly,
Pearl.
if Sideshow's
Absolutely.
believing,
take it.
I'm down to.
Certainly
I'm
going
down
to
to
be
see
taking it,
what
just
they
like
got.
Kisnet's really just offering himself up to try and take these first engagements.
But I
Crew
think
away for
also
the ult.
He's
straight from the
lying, he's not
pistol, you see that
believing?
Kisnet
Okay, well.
is a player with a huge amount of experience because he's had an awful, awful defense side. And he's just shaking it off immediately. The way that
No,
he took the
I
fights
agree
and
with what he's
confidence
saying
that he
there.
had.
To have a pistol,
that 4K on
have
the
an
pistol was
absolute shocker of a half, and then in your
Worried.
pistol round, you're 15 seconds in this box trying to solo duel on A. Oh my goodness, this Tev is great. Oh, bro, they're going to get eco'd.
Straight to the head, straight to the dome. Kisnet to be taken out here. Nature needs to be careful. He's not going to be caught out into the open. Scurrying towards the back of the side as that door opens up as well. So, warning. Alarm bell is going to be ringing.
A lot of EG players here, but I wouldn't expect them to be playing a flood retake.
Well,
Then
he's
again,
been cut off and he hasn't gone for the plan. He's worried about
Yeah,
being
they haven't
pushed
felt
potentially.
comfy because
Nature's
he's
died
isolated and the others
He
were
has.
behind the
Maybe they've
smoke.
heard this one. Crew need a game plan to try and clear these players out through backside.
What util have they got? Nothing.
But they are rooted in spot for now. EG just trying to play it a bit more disciplined, waiting for the salvos here, and it needs to be that peek and round to the side with the pistols in hand. Classics to try and do a lot of work here. There's a lot of damage done. Multitudes of
Oh my god,
players.
look at the
We
HPs.
got up. Superman! My goodness!
Well, there
He
goes
can't
the
be stopped
comeback.
today.
Dude, I
Take a
was
look.
looking at all of the
superhero that
HPs, just
EG
like, well,
needs. 20 kills.
it might be the easiest
and
one
so
for him.
much chip damage done over the course of that. The health was so minimal on Shy and Adverso towards the end.
Let's go!
And you can see what that means for them because they have just halted the
Yeah,
momentum
you hear him just
instantly.
calling out all of the HPs as
I
well.
was selling you a rickety bridge.
You were.
Yeah, he was.
Mazzino
Even I
has
kind of
decided
bought
to
in as
force. They are
well.
force buying, and look at the buy for Crew. I mean, of course they're force buying. They're down 3-11.
Dude, they
But
tank a shot
it's
as
not
well,
ready.
so now
Down
we
to
actually have 4
scraps.
people that can get one shot from the Outlaw as well. 20 and 4.
And Icy is on the rotate with the Outlaw.
Now, Spike is in the hands of Shy, who's just sitting into B main alone here. There's a dimensional drift that was earned to prior. Kisnet sends it forwards. He's looking for players. He's just
Got a
behind them.
Guardian for
Superman's
this.
Avoided most of them, but he sees 2 doors
didn't
at the back now.
really
Doors opened up. They want to set the sights over
Get
towards
him
B.
too
This
much
is
other than a
DT.
distraction for them
Melted all
to
the way
send
in
it over
through and
towards
out
B.
Into Link.
And then we still have 2 holding out
Real
towards C.
control over
What a
this one
weird
as well.
round this
Crew
is.
still just trying to
The
walk
2
players
can
in.
force
Walking
into C?
They've talked with timing.
What
But it's just
the
about
hell
miss
is this
there.
round?
Handled in time, and there's the follow-up. 2 players
They
drop. Now Crew have to
insta-force
try and
over
hold on to
towards
this one with
C.
just 3 remaining.
Did Adverso and Mazzino realise that the plant had gone down on B there?
It's all over the place. Genuinely is. With that door opened wide. Bit of worry here.
Okay, in an ideal world, one opens
Crew
the door, one
anchoring onto
hides
the one
or
side of
something.
the smoke, clearing.
And they create pressure for some kind of rotate, then one's close to get sound
Just
cues.
sail away.
God,
Up
it's a
to
bit of a
12
shocker,
now
man,
for
for our
EG.
Crew
And
here.
the game is over. 9 opportunities to close out for EG. Crushing Crew's economy. This is remarkable because, yeah, I thought there was a chance that EG might take their foot off the gas just slightly. Not a hope for Crew, actually. Look at the confidence that EG are coming back in with here. Derek swings in, gets 3. Nature's got an Odin, by the way. He's going to be spamming at the beginning of this round. You might just see the Crew players melted before they can even get a foothold
Yeah, and
on
they,
Lotus.
they
This
might
was
as
their map
well.
pick. They're down
They might take a little bit
3-12
of chip damage,
to a team
which
that
means that
needs
these
a
2
win
might be
to
one
able to
shot as
make it
well
to
because they got
playoffs.
that Outlaw in the
Crew,
right
what do
place.
they have a 99.69% chance of making
Let's
it?
see.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, that's one of them.
It's a hail
God,
of
that was
bullets.
actually a lot of damage, by the way.
As you said, Josh, listen, the percentages are sky high for Crew to just
A
make
heck of
it
jam with
all
the tier
way
1.
here.
Thank you so much, dude. Thank you,
That was
thank you.
the open.
Appreciate
That's
that.
a crazy fast timing to be taken here. Mazzino, he is setting that pace all the way forwards here. Nature!
Oh my god, he got the
He
one
gets
at the
2
back.
In the middle of that, and
He
Yates.
got the one at
He's
the
instantly down
back.
to the scene of the
It's all
crime.
going so right for them.
Might even look to try and peek past this one as well as that curtain's going to be dropping. Mazzino's handed it, but again, Superman from the
Good
side.
great
He's straight to
molly
be
as well.
just impeccable in terms of that timing and Shy. It's a 1v2. Spike's in your hands, but avenues covered. Smoke into your
Yeah.
face. Finds the first. Garrick's going to be dropped into a 1v1. Superman. He has been lights out. Plant down though. Shy. Got to do this to survive and buy a bit more time.
Shots.
Steady with a Guardian. Just taps away.
Pretty close though.
Red Bull
Okay.
clutch there for Shy. He's
of
been
them.
in a lot of 1vx scenarios today. Wins one to keep the dream alive, but it is a fading dream. A wisp of an idea at this point. 8 chances for EG to close things. This round, they kind of lost the discipline that EG have been playing with all day. There was a lot of confidence, but it was a bit of overconfidence. They were just going for it. They thought, all right, this is it. We can just close
I mean, they
it
just
out
weren't
right
expecting
here.
Nalza to do it.
12-3.
It's kind of like the pistol round. They just weren't expecting someone here in the first like 15, 20 seconds.
It's real fast.
Yeah, they got 4 players just waiting to try and gear up, posture up, and take control. And take away the map. Showstopper rebound, Shine barely alive, but he's got to do it all in a spot.
God, they
he's gonna be familiar
absolutely
with.
annihilated them.
But now being surrounded, it's a net that is tightening all the way around him, constricting, and Shy, your options running dry. Need a miracle, the way that EG are playing. Oh, Dawn's not broken, not deaded, but Icy
Well,
just topples him anyway. 13-4 for
impressive.
our opening map.
Really, really
This
convincing.
KRU EG game going the way of EG. I've never really seen anything like
Yeah, I
this.
didn't think it would go down like this. This is a Cruise map pick as well.
Prime form. I'm talking Superman LCQ, Derek LCQ, Prime Yeaster. You're seeing everybody just frying today. Nature's pulling off miracles, man. This is a team with just fire in the belly right now, and they want to make it to playoffs.
Superman in particular deserves so much credit
I mean,
because
yeah,
he was
I don't know what he ended.
everywhere.
He was 20
He
to
was
4 at
doing
one
such
point.
a great job, and the slow pace from EG baited KRU into a nightmare scenario. This is a team KRU that are fighting for #1 seed heading into playoffs, which would allow them a bye. They would be 1 win away from Toronto if they could get past Evil Geniuses and 100
He ended
Thieves
22
cleanly.
to 5.
This map, what are we talking about cleanly? What are we talking about? It wasn't even close.
No, shaky for KRU.
There was a moment where I slightly believed in KRU coming back, but the score was 10-2. I mean,
late.
what was I thinking?
Too late. At that
Had a
point
burger
here,
today,
KRU, if the
Yampy.
firepower's not there, that
Branching
is really
out.
just the cornerstone of so many of the fundamentals of what makes KRU a deadly team.
Okay, chat.
We're going to be
Let
stepping away,
me-
of course, up next GB
let
and
me
the
spam some ads
Anastas,
and I'll be back
breaking
in a
it
little bit
all
for the
down
next
for map
game.
number 1 and setting up for that map number 2 as well. We'll see which direction the series ultimately ends in.
Yeah, I'm going to be right back, but Yampy, let the chat know what you ate as well today, and I'll come back and find out. Alright, go back.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Superman's gonna be on this flank. He gets this kill. Gotta stick it all the way. The kills go through.
Super will keep EG in it.
I am joined by Pyro ahead of map 2. That was electric. I mean, all I need to ask you is what has gotten into the team today?
I don't have a clear answer for you besides Chick-fil-A, I guess. Sunday at today's close, we had a different pre-game ritual. No, but in all seriousness, we put in a lot of work. We even have another surprise coming out for map 2. So putting in a lot of effort on maintaining our composure on the stage. So I'm so glad we came out explosive.
Love the insight. Thanks for the little nugget there. Good luck in map 2.
Yeah, and I guess so with the results of map number 1 for EG. EG is kind of making all of us bite our words under prediction of none of us predicting EG to take this series. So hopefully I'm going to be able to present a telestrator segment that demonstrates how good EG has been and that Coach Potter could forgive me. But we're going to preface things with a timeout from KRU. Dan Dryden mentioned just before the game here that Adam loves to call these big timeouts when they have big ults that they can work with to try to cook things up for the round. So let's focus coming out of the round number 5 timeout for KRU. We're moving into round number 6 here. So you have now a Breach ult and an Armageddon for Adverso and for Mazzino, but they are also one away from a Euro ult from Kesnet. So what are they trying to do out of this? They want to make sure that they can try to trap EG. So you focus a lot of players over on this A side first and try to take the orb control onto Yoru. So you'll notice right after that, as you have a lot of information being drawn out towards this side over A, Superman hears all of this, and there's no new pressure coming through. So he's going to call the audible for EG to say, look, you guys could start focusing on this C side over here. And KRU is also all ready to move in towards these two areas to start fighting and try to trap against EG. And we've also mentioned at the beginning of this game, we wanted EG to be more reactive, to be playing as a team, to swing as a team. What happens now? Drone comes out, being called up by Superman. He says, okay, they're going to lean towards the C side. They're probably going to try to trap us. Ye, meanwhile, when all of this action is happening, he's already grabbed the orb for the Clove ult here as well, right? So now they're trying to make sure that they force out these ultimates out of KRU Visa so that when it comes to with the Euro and the Rolling Thunder, you have a beautiful seize that gets thrown at the end at the same time. A Clove Smoke comes towards the front. What does that do? It allows Icy to come out with a with the ult, from the Showstopper to shoot it behind the smoke. But because Ye already ran through and also has the Clove ult, he's going to be able to scan to find the information for the team, for EG to work together and dismantle this trap play that KRU Visa was trying to do. So overall, we get a little bit of everything. KRU still has great preparation going into this game, but so does EG. And we mentioned it before, if EG is able to work together as a group to execute the game plan that Potter has brought up, this will look very good and probably continue to look very good here on the second map of Pearl. And before we get into that, let's head on over to Rivington, who had a conversation with Coach Adam.
I'm joined by Adam for a moment right before map 2. Looking at how well EG was playing there, it seemed like KRU had a little trouble getting going. What are you looking to fix there and heading into map 2?
I think that we were not used to that slow way to attack also. I think that was something that punished us, like we weren't ready for that. But I think that the team let the map go. This is not our first time that we lose a map, and it will be the last. So we just breathe in and start again from scratch to second map, and I'm sure that we are going to play Pearl and Split.
All right, good luck.
I think it's actually super interesting that Adam is bringing this up because this is a problem that KRU has had in the past as well. I remember a lot of other teams, when they face KRU Visa, what they talked about is, hey, sometimes we just wait 20 seconds. We know that KRU Visa is going to push on the defensive side and we're going to take them down. That was a problem that they had today, and it was something that they were trying to adapt. We saw, I mean, as you just talked about, there was the call out, there was a timeout to see what they could do differently, but in many different ideas where they were trying to pinch into the side, it just doesn't work out.
Yeah, it's tough. You're starting to see a team that looks so dominant throughout this split so far, and once finally you try to execute a plan that's been working throughout the whole split and being shut down round after round by EG, you saw the vibes from those players leaning back, hand in hands, not really talking to each other, hyping up. This is not the same crews as we saw week after week. So hopefully going into this one here, they have an opportunity to reset with the conversation with Coach Adam to also hopefully upset EG on Pearl. But EG has a new plan apparently.
Yeah, and look, it just feels like there's a reinvigorated evil geniuses that have taken that stage. They're just one map away from qualifying for the playoffs, which would be a massive achievement for this team. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll see if evil geniuses can do the deed or if we'll get map 3 thanks to KRU.
Welcome back, everybody. Yeah, I mean, a lot of insight to be gathered, I think, from just that entire death segment, to be honest, especially with a coaching interview and talking about what went wrong. Like Coach Adam kind of detailing, you know, for KRU, okay, we've lost maps before, we're going to lose maps in the future. Time to look forward to the second map of Pearl, which they know that they're good at. They've definitely been fronting some teams on it before. So it's a good opportunity for KRU to bounce back. But my question is,
fans here?
EG picked it, right?
Yeah, they
so
know something is going on.
Lotus said EG has a surprise for map 2. Oh, really?
What trap have they laid out?
They go for the Chamber Vice comp.
Well, they know
and hopefully the surprise is a Euro,
KRU
otherwise they're going to
this
struggle.
composition. This is what they ran last time. It's also where they absolutely smoked 2G after they came back in that game.
Wait, is the surprise him on Chamber?
After losing on Ascent in a bit of unexpected fashion.
Him on Jet.
And here we see a similar composition to something that EG have run before. But if I'm not mistaken, Ye and Icy swapping roles.
Yeah.
So this is a return for Ye back onto the Jet, away from running the Phoenix and the Yoru and the
they
stuff
have
that
the
he's
Yoru.
been playing more.
Okay, well, a lot of this is on.
But a lot of emphasis is going to be on that duelist duo to really be on fire. And the only slight concern I have is that Ye was actually one of the only players that wasn't frying in map 1. So he's going to have to hit some nice form, recover the memories of back when he was a dominant Jet player in kind of 2021. So
The other EG fan.
A while ago.
Yeah, notice how he thinks the jersey's rough that he goes for the last year one as well.
Out on the server, then who knows? We might have another dominant map, but this series could still go anywhere from this point.
Okay, KRU on defense, EG on
exactly
attack.
the same again.
KRU themselves tripled up towards Kesnet, pure disrespect. Up towards B long, there's no pushback, it's making a lot
Ye
of
gets a
noise.
sheriff out, and we have a trap play over towards R with a
KRU's
flash.
opener, it looks like they wanted to feign
Contact,
like they're doing a big
EP away
high
flash.
pressure play up B long and force a reaction into Art potentially.
Yeah, and then they've got a trap in Art. They've got Chamber taking contact, so Shy takes contact, and then they have a flash for Mazzino to peek. Mel's is also there to provide some support.
Here we go.
Nice flash here off the
TP away
Chamber
from
contact.
Shy.
Yeah, Shy catches it. There's a flash and a peek. Well, he's going to be all the way back here, but
Oh
it's
my
back
God,
with the box
almost.
half clearance
Oh,
inside.
they were
Yeah,
so on
it's all
top of
managing
it.
time.
They were so on top of it.
They're super aware of these trap plays. Everything that KRU has tried has failed. EG are always one step ahead. And they've always got multiple players too. They're never just experimenting and teasing into these spots with one or two. There's always a full pack of bodies ready
This
to
bait
trade
never
out.
works. People spam that box a lot.
Because an Adverso going to be making a good go at this one. Might be a 2v5, but as a pistol running, got nothing to lose still. Better than your life.
Well,
Adverso.
they were pretty demoralized after the first map, and this isn't going to help them.
1v5. Players are low, but Josh has already sold me a bridge. I'm not going to try and pawn it off to you.
No, the 1v5 does not look likely here. And EG playing with a ton of discipline,
It's really,
picking
really
the timing
nice
off
on
the back
this.
of the Vice Flash and sending.
It's 2-1 for Pistols, right? It was 1-1 first map.
Guess who we were talking about to open up?
And then they got
Talking
ecoed.
about Ye getting out here on the Jet. He already picks up 2 nice ones.
Nice
That's a
shot.
Beautiful opener onto Melza, and then comes back in for another one afterwards with a long-range kill onto Kesnet. Flawless pistol round.
Now we wait.
Again, really about the ideas to me. Just really good awareness that there might have been some kind of trap, and it's not a trap that I've really seen
Ye
before.
really early. Get in there, out or out.
Very ready for it here. KRU. Standard play when you're on an eco. Try and build up to the next rounds, really. Just thinking about longer win cons, steal up the orbs.
What is this little flash?
We've looked at the way that EG has played on the
They
attack side
bounced
of this
down.
map before. They tend
Must
to put
do.
heavy focus on mid control rather than playing for A main at the start of the rounds, B main at the start of the rounds. And that does mean that Crew should be able to hoover up that ult orb very frequently. That should be a defense-sided ultimate orb in A.
Dude, look how strong this is, though. Smoke,
It also means that Crew are going to
salvos,
lose mid-information
salvos.
super often.
Where are you meant to stand? No matter where you stand, you're like crazy committed. Speaking of committed, that's one of their guns down.
They don't want to try and push back.
The re-peek there from Icy, a rare moment of a player overheating a little bit on EG.
Yeah, you can flame him if you want.
You've handed Crew a gun, and the body's quickly swarming the position over towards A here. Spike's only just making its way over towards it, and Crew been handed a bit of a gift in terms of this timing to be taken. As a dart, a flash forwards. No one to follow this one up.
Thorn's broken in secret. EG should be aware.
Oh my
They
God.
are. Salvos.
That was absolutely
Pushes
wrecked
Crew
them.
back.
When does the
Allows
smoke
EG to settle
go?
back into more defensive positions.
White face.
Oh my.
Melter does not go down there. The bullet's just drifting past him. We'll see if there's a star available to potentially obfuscate this one from going through. Quick tap from reverse, so they already know that they need to try and force out that pull, but it's been called that they're off. So steady hand, holding back that util. Superman is going for a big wraparound play here. Another tap, finally the pull's being forced out of them.
And
But there is no smoke for Melzer.
yeah,
He
they
doesn't have a
kind of
star
got a swing
available.
here because we got a
Rebounding.
late delay on this.
Util
They at
here.
least
Melzer
spotted
now
no
sticking
one
here.
on
We've
it.
got two players
They
holding
go
this
for
over the shoulder
half, they
already.
get
They've got
half.
themselves half. This is Kruger.
Flash.
Massive chance to try and win this one out. Players are going to be falling, but onto the side of EG as well. Need to try and clean this one up. The wraparound on the flank.
Three
Superman
bullets.
finally pays off.
Oof,
And he
last
swings
bullet
around
hit.
that
My goodness, this was
three-piece.
close though. Yeah, everyone
be
goes
hectic.
down.
Yeah, not the cleanest round in the world
I
for
got
EG,
really
but I think they'll be
close.
happy that they just take
I mean,
the
Icy
victory
just
in the
messed
end.
up. Like here, you
This
take
first
that.
kill, great from Icy. The refight back in,
Yeah, dumb.
not a big fan. And then a couple of missed shots, mostly from Ye, though that might be unfair because we were on his POV more than other people, but you're expecting him to be able to get the cleanup there with the Outlaw, to be honest.
Not even close. Was it? Hey, was not even close.
Yeah, not even close. If you believe that, you'll be looking for the bridge that I've been selling all day today.
I've got it for now, and I'm holding on to it.
Okay, bad weaponry for EG coming into the bonus. They're buying up, stingers, sheriffs,
Yeah,
marshals,
it's not
this kind
great
of
for the
stuff.
bonus.
Just
We'll
to
see.
if
Maybe
they can
Icy can do
any
something
damage
with the
up to Crew
Guardian.
economy, but really, this is an opportunity for Crew to get their feet underneath them. And again, Crew, complete control of A main at the start of the round. Get used to this. It's a weird way that we see EG take control of the map on Pearl. Most other teams focus on A main.
That is so
really
hard to
heavily at the
hold
start
door
of a lot of these
against.
defaults.
Like, I
They
guess you
don't go
just judge
exploring from mid
close,
in the
but
first 20, 30 seconds, but
still annoying as
Potter's got a
hell.
different idea for this
They got to
map.
use the ult to clear this. They go over towards middle. One,
This one up
two,
here, so he's going to be getting that critical information.
three.
So early on, though. Kesnit is always using
Yeah,
his
has
ultimates
TP to get out of there.
Okay, does have a gate crash.
way before EG have figured out what they want to do in the round, though. Right? It's another example of Crew being a bit too quick.
I mean, Ye has a Marshall.
Super slowly again.
45 seconds. Melzer with the rifle is going to be feeling a bit braver than that, to be honest, up against.
Damn, dude.
Yeah, quick
I mean,
dash
at least
back
he's
as well, but now
confident.
The pressure mounting out through our
Holy, that is the widest swing I think I've ever
crazy peak
seen.
in a swing, and Derek's instantly straight back at you, and it's a 3v3. 30 seconds remaining, EG.
30 seconds left.
You cannot let your options dwindle like this, like we've been seeing for them. You're droning in through mid, a bit of exploration. You've got 20 seconds left now at this point, and a kill to be found and claimed.
Oh, it's
Mazzino wins out
so
that fight.
close.
This one is a bizarre one. Crudo, they still have players. Reinforcements out towards the back here. The data's going to be managed to stun in through the back of the side as well. The fight.
Time?
One out here.
Oh
The
my
swing
god, he
around.
killed them
One is 9
both. They have
seconds
time
left.
for plan.
And
Oh
Ye's just
boy.
laying claim. And siege onto the A site. There to the taking. Up to Mazzino now. Up to Mazzino.
How's he winning that? He's solo dueling as well.
For EG to
Dude,
pull out
Ye's actually
with such
done a
minimal
masterclass.
weaponry.
I don't know how he's done it.
The swings that they're taking. Ye is playing with Melzer in A main, jiggle peeking him and then wide swinging him with a Marshall. And then the double face was ridiculous from Art over towards A. All of
Jesus.
that just setting
Yo, I hit
EG
the
up into
biggest
position.
Icy, I hit the biggest pop and swing of my career right there.
It was absurd.
Nah, it really was. It was for sure the widest one I've ever
so
seen.
well in that position too. But it also shows that Crew unable to deal with those positions, those players. When Ye was playing around and Nature was wide swinging, Crew couldn't get the kills cleanly enough, and it caused the chaos for EG to thrive.
Slow as you go. Wow, it's at 145. Mazzino does the damage, backs away.
My ult's ready.
All picked up for Icy. That's going to make it much
Yeah, your ult
easier.
to make
They
this
choose to
one
commit
nice
into
and
the B
clean,
side,
you
with
would
some players
imagine.
steadily moving over towards.
3-person
EG
stack
gearing up.
for Crew though.
Crew, though. They've got 3
4
players.
sheriffs, couple of
It's about
armors.
patience for Crew, isn't it? All right, here as the ultimate comes through.
Yeah,
You should be
that's
fairly
nice.
aware.
Peeking out into the line of sight.
Yeah, we've got the clone to break the wall as well.
Dealt with here, and he's already spotted a few of these players out. Icy finally going to be letting loose in through the back here, but the smoke's propped up. Gives Mazzino a potential entry plan all the way through towards the top. Does he want to try and blindly fire off into this one? Derek's going to be sticking that one. The plan goes down, an extension into the round itself. Crew, what a shot by Mazzino now. Yeah, he was dropped down earlier, prior, just from that damage that he did. Thorn's broken. It's EG that are embedded in towards the back of the
Flash
site
if he
here
wants
when
to
the
swing on
Flutter finally
site.
starting to come through. Crew just trying to barrel over. See if they can find a way to
Goodness.
win this one out with just the raw bodies. The guns are not in hand, dropping down. Mazzino again. This is a 1v1 that he's earned himself into. Rifle picked up
Salvos.
already. Salvos have to be used here. Denying him that chance to try and get half onto the defuse, but it's not a good plan for Derek. He's going to have to swing wide out into the open. Sidestep with a movement again.
Fancy handles
Derek
from
wins
Derek.
it.
Good positioning from EG as well. Just salvos, last pass in the life. It's the easiest round win.
It was danger, for sure. Crew,
They are
they're
not
still
shooting.
gonna push you in these kind of rounds,
I
but
do feel like you're right. Crew
opener,
are losing a
with the
lot of
closer from Derek.
angels. Like here they hit some nice shots.
EG managed to navigate those choppy waters. Great lead again.
I haven't seen something like this for a while where it is just
It's
it is just
incredibly
they're
impressive
just
that
out
they have
skilling
the
with
lead.
angels all the time.
And the confidence coming into a game like this.
Yeah.
Shows you that to be an elite competitor, you need a short memory, to be honest.
Yeah.
You just need to reset and treat every game as if it's winnable, because, my God, EG are out here, and they are playing some great Valorant, honestly. The player that we were looking at to have a big performance is Ye. He's 6-2 on the scoreboard right now. He's handling his situations really nicely. Had a massive round in round 3 to get them over the board. Shy is going to pick up the operator here. And I would imagine with the way that EG have been playing, heavy kind of mid-defaulting for the first 30, 40 seconds of the round, that they're going to be hyper aware of him being posted up in some kind of like A main, B main kind of position.
Now, I will say, one of the questions I kind of asked at the beginning was, why did EG pick Pearl? Why has they selected this as the staging ground? Have they seen something that Crew are doing? And as part of their game,
No, I think they have nice stuff as
the
well.
Salvos are going in common positions for the chamber TP. So Shy is being forced into really uncomfortable spots.
And I mean, this chamber TP
okay, so Ye has ult.
really deep. Allows
We've got
for a
Astra ult
ton of
on
room
defense to
all the way
retake.
through
They're
this
kind of
connector
close, like
before
1
you
kill
ever
away from
reach the
ult.
threat.
Chamber gets
But
the
it
ult
also
path
allows
as the
him to
main
keep it up
change
as
at the
he fights
moment.
over towards B, which
And
presumably
we
was
have
going
all
to
of the
all those
really
positions.
strong ults for A
Pass
hit,
at the
especially
start.
the
Where he's having to
tail.
put
Pretty
his
much everyone these
TP.
days
Yeah.
does this with salvos
I don't know if
or
it
some
even
kind of
stretches far enough. He might
variation.
just be forced into
Oh, through the window. Damn, it's been a while since we've seen a
That's
jet on this
sick.
map.
Was not ready for that.
That is sick. Again, that is like when Pearl
go.
released kind of gameplay.
Yeah, it's
Ye
been so
winds
long.
by the clock. That's a lovely play with the Blade Storm. Seeing something from PaperX going for that kind of stuff. Now Ye bringing it out with EG. That's the creativity that I used to love watching Evil Geniuses.
Shy. He's chosen to abandon the setup essentially at this point.
Risky from nature, risky from Superman. There is a lot of danger in this round still.
Look at the player positions from EG. I mean, they've got all the space.
Look at how much space Icy's taken though.
Deep Trip, he's looked all the way up through into mid. Shy's looking to try and catch that contact now. EG might
Yeah,
make
with
their
this
way
space,
over
he
into a
calls
B
his
split,
team
so
over.
Shy could be a
You
really...
know they have free space here, or they can go heavy over towards B, and he can wait for a reaction.
But looks like EG will probably send most players up through lane.
30 seconds
Slow going though.
I mean, Derek is going to be mightily important here. There's 25
They all
seconds. and they're not
goes in.
even ready to
Kesnet,
split.
40 HP,
Superman
has to
could just
do
go
so
down here.
much.
The wall, Superman. He's just white-facing straight into it. Now listen, Derek's off to the side here
Wow,
with a ricochet
Kesnet
into the
did
stun. He does face it in
unbelievable,
time, but
though.
Kesnet was up onto that side. The tar needs to be dealt with. There's only
Big
12
Joe.
seconds left. Adverse so just toying with him. Trying
No
to buy that
way,
time.
another
Nature
one.
Lands it. It's a worldly of a shot. And it leaves it now down to Verse Melzer pushing through. Desperate times, desperate
Again, the
measures, and it
duels.
does not work out. 5-0 now for EG. They can
They
do no
can't win.
wrong.
They can't win angels.
That's exactly the kind of round that I wanted Crew to play, where they are super patient, they hold their ground. I mean, obviously, they lost Mazzino at the very start, so that's a nightmare scenario for them to lose the Vice with all of the info and stopping power. But they have the patience. They get Kesney in the right spot. Kesney gets a 2K. There's barely any time on the clock. Nature has to backpedal. Strafe left and right. And finally hits shot with 8 seconds left on the clock to be able to get the plant down. So even when they're stretched, even when they're pressed, EG are coming up with the goods.
Okay, recon and take over towards A.
Crew
They
just have full
force
control of
into
A
it,
every single
and
round.
Shy has
Real
ult.
top, every
Yeah,
round.
this is the flash
EG
for when they
don't care.
push middle. This is nice. This will get
They are
everywhere.
waiting. They know that it's a bit of an eco for Crew. They know that Shy is going to be looking for a peak with his chamber operator somewhere. So first 20 seconds of the round, we do not touch our keyboards. Just waiting for them to make a play.
Crew themselves quite static. Mazzino, flash in your face, got to respect this one.
Good from them though.
Could be facing that high
Force
low,
up the
potentially
smoke.
some
Last time the
salvos.
wall was here,
All in
so
the same spot here, Brent, from Mazzino.
yeah.
And they're pinging it out. They know that it's here inside the smoke. It's a little bit difficult to bait unless Icy
clone.
goes for the clone.
Yeah, clone goes a long way.
And they've been doing this a
Dude,
lot. where
they've been
drone out
getting
the
door
opposite side
control for free
of mid
every
to the one
single
that they're
round.
actually in.
But honestly, Crew's options are like relatively limited of how they want to hold it. Again, I do think they got to go close with a judge or
Selective,
close with a rifle, but
try and skip and hop
I
all
think
the
the
way over
only
the
thing
three
that
of
will
them. Flash.
hold it strong.
Connect onto most of them.
4 players ready to defend here
They've
from
got
Crew.
it in through the back of the side. Here's
Nice
a steel guard as well on
ult
top
is
of the cloud
insanely
burst.
well timed.
Forwards is the approach and the TP in by Icy as well, but really you're just working with shotguns and you need those players with the rifles to really step up. Crew finally putting a stop to this. 5-0 at a time, ticking away. Crew looking to try and get that first round onto the board already. 10 seconds remaining as well. That pressure, it's not being released whatsoever.
Very nicely
Crew.
done. Dude, the Mazzino's Visor
Don't
was
let
just
EG relax.
the most perfect timing you could ever get as they kind of
Finally get their
committed to.
players into the right spot. The trip from Shy, holding the chamber ultimate down B long. He got them so much information to be able to stay confident on A.
Made me proud
players
today.
in the
He
right place
held
at the
judge
right
with
time
the
with the
door
clock to
and
win
one
the
of the
lane.
rounds. Desp, if you had
It's
judged
so
only on that
antithetical to the way
8-4
Crew
that you
want
were
to
talking
play
about earlier
Valorant,
on
I think,
defense,
to
you
play
would have
these
won.
rounds out super slowly like this and have the patience. But
Don't wanna break
there
it
you
to you,
see an
but-
example of, I feel like, how you have to play against EG. A-main control again.
He was too busy being
Yeah,
op
not
only
really
on
challenging it.
Sage.
Nope.
He's doing the
All the way
hardest.
up.
Damn.
Taking up the orb and Shy posted operator.
Yeah, it's this control from Shy that was really a problem in this previous round, because the trip over towards connector and then the sight line down
He saved
here.
400
means that the rest
pistol
of
to
Crew don't
op.
really have to worry about B.
Well, it does sound like a bit of a
Concerned
skill
about
issue
mid, we have to
then.
be concerned
You
about
were
A,
getting
but
the op
they've got
out
a
early.
ton of A control.
You're a Sage on defense, you're a double sentinel.
Who's next?
Yeah, he's just off to the side here. It's a dimensional drift. Popped off. That's Icy's looking for a bit of information here with a dash back and away to safety. 2 players looking to see if they can put a stop to this one, but they're spotted out now by Icy. And what's the game plan here? Towards the back of the side, he's going to be just unleashing it. Steel Garden as well into the players.
Oops.
They can't quite hop over to this one. This is Kesnit.
Wait, but where's he going to commit to? Okay.
Yeah, it's fading. He has to take the gate crash all the way back here. Thorns.
Didn't want to let him know he's here. Keep an eye on Superman. He's going for the luck of the century.
It's delayed at first, so no connections, no tags.
Damn, bro, he's close
Shy
to
of the
them.
mark there, and
Oh
Icy
no, and he thinks he cleared it.
cemented.
They didn't clear this.
Oh
Deep
no, he
forward spot,
thinks
they might
he
just think it's
cleared it.
cleared in a moment's notice. Off to the side as well, just slightly there with it. And okay, Shy does land that shot.
Cosmic
Returns
Divide.
it, drops
Astro
him.
all
Cosmic
goes
Divide
in.
gives that
They
space for
just
Crew
have
to
to
try and
gamble
get
with this.
themselves in. Preemptive.
Salvos.
All that Utah's going to have to be used to clear it all the way out. Don't think that's where the intended
I'm not
place
sure
of
they've
that
delayed for
flash
long
was.
enough.
Well, not matter though, but what is the game plan now for EG? How do
Yeah,
they even stop
neither
this
are
one
they.
with the wall into their face? It's a bit of spam.
Got half.
Oh my, spray and pray, but half already earned into this
Holy,
one. and
bro,
just
they handled it
hopping
pretty
into
well
the
in the
smoke.
end.
It's Derek who lands that final one. 6-1.
Good plant position from EG.
They
Really
did
good
good,
usage of the pull and the
They
salvos
just did nice to just
bait out all of
gamble
that
like
time that Mel's had the Cosmic
water
Divide
for their
active.
odds. The
This kill probably shouldn't have happened.
Yeah, I agree with
Adverso
that.
sending in his Silver Ultimate.
the silver
doesn't
ult
clear
that
Secret
wasn't
properly.
100% on.
Let's go! Yo, I can't lie, I whiffed. I cannot lie, I whiffed that round. I cannot lie.
Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. They
doesn't.
played the game plan properly. They had all of that post-plant utility to buy the time while Mel's ult was active.
Win
And then
one,
they switched
lose
back
the
through
next,
together in the plant position.
1,900
Let's play
loss
from both
bonus.
sides. Here's a fight in the mid.
The
Crew
fight into mid, we're
on
about
the
to see
eco.
how good this flash is.
Anticipated again.
Yeah, that slow play finally being rewarded.
Yeah,
at the
we
beginning
didn't
of
really
these
get to
rounds
see it,
by
but
EG's
it did
Crew,
hit a vessel and
who
made
feel
him
like they
leave.
have to make the
And
first move.
this was the hero gun, right?
Risks on the eco to potentially get over.
Where's the hero gun? If you're going to push mid,
hurdle.
why is the hero gun not on my
Stick
chamber?
around.
Why is it on a
Deluding
vice?
And the way that EG default, you kind of
Especially if
take
you're going to push
early
mid
on.
with it.
If crew fight mid, you've got to collapse onto them. And then you kind of know which angles people are going to be posted up on B main and A main. You're luring them into the extremities of the map.
Because the gun is mine? Oh, okay. Sorry, I forgot we were playing ranked as well.
So it's a multitude of map controllers going to be missing. In fact, Shy didn't even place it down. Stand corrected. Kisnet finally going to be shoring up the gaps and potentially landing a shot. There it is. Yay. Gone down here. Gatecrash is going to be TP in the air all the way past him here, but Shy really could do some damage. Again, not clearing! And called out a little bit too late there. Icy. He's removed one of the thorns in their side. Verso getting a bit of a run and a jog on all the way up towards the top there, just peeking out. Icy. How long do you overstay this one? Because you don't want to be giving away too much more in terms of guns as a sidestep and a deep fight. Good decision making by EG. It's a plant not quite.
Come on, Shy. Give us something, man. You get him wrecked.
Maybe, but as long as they've doubled up here and Shy realizes he's got quite a bit of space to clone into the face and peeking right behind. Nature.
Devastating, isn't it? Look at him go. The double desp.
Some of these spots, they get tough for EG.
He loses an 8-4 in ranked lead with double sentinel on defense. And then now, back-to-back 7-1s.
A very different feel compared to Lotus.
It's a rough day to be Dust.
Just couldn't hold on. I can respect what they're going
A rougher day to be Crew at the moment, though.
Jump peek.
Yeah.
Does that.
Crosshair placement. But they couldn't find an isolated fight. EG playing together. Taking control of that area of the map.
Second timeout.
Really early on. Very early. Who had an EG 2-0?
Chemayuki, thank you so much. Thank you. Tried to... Oh, wait, you doing this whole thing again?
I don't know.
He's not doing it again.
Now?
Is
I
he?
know that Dryad
Chemayuki, thank you for the 7 gifted. I appreciate that.
She told Potter that she believed in EG. Or was rooting at least for EG.
7 tier 1s. Okay, I like it.
I mean, how could you not?
Oh no, there we go.
The way that they've been playing recently.
I know.
EG, thank you for the 7 gifted. Thank you for the 1 gifted as well.
But an extremely strong chance for top seed after they beat Sentinels.
The gifted death.
Yes, they had a little bit of slip up against 2G. Their form didn't look amazing.
Thank you so much, Chemayuki. I appreciate
But
you.
you're expecting them to rebound and have a great performance out here.
The money is mine. You think I'm going to reward you for losing your rank game?
Underperformances from a
That's
couple of the
crazy.
crew players.
You got to earn that.
Big fan of what I've seen from my Verso and Melzer today, and I know that looks like I'm just picking on them because they're at the bottom of the scoreboard, but they both had some rough moments on Lotus too. But I think EG deserves so much credit for just having a slower tempo and a controlled pace that has taken
gets
all
the
of the sting
attack
and the punch
op
out
out.
of crew. And now Ye picks up an attack side operator. You know it's going to be a slow round. You know he's going to want crew to peek into him. So, I mean, sit back, relax, grab a snack for the first 40 seconds of the round because EG, they're not going anywhere.
That's a recall with a smoke. Okay. And a bit of spam flying forwards.
Imagine yourself in crew's position right now, though. As the tension builds, as the clock ticks down, you're worried that they're like contacting into A main and getting ready to pop.
Yeah, this is the one position that doesn't get util dumped.
Flash.
Honestly, it's very hard for them to hold door.
You're right, crew.
I genuinely only think a judge can do this.
Here.
Unless they're out here turning the flash as well. But
Did they realize that Icy slipped up all the way in through? It's being watched by Shy. Derek. Drone forwards, but it doesn't stretch far enough.
I mean, Ye has just spent an entire minute clearing out these angles over towards A main.
Okay.
And it looks like they're eventually going to be going back over towards
Dude, this smoke with the B fake is really nice though, fair play.
The trip hasn't actually been broken at
Okay,
pillar.
drone is about to clear everything. 20 seconds to hit. They got to go past wall, flash, double fawns.
All over the line, the wall's going to be triggered.
Well, at least the fawns aren't going to be here forever. The enough is in. It's only 6 seconds now.
A bit of support now. Bring the tower
13 seconds to plant. How?
He's all the way in.
He won that.
That's going to be it. That towards the back here, but crew is still going to be shredding them. Bullets and rifles in hand here, sidestepping. Melzer is playing with him, toying with the fight here, and Derek just can't quite land that shot. Indeed, he's very much isolated. Doesn't really have any support from the rest of his team, but he's able to find a bit of a backup to get back to R to play it forwards here. There's a player advantage for crew. Get themselves deep onto the site. Verso sticking. Defense is not quite there. He's taking the pain with his life. It's ult expended. Armageddon off to the side here, but the timing taken. That's a lot of damage done indeed. But a shorty. Too far in terms of the range as well. Swinging from the side as well. Damage done. Might make a difference. Superman.
Oh my god.
Time.
Oh, he's got it.
Yeah, he's
it's
got
there.
Oh,
That's
that
so
is
fine.
close, though. There was 4 seconds
my.
left, maybe even less on Derek's salvos. If he'd been able to escape at Art, that round is locked up. But KRU
Well, it's one of those, though. They win the round, only one person surviving.
Made sure that he was in a spot where he wasn't able to use that post-plant utility safely. Even a round like this, though, it's so winnable. Icy and Ye whiffing a little bit.
Dude, Icy nearly won 2 draws that he shouldn't have won.
You can see that EG have a great understanding of how they want to play post-plant positions. It was only a couple of seconds made the difference. But EG have finally been knocked down onto, I mean, probably their first eco round of the series at this point.
Okay.
Instantly look at
Is this a Potter timeout? This is an
Tactical
incredible time for a timeout.
Potter slamming the desk. It is unacceptable that we are only winning 13-4 and 7-2.
No, but honestly, if they do win this,
she'll
they
just
break
have
their
some slight
econ,
adjustments,
and
I would imagine,
you
towards
gotta
something
just
going
think
on
that
here.
the map's done.
Possibly if you're playing slow, attack side op as well.
So,
might need to get a bit more.
if
of a
she's
move
got
on, I
something
think,
good
in
for
terms
this,
of
it
deciding.
would be awesome.
Yeah, I think it's difficult though, right? Because the slow tempo has been working today, and it's been baiting KRU into making these rough plays. What would be going through
Gonna
my
go for the
head
diffuser.
from Potter's
It kind of
seat
messed
right
up the
now is,
timing.
I
I think
haven't seen us break trip in like 5 rounds. So
the real
somewhere around the
play,
map,
not that
there
I
is
like
a
to
chamber
criticize
trip
1vx's,
providing
but
value for
real
KRU,
play is when he got
and
that
we're not
fast kill to
getting
go
to.
left
And that
instead
means
of
that
right.
KRU are now being able to stack
That
bodies
would
on the sides that we're
have
ending
probably
on.
won it, but
Even when we're going across that vice wall really late into the round and giving them very late round indicators. So a couple of options for that. You might want to try to explore deeper on the default to see if you can find the trip. You might want
You think it's
to
good for
try to
coach to use
speed up
timeouts
the
when it's this far
executes a
ahead?
little more.
Yeah,
so
I'm
that
fine
you're
with it.
getting deep into KRU's face.
I
before
think
those
this is a
rotations come through.
mistake, though.
Or you just might want to try to pick up an ult or
Two,
have
wait,
Icy
what's the
run into
actual
one
money?
of the
2,
dimensional
4,
drift and bucky
3,
3 people to death.
3,
Yeah,
1.
That's always an option. One away from the ult
9.
himself. It's all up towards B.
Yeah, they've got a smoke here for Icy to pick up orb.
Sure.
Does he get
Work their way
punished?
up. They got a little bit
I
of
would have been
high-low going
tempted
on
to
as well.
force this. They would have been
Got it.
4 dog drop.
The
Would have
smoke
been
straight
missing
shots
one
from Kesnet.
gun.
The Bucky POV.
Oh, here it is.
Would have been so tempted to just fully go for this, really.
I thought that EG might choose to send it, but
I think they still will. This is going to be a B re-hit at some point here, I would imagine. Icy maybe looking like he wants to go through double doors to get as much information as possible. But I mean, you take a look at the positioning of Superman and
To be
Derek
fair, Euro
here.
has ult. Yeah, exactly. They
Not
could add 4
100%
guns
right.
with the Euro.
This one is definitely ending B still.
Have a Bucky.
That recon dart is good from
Yeah, I guess it's still kind of
It's gonna
okay.
keep 3 bodies on
Let's
the
see
side.
what they got. We do have the TP over towards
okay,
B.
the ult is gonna be
This
used
is
to
the
try and
old
clear the way
school
through.
Yeah, but the gate crash is coming back to
Yeah,
G2
that presence again, but yeah, you haven't really
game
run
changer
into
this
the
team.
performance prior.
G2
There's
goes
38
them.
seconds left, constantly divided. Even being committed here, there's a flash into the face as well. No connection.
Yeah,
and
it's
even a
rough.
return. That's it. Swinging in through the back. This is all KRU now. In control. One's not broken in time here, but might not be too much of a problem to pull. It's being denied. EG, hold on, Nature. He's finding some ground here, but no coverage in for the
Dude,
back there.
Nature, how are you doing
Nature's
this?
already found himself the 3-piece, but left into that 1v2. He'd have to ace to finish this one off. Kesnet round to the side.
Nature,
just with the shoulder, and he's found
oh
that first
my
kill.
God.
Okay, still Garden. It's available. 8 seconds left and remaining. Plant down, but you're sticking your body out just a little bit too wide there. Does Melzer know? He's going to know now. Up towards
Holy
heaven.
hell,
This
2
is
bullets.
it. An ace potentially to seal this one up. And playing time, backs out wide. He just wants to fight. He wants to end this round here. And now
No
he smokes it
way.
out entirely.
No way.
That's a ridiculously good
He's just
round
won the
from Nature.
game.
How is he finding
He's
these
just cemented the
moments?
game. It's done. It's so done. Ow,
He
bro.
was the one that saved them
The
in a very
2v5.
similar situation on B a few rounds prior. 4 rounds earlier, something like that. He pulls out a kill with 8 seconds left on the clock. Somehow
Oh my
gets it
goodness.
from the depths.
He's got a Midas
and
touch.
recovers it. He does today. But also, everybody does today on EG. It's not just one person. You think about this team this year, last year. Ever since they went on that ridiculous run towards champions, this new version of the team
Dude, it felt
has not
so,
been able
the
to
whole
get
thing though
all
felt kind of
pistons
weird.
firing at the
I know
same
he
time.
like they're 2v5ing,
And today they
and
have
like it's sick from Nature,
power ace
but
from Nature.
still felt like a really odd timeout to come up with a plan, not full invest but use the double ults.
Again,
I still feel like it was on.
from KRU, all onto the weaker weaponry. The exception of Mazino.
Like the idea was on.
Facing this with a lot of
Like
the
I think that
players
whole
now,
plan
EG
made
not gonna be
sense,
rushing
but
into
I think you
anything.
just
We
gotta
notice at this
buy if you're
point.
gonna do that.
2 more rounds left into the half. Game plan doesn't really need to be adjusted.
It's pretty similar to the pistol round where KRU have got a trap play set up over here, and it does feel like EG are hyper aware. And again,
I'm going for something here. Yeah, they're being met with a multitude of players as Mazino does clean up.
Acceleration has got to be the name of the game here for Ye. Got to take the
Oh,
space.
he's out, so he's missed it in terms of that timing, and the Steel Garden would have mopped him up regardless. Mazino is doing a lot in this spot. Squaring up to take that fight. Superman and Derek, they've won their ones.
They can't win
All the way wrapping
Angels.
around, this is Shy.
30 seconds left.
I can't
One thing that
I
Shy
can't
has got
explain it
going for
more
him is
than
that
they just lose every single
don't know where
Angel.
he is, lurking round to these corners, tour de force.
But we can see from the minimap he's not going to get a free
Oh,
kill
man.
here. And he's up against a pull, salvos. It's a nightmare. It's the worst 2 players to try to clutch against.
Genuinely is. Shy.
That's a good spot.
Uncomfortable. Has to tap. Needs to get at least 1 layer of this down and out. Doesn't clear it all the way. A few bullets sprayed and fired away. Here's the salvo, second wave of things. Shy's trying to play this one as best as he possibly can, and he's already removed and eliminated at least one of the elements. That's a stun, and time ticking away from him. The stall is just too much. Circle already shrinking. This is a round 1 out by
Very
Superman.
nice from EG. Played it perfect.
Take it out as well.
I
Coming
mean,
to save the
again,
bundle.
2v3.
Betrayed by his own chamber slow on
Winning
the
both
floor.
of the duels somehow over
Are we
towards
really
Saint.
going to see 10-2 halves?
It's
dominantly from EG on the attack side.
It's crazy.
It really is.
Genuinely. And I was saying, listen, last 2 days, Josh, we've been going into these casts and been saying, okay, all of these Americas games, they feel like they're one-sided on paper. There's going to be one of them where the upset occurs. There's always one.
There's always
maybe
one.
2. And I didn't say it at the start of this game. Maybe I should have.
Because I think on paper this looked like the most one-sided game of the week.
Yeah.
And actually, in reality, it was the most one-sided
I mean,
game
yeah,
of the
it
week.
was. He's not wrong.
At least if EG are able to
It
close
delivered.
out.
I mean, come on, the
Natural
Furia
forwards,
game was
isn't
always
it?
going to be the one
Spots it.
most one-sided, but
1 player at least.
kind of
Again, it's
wasn't
an
because
early
they
dimensional drift if you
let
look
us
at the
send
information
through.
of how slow the EG are playing, but
It's so early.
It's slapdash from KRU.
Not a sense,
Bash
sorry,
up Shy.
Lotus.
Yeah, it's pushed Shy up onto an extremely aggressive position. So he's hoping to catch Superman as he goes for that re-exploration. They know that the people on the extremities are just contacting through. That's kind of the way that Derek and Ye have been playing this, you know? No salvos being used here, no drone being used here. Just peeking around the angles, slicing the pie up, trying to get to the point where you're meeting the vice wall. This time, did they bait it just then in art?
Yeah, they did. Jump spot.
Yeah, so now Mazino without that wall to be able to rely on.
More moves being made by EG just to clear up the remnants of this util.
Okay, but this round, Shy's position
back to the chamber.
This is such
I mean, he's
a
at
weird
least
spot.
No, you don't.
the least good
You're
for
not
one.
droning this out.
35 seconds left.
If he loses the same Joe here, I'm gonna lose my goddamn mind.
Droning.
Oh god!
Spotted! What level of awareness is that from Superman?
It's crazy that he's droning in from that far back though, but it makes
Slipped out
sense.
Shy
It's
spot as
just
well, and that
insane,
really
isn't
could have
it?
just been it. Spike dropped down into the middle of nowhere if he managed to claim that 2-piece. KRU still really trying to pile onto the bodies because there's only 13 seconds remaining for this one, and a Hunter's Fury could be exactly what they ordered, what they need to try and deny this one as that attack Derek is forced.
someone pick
Wide
it up.
out to the side, 6 seconds left, there needs to be that
Just
reclamation.
in time,
There it
Nature, you gotta
is.
hit that shot
Pushed
again.
onto the side of the
He
fence.
switched
In
over and
order.
looked at Ye. He thought Ye was on the other team.
Protected.
He still looks at Ye, comes back and gets another kill.
Rounds, even when the time and situation gets dire.
It's impossible for them to lose, dude.
Completely
They can't
in
lose.
control. Playing the clock masterfully. With the pace that they've been playing at,
They win 2
torturously
rounds
slow.
where there's
KRU
like
felt like they're on
where there's like
stretching rack
6
all
seconds
day.
for them to plant over towards
Phones
the E.
being ripped out of sockets, but when the time gets low like this, so many teams trip over themselves. EG still able to pluck
Wild,
every
what's
piece of
going on?
danger out. Shy's position, drone, the planter defended.
Yeah, it's giving Zeta Division a Reykjavik, to be honest, with this level of play. It's absurd stuff. And listen, we're going to be going to the next half momentarily. Stick around.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Oof, man, this is so one-sided. KRU? Yeah, I don't know. I've not seen him like this for a while. Everyone's just like really off though. And everyone's insanely on for EG. Your pick'ems this week are in shambles in all regions. Dude, I think this is like the best I've done this week. But I swear Team V did a video of just like, this is the easiest week in pick'ems. I swear he's under 50% this week. I think it's his fault. I think he got like every EMEA game wrong apart from like one. I think it was his fault. We gotta start looking over there for blame, surely. This match should have been KRU. I mean, look at it. We can't say that with any confidence.
Again, we've seen
I
this
agree
one
with you. I
before.
went for it as well.
Not too long ago, in fact. And EG leading heavily. It's an absurd circumstance that we've found ourselves in, really, just watching this game take place.
Yeah.
We keep saying it, Josh, but really, you've got to iterate it. Got to hammer it home.
No, they couldn't have found a better time to come online. EG's
Night on America's Planet tomorrow? Yeah. I'm on the whole thing, I think. I think I'm doing every region.
A good win to put in the column, but it didn't turn any heads.
I wonder if we'll be covering it. Well, or at least cover this one a little bit.
They've been living off kind of the legacy of what they've done in 2023.
Great White Shorks with the Prime. Thank you with the 5 months, mate.
Obviously,
appreciate the Prime usage.
KRU is enormous.
It is 2-1 for Pistols.
Is electric.
That's a clean sweep, almost.
Yeah, I have no faith in KRU doing this. They literally have a defense-sided comp and they got 2 rounds.
Kind of KRU comeback on Lotus and it dissipated.
I don't know what to say.
Yeah, we'll see. All players grouped up here. Now Derek is alone off to the site. We'll see what kind of support is going to be available for him with the drone. That's a spot onto 2 of the players. Gate crash back to safety. Guess they're going to be avoiding that. Very cautious here by KRU. One's not being broken in time there, but a util still expended and a reclear. Caught for EG. They want to get active. That's a flash that does connect. He'll land his kill. He got to lay claim to it. Adverso finally.
Dude, who was that that ate the flash? That was incredible.
Quick to respond in kind. Yeah,
God, he not swing.
On the side, Melzer. He's right there. Ghost into his face.
I thought he was going to get all on the side. I was watching Melzer.
45 health left for Shy, and they're making rapid moves once more. KRU trying to dominate, take control towards the back of the site here, and they've just missed Nature.
Yeah, what a timing.
Slipped his way in through sewers as well, so he's going to be safe for the time. Big Melzer! Astral 4! That's just unfortunate. Can't call it much else.
Clear all of this. Superman doesn't have the smoke.
Yeah.
Dude, Icy actually needs to be careful because the Fawns would take him down.
Still, slip the net towards it. It's plan of a backside, so that's going to steadily, surely
Yeah,
realize it. That is a hell of a peak and a hell of a pick to find into the 1v1 here. Superman has got to do it all against Mazzino, and Mazzino, hopes and dreams laying down onto this one as damage done. Surely the advantage lays in Mazzino's hands. He eventually gets it done.
Though. Dude, somehow it's 2-2 on Pistols, even with the scoreline.
It's not a clean pistol round like we saw from Lotus.
Opposite a clean, man.
Very similar story though, isn't it? Entirely similar. A 10-2 half, KRU come out with the pistol round. I reminded you of what happened in our previous episode. That was EG coming out and then doing so much chip damage over the course of this eco that they ended up coming away with a victory and going up 11-3.
I mean, I respect them believing.
So keep your eyes peeled. If the scriptwriter's got a different idea. Yay with a Marshall.
Oh, okay.
Could be a bit of danger. Recall smoke into the recon dart.
Yeah, KRU making a bit of noise here with the dart as well to clear up close. They're trying to obfuscate that they're not doing this, but EG is still stacking with bodies. In fact, Derek's making moves all the way back over on top.
About
It's going to be the
5 people
drone.
now.
I think he's just missed that timing. Icy, he slipped into this one. Into the smoke. He can't move a muscle though. If he does, he's going to give away the job here, and he's just pushing all the way forward.
What's the
That's
HP
a
on
risky
that?
play to make
41?
damage done to Kesney, but he's still alive. And that's the important factor.
Mazzino's taking a bunch of space on the other side of the map. He's the player that only had a
Okay,
go,
they're
so
gonna be
he's
fine
allowed
for
to
this
go.
one. They literally
walk
can't
around.
get eco'd now. I'm looking at the mini map.
Of a problem if he ends up
Should
getting taken
be.
out, but he's doing a great job.
I would give him
All of this space. He's
5%
gonna hear
right
a couple of
here
rotations
to win the
spawn as
eco.
well.
Carrying away. It's one of the one.
4%.
Knows that yeah, he's going to be there on top of it.
Okay, back to 5.
Superman from behind. Okay, they are, but at least clean out that one particular
They're all
area.
good.
But they know it's going to be landing over towards A. KRU. Got the guns. Got the bodies too. Yay. Smokes in your face. Going for a quick little peek here with the damage done.
30 seconds
Does he
left.
dare blindly fire? Does he dare blindly take the
Oh
shot?
god.
Classic!
Oh no.
This don't work somehow. Still
Okay,
a
it's all
Versa
good,
will
right?
go down. Kesnet will go down. But there's a
Okay,
clean
not
up.
even worried
Melzer
about
just
that.
in time.
Melzer was
only
required
lost
there.
one
The
gun.
only player with over 100 health.
Yeah.
Yay with a Marshall. Could have gone dumb crazy in that spot. All right, 10-4 though. This time, KRU actually managed to convert the pistol. And so they've got more of a chance of building up some level of momentum on their attack side. You can see the pace completely changes once KRU are on attack. Way faster, way more mid-round pivots from one side to the other, ping-ponging around the place. And a decent-ish buy, actually, for the bonus. 2 Guardians, 2 Vandals, plenty of opportunity.
Ton of danger.
Did a little bit of damage.
KRU could make a bit of a statement here. They'd love to be honest, to get
The bonus is
the
good.
mind back into the
Shock
series.
Inferior would break Fawns,
All
but
the way
as we can
forwards
see,
now.
not here.
Like wall's going to be broken.
Oh, that's nice though.
It's triggered there by the
A big
clone.
win for KRU.
Did they anticipate this?
Oh no,
Icy
it's the
tucked up
close
in
wall.
terms of his position as a gate crash forwards. It's a flash to Ryan. Repeat this one
Oh,
forwards.
and he
Gate
got
crash
out of there.
to safety.
And they can take so much
This is
space.
one. Gets out. Dimensional drift as well, but Nature's in through the back as well. And they're looking for a refight play. It's a flash through and around to clone into your face as well. A little bit mistimed there, but still, EG has control of it. And
Yeah,
Thorn's
we
gonna be
always talk
broken.
about the close
Spike is
wall.
planted in the midst of all of this
Has
one
like a
here.
10%
KRU
success rate.
can vacate.
It's not good.
Back to long, back to the safety where they can try and play for the
Let's
long-range
see.
battle with their guns.
That's
and
a
the
good
utility
start.
in hand. A bit of spam goes a long way.
Gonna be a
in
weird
spot like this,
spam
Liverpool.
round.
V4.
Especially as Ye falls off
He was
here,
up
it's
and over towards the
devastating.
top here, just trying to body block and dodge this
I'm
one,
not
but
sure
the
you can do
spam
that
as
with
well.
this
Yeah, he's
plant.
going to be dropped there in through the smoke. That's Derek. Good adjustment. Quick up with it. Still smokes to try and drop this one, and players still finding their marks and the targets themselves. Superman! Superman!
Oh.
Superman!
Oh.
Sticks it all the
Oh,
way!
add it to the 10% win rate.
Inside the smoke!
Just gives them
Nothing
so
the KRU
much
could
space.
do.
It's so hard to win, even with the good
No
plant.
Deho in that composition, no
Shout out to
salvos.
Superman though, right? If you actually just looked at where he diffused from, it was like right on the
really
edge.
nice plant position.
So they were
A
spamming close to
corner
the
that can
box
be
and
accessed
just
from so
to
far
the
away.
left of this.
All the bullets just whiz past.
Yeah. It's the danger trying to play those angles.
And the post plant just looked so much better from EG with their version of the composition. It was always a nightmare to get past Derek and Superman. They could delay for so long.
Who's next?
Okay, all
Keston's
goes
forward
in.
now. Got the
Full
ult in hand as
force
well,
for
looking to see
KRU.
if he can clear out most of this space.
I mean, they are just sending
Clear
it
the
big.
wall
The last
in
3
reaction
rounds
to
in a row
losing
have
B
been
into the drone because all the mid and
running
art.
fast into the B side.
And we're going to look over
again,
towards
Keston
EG. We see they got Astra ult,
getting
so
brave with these
everyone,
peaks, maybe feeling like he
the
has to do a
KRU
little
needs
bit
to play
more.
on site, and we have a super late luck.
Not going to give him much in the form of
By
confidence,
Saw
but
as
the
well.
Steel
Doesn't
Guard at
really
least
do
going to be
too
delaying.
much
And KRU,
considering their position.
actually going for a little fight in the play, moving up into
sorry.
lane. Still, they get their clearance. Ice is going to be removed from
I like
that
this
spot
from
here, just making
KRU
sure that
though.
they dominate,
Getting
but it goes back
proactive
into the
against
hands of these
the
players.
Astro.
Yay, looking to do work with it all the way forwards and
Oh,
out, up and over.
that means
with
a little bit
Astro
unlucky
around,
there.
but Superman,
He got
here
3.
he is.
He
Just
got
absolutely
3 there.
dominating. Cosmic Divide in your face. Derek can stick this one, and as long as there's that
Damn,
count for
bro,
it,
we got
Superman
4.
just doesn't intend to miss today, apparently. Glasses off, get the cape out, go flying.
He's on fire. 20 kills again
he's going
in this
mental.
map after playing
He's got-
16 rounds. Where is the second kill in that? Gets a wallbang kill allegedly onto Shy.
Oh my god, he just cooked them.
I mean, they're just not in the habit of losing right now.
No, but he's also caught a perfect timing. In the midst of all of the Chaos KRU turning around to deal with Ye, and Superman
Okay, we're back here.
delivered a 2K on a platter.
8 chances.
This could be a 13-4, 13-4, one of the most dominant series that I can remember in Americas recently.
Yeah, it's
And
up
an
there.
enormous upset.
Insanity for EG.
Oh, they go for the push.
And now they want to take the fight
Ooh,
straight to
flash
them. This is
didn't
playing
hit
into KRU's
Kesnet.
hand ever so slightly.
Wanted to finish
I see
earlier.
and Superman immediately dropped. But lurks occurring from Mazzino. He's going to be hearing it, the footsteps.
Odie
for a spawn to
890,
be
thank you so
calling
much
us
for
out
the
to
tier
team.
1, bro. Appreciate the 13 months.
Change up from KRU as well. They went for an A-leaning default. Pick
There
up,
it is.
yeah, you're going for that exploration through water. I mean, Nature cannot go for that.
No. Gonna give it away, won't he?
He's stuck. I think the dreams of the 13-4 might just be over here.
How does KRU lose this?
EG
Mate,
look to try
they're
to
getting
change
outdueled.
something up there with
They can't aim today.
Derek, hold up, that's a two-piece instant there. Nature, wrapping from behind.
Why
hold
does
on,
every
it's a 1v2.
2v5
There's no
look
shot.
insanely
There's no
doable?
chance. EG, Nature, he's been on fire all day. The Midas touch is what he's had. Timing's off the dart. He needs to isolate these fights, but the double face is there, so KRU.
It's close, man. It's close,
Not
close,
willing to
close.
lose that easily.
And they get their 5th round, which is not something that we've been able to say so far today whatsoever. They knock EG down onto an eco as well, but there are still 7 more chances.
Anon.
EG to close
Anonymous
this out
gifter.
in
Thank
a
you so much for doing that. I
3-2-0.
appreciate you. Thank you so much, everyone.
And the players are still firing.
Thank you,
They are
Anon.
still shooting. It's not like the form of EG has tailed off throughout this series. If anything, the confidence has just grown.
Krun with the
Wild,
prime as well.
they
Thank you
also
so much
haven't
also,
really
bro. I
needed
appreciate
the
that.
gate to come online.
Okay, as long as they don't use
He's
their
got a blade
ults on
storm
the
in this
eco,
round.
that's so fine.
Would be a fun
They
little
do
way
like to do
close
it.
the series
I
out.
mean, I'm seeing Icy with an ult, Derek with an ult. If EG start getting some picks, why not let loose?
And if Mazzino goes to try to break this Vice setup,
narrow miss.
Yeah, gives Ye an opportunity, but Ye not quite sharp with it.
Derek potentially feeling that heat now, has to drop down with a stun. Causing the KRU players to scatter. They're not really in the habit of wanting to lean in, go into these hits where potentially the eco stack could be.
But KRU have been ending in roughly the same spots that they've been making noise. So EG just going to gamble, hope that it ends A.
Catching that one, but they clear Nature off into the corner here with the salvos. That's meant to try and supplement, potentially push a player into Nature, but he's not going to be denied into this corner here. The question is, does he get cleared in time? Surely he does. It's a common enough position, and yeah.
I was kind of believing for a little bit
onto
there
it,
with the
Shy.
stinger.
Onto the corner, and
Ooh, he's missed the timing onto Mazzino here.
yeah. Might not make a huge difference though with Kesnit and his KRU. Steadily making progress over towards the A site. This angle is a bit devious though, onto Icy's. Off to the side already. Overstays his welcome though, just gets the one. Derek in through the back on top of it. I'm gonna see it. Fights to be taken. Rifles into their hands, finally. Cleaning up the last straggler that is EG.
Give me let's see the rounds. Good news for KRU, they got a lot of ults, but should be now.
Rifles back online. Last time we saw them with a rifle round, they decided to take the fight to KRU. Just looking for a mix-up. Not something though that's been working for EG today.
Yep.
Instead, it's been reacting to the noise around the map and just trying to flood in. That was how they got. I mean, they didn't even really need too many defensive rounds on Lotus, and they don't need many defense rounds here either.
Okay, well, I feel like they might go all in terms of the ults here.
Ye picks up an operator, might take contact against Kesnit here.
Potentially on the pixel angle. What a shot!
Oh, that's outrageous.
Oh my! Okay, Kesnit. And here's an ult earned up. The back of that one and the orb on top of it.
Wait, 4v5, Tail goes in. Hold up.
You can see it, blue outline tickling around to the side here, and he's hoping that there's some help here, but how does Shy go down to it? It's salvos. Just being set up. Got to see a replay of that one at some point potentially here, but a TP deep in through the back, just try and get the hell out of there with a Hunter's Fury. Icy is dropping a Mazzino all the way through here, just raw spam.
What is this?
And firepower.
What is this?
What it feels
Derek
like to try and
survives
get
on
away
30.
into this site, but tucked to the side is Superman once more. These bait and switch setups, two players
Well,
spotted.
two,
KRU
didn't
don't
see the
slow this
third.
one down.
But they kind of know the third's deck because the clone just came out.
Here it is, Superman. Swing
Big
from
double
the
swing.
side, fights to be
Oh,
taken.
no one committed.
KRU.
Big win for KRU.
Barely,
EG
barely
invested
winning
Tail into this.
What a round from Kesnit. The pre-fire to open onto Ye, shuts down the operator. And then, as they continue to try to brute force their way through the choke point, he gets two to close things out. Not a round where Shy should have been dying into the Teho utility, I don't think. There's still a large spot of safety that the rest of his team is playing inside of. But all right, things get scrappy, things get chaotic. KRU stay alive.
Yeah.
5 chances now. And EG
And they gotta go down to an eco.
So it feels like they have a lot of opportunities to close this game out, but the actual amount of rifle rounds they're gonna have, if they keep losing, what, 3 more? Maybe less.
Yeah. Okay, I mean, Icy's gone for the same playbook once more.
This time it works though. And he didn't even
Dude,
have
he
to invest the
he
ultimate.
tried it on
so
the
Icy
eco.
now has a dimensional drift
and
where he could try to do the same
he
thing.
upgraded the shorty.
That's so cheeky.
To a Bucky. Because honestly, the Bucky would have got him a kill on the eco as well.
Yeah.
Didn't find
That's
too
so
much
sick.
value out of it, but What a round to pull it out.
Oh, chill.
Considering the ult here, but
Honestly,
some presence.
If he goes for the ult, now could be the perfect timing because he just sent the gate crash over towards A as well. Mazzino, he's walking in.
Oh, he's
Surely
already.
get-
Oh,
The
no.
shot's gone wide, but not a second one. That's Yay.
What?
Finds it. Pops ahead of Mazzino.
This is the easy one, hits the hard one.
Most of the site just realizing, actually, hold on, it was just Mazzino into the fight. That's a rifle picked up.
He's just showing off. The thing with Ye is he always wants an equal fight, so he gave him like a warning shot, and then he was like, right, now you know I'm here.
We weren't expecting
Watch this. He never, I heard him, he said he never takes duels that
Here
aren't
we have
fair.
it. Making moves now. Crew, Cosmic Divide to give them just a bit of safety, but the Salvo's going to be pushing the back anyway here. Verso needs to find a bit of a spot
Big
to try and plant
Bucky.
into and stick this one all the way through. There's that extension
Don't
forward.
go right
Time
side,
has been
though.
bought, but in a 3v5 Steel Garden, overlapped. The win cons are just dwindling right now for Crew. Small pocket to play in potentially here. Facing the challenge. Derek gets two with a bloody Bucky.
Derek's
They are
got two
swarming
with one
EG.
shot.
It's a 13-7 finish. A
How did he do
towards the
that?
end here. And a 2-0 dismissal of Crew.
Oh my
in
God,
an
the Bucky
insane
got
upset
3
to secure
kills.
their spot in the playoffs.
That was incredible.
They came in today
Dude,
with
that was
one
fun.
goal
It was
to
a fun
make it
game.
into
I was
the
not
Stage
expecting
1
this.
playoffs. And my God, they were explosive. The openings on both maps were utterly bonkers from EG.
Replay it, it will
It's not
happen.
Crew's
They'll at
chances
least
of
put it
making
in at the
playoffs
end
too badly.
of the package.
They're going to be able to laugh this one off a little. Listen, maybe when we look back at this, if Crew miss out on Toronto, then we could talk about the impact for them.
What just
but
happened,
the story
man?
today is all about EG.
Yeah.
And people are going to be looking at this result and thinking, what the hell happened?
Yeah.
Was it EG playing well?
Yeah.
Was it Crew playing badly?
He's not wrong.
Can EG keep it up? Are they going to be able to take this and go on some kind of run? Because when you look at some of the players on the roster, the coaching staff, for example, you're thinking about 2023 and the ridiculous run they
EG,
did there.
yeah, they're at
It's
least
always
fourth
there,
in the
isn't it?
playoffs,
It's always
right?
an echo in the
Have a
back of
little
the
look.
mind that Potter might be able to take a bunch of individuals and craft them into an excellent team. But my God, the form today and the ideas and the plan to counter Crew, it all
They play
came
loud.
Beautiful
2.
work. Peak
It'll be a
performance from multiple
2-3,
players,
and then head to head. Yeah, EG won, so they at least get
really
4th.
Crew and again, we just weren't expecting it.
Wait, and then if
Now,
Crew
we've seen
lose
plays being made across the board. I mean, I have to give
against 100
Nature
Thieves, do
credit
they
on
not
top
get
of it
3rd?
as well. I mean, all throughout both of those maps, he couldn't lose. Same could be said for Superman.
Yeah, and I think the calling too is.
Wait, can
I
they
think it
win the
deserves
group?
so much credit.
Hold
Because
up.
to be
Can
able
they-
to navigate a lot of these low time situations and to be able to have the awareness that no matter where Crew
They can't
try
win
to
the
run a
group,
trap line
right?
or run any kind of
There's a
aggressive
world where
play,
it's a 3-2
EG
tie for
were
everyone.
ready for it. The prep, the ideas, but also the awareness and the discipline in the moment.
No? I
Always
kind
have
of want
to
to see the
counter
Bucky
for it.
kill. Hold up.
That's beautiful today.
That's a casual reminder as well that you can never really count out any team in VCT. It all came together today
Damn
for
it.
EG.
Are they going to be able to keep it up in the next game against Loud? I mean, that's a low-key hidden banger now.
Yeah.
You got EG playing against Loud.
What
Loud is
the
0-4,
hell is that?
And I'm excited for that game. I
Okay,
really feel like it
so-
could be some quality Valorant.
Definitely with the caliber that
EG
Loud have been
play
playing at
Loud,
these days
right?
with
So they would
EG
go
as well. It's gonna be
3-2.
Obviously, I think pressure
It'd be
kind of off some
3-2,
of the,
which would then
some
make
of the
this a
players in terms of-
3-2.
Yeah,
Yes.
maybe
And then
the
Sentinels
outcome and
because
expecting
play
neither-
that.
it
2G.
doesn't
Oh,
affect the
okay.
playoff kind of
But let's say the 2G
outcomes
win it,
whatsoever,
just for
but
the
still,
pure
should
hell
be a
of
good
it.
game, should be a
Right?
good game.
And we weren't really
And
expecting
then
that before.
Crew
Still,
play-
let's send it down to the stage. River standing by
okay, it wouldn't
Horizon.
happen.
Horizon post-match interview. Excuse me, take it out of paycheck.
I'm so confused. Chat, I'm lost.
Thank you so much, Brent. And
There's too
tonight's
many
show for
numbers,
Great
man. I'm
Cast,
lost.
It is Evil Geniuses moving into playoffs
I don't think they
with
can get
that
past,
win
but I
over
don't know.
Crew, and I have Supermen to talk to flying high throughout the
They
entire
would. 4 of
day.
them would end on
I gotta first
3-2,
ask
no?
about playoffs then. How are you feeling now? You've locked it in. What was the work to get here?
Honestly, you know, today was not a do or die match for us, but I'm really happy with what we showed today. Going into playoffs, you know, was going to be
One
a better
team has to
team
be
than
4-1?
what you've seen
Oh, okay.
today, so I'm excited for that.
That was actually my next question. Is this the team you want to see in playoffs, or is there still improvement to get?
Oh, well, we still have a lot of improvements.
Oh, yeah, Crew
throughout the
100
season,
Thieves,
so, I mean,
so
this
one's
is
gonna be
just a
4-1,
little,
okay.
You know,
All right.
like the 50% potential of this roster.
All right. So I'd say you shocked a few people, obviously, us included, with the win today, but it was
Yeah, yeah,
electric with the way that you did it. Did you expect Crew to kind of fall that easily?
Honestly, no. They are a super strong team. You know, they are the top dogs of our group, right? So coming in here, we definitely did not underestimate them. We just followed through with our game plan, and
came out with a dub.
All right, and I
Hyperanium, thank you so much for the prime. Thank you for that.
Haven
Appreciate
all
it.
3 weeks, but now you kind of trend away from Haven. Do you feel like Sen maybe countered the last map, the Waylay wasn't working, or is it just the idea to go for different maps this week?
Yeah, Sen definitely, spanked us a little in our last match against them. But, we learned from that, right? Losing is learning, so, expect us to be better in playoffs.
Awesome.
Nice.
And the final question for you. You are going crazy today. How are you feeling about your play, your performance here? Are you feeling like you're one of your best? And what are we going to see more?
Honestly, I've been having slow starts, with the first 3 matches of this season. I'm really happy that I'm able to pick it up for my team, especially. I know what I'm capable of. I just need to show it.
Awesome. Superman, thank you so much for the interview. Congratulations on the win. Congratulations on playoffs for Evil Geniuses. And we got a lot more to go today.
Hey,
more games to come.
Nice.
It is going to be MIBR
we'll be
versus
back in a
NRG
little
coming
bit.
up next. Don't go anywhere.
Banger potential game, or honestly a bit of a stomp. We'll see what happens. Either way, I'm excited because I feel like Verno is going to be crazy pumped up for this one. Okay, be back in a little bit.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
O próximo jogo contra a NRG acho que vai ser um jogo bom, então acho que vai ser mais jogar em time, ter uma boa trade, ter calls boas e que não vai ser difícil.
14-13, corta eles, cortesia!
Pretty big match for us. I think we're now 1-2. We'll have to beat MIBR and Lev. We're definitely gonna come in with all the fire that we can.
Tom 10 HP in a dream.
Eu acho que, sendo sincero, o único ponto forte deles é quando realmente o Mada tá jogando bem, ele tendo um suporte bom ali e ele tá com a Bira em dia, acho que vai ser um único problema.
Just in time, he's able to get that one down. And NRG just trying to flood their way straight back into this one. Mada!
I don't think Verno's playing up to his potential, only because I've played with him and I know how good he really is.
Oh, the question is, does Mitch clear it? The answer is no.
It'll probably be against us, where he steps it up, so it'll be a fun game to play against him.
Welcome back, one and all, to VCT Americas and our final match of Week 4. And this one has it all, folks. It's got history, stakes, drama, revenge, Canadians, reclining. It's NRG versus MIBR. Oh boy, it's going to be a good one. I'm Golden Boy. You got Dryad and Vansili here as we break it all down. And you heard Riv in our Verizon post-match interview just a little while ago mention Evil Geniuses locking in their spot for playoffs. Let's take a look at the standings right now because Dryad...
Oh, we get to see them after all.
Yeah, that's right. You get to see the standings there. Dryad, you famously told Potter that you did not pick Evil Geniuses, and now you have to reckon with your mistakes. How does that make you feel?
I told her I believed in them today because
yeah, but then we saw the
needed to win.
predictions. You didn't.
Yes, but
That's
okay.
like-
Predictions was beginning of the week. Okay, it was
that's
beginning
true.
of the
That's
week.
true. It's
I
Kurt's
didn't
fault.
have the chance to change
Yeah.
it. I told Potter, and that's what really matters. I just posted some things.
You know
so
what?
he knows.
Same thing for me.
And you know what? Same thing for me as well.
It's only today that matters. I believed in EG.
All right, well, look, guys, if there's one thing, though, that we have to do is we have to thank the script writers because they gave us everything you could possibly ask for here, people. We got a storyline on top of a storyline. It's the Verno revenge match. Dun, dun, dun. But more importantly, so much has happened, Dryad, since Verno's exit from NRG. He's now here on MIBR. He's been thriving. He's been shining. We've been gifted a storyline.
It's so good. And of course, we had to have this as the last match of the week because Verno, this has been the whole topic of conversation since the beginning of stage 1. When NRG make those changes, they kick Verno out. FNS on that podcast for NRG mentions, yeah, I'm not really a fan of making changes like this one, but this one wasn't necessary. One, communication was not working out. The team simply was not working out with Verno. And guess what? Verno goes to MIBR and he looks better than ever.
There should be no communication there either because Spanish and Portuguese doesn't really go well together, and they're looking pretty good.
Not
So
for my guy, he's a human Google Translate.
But that's what we're talking about. You're seeing that on the side of MIBR. There was another storyline on that side where like, oh, well, it's Icebox being able to play with Noswer, everything's going to go well. And then Noswer somehow left the roster and he needed to find somebody else to bring in Verno. Everybody's scratching their heads around that. But Fraud also mentioned, during kickoff, when he picked him up during split 1, rather, he was like, dude, there is a problem with not picking up Verno, and there's a problem to keep him on the bench. I need him in my team. Puts him in there, and MIBR continues to look very good as they're second in their group and had a great fight to almost make it into the first place against G2.
Yeah, which is what a story that this kid has had this season alone. But let's actually check in on how Verno is feeling today as we get ready for the matchup. We got Riv standing by.
Verno, great to have you for a moment before the game today. How are you feeling? What do you think is giving MIBR the upper hand as you go against NRG today?
I think we just have better players, and we have a good plan, good chemistry.
Do you think there's any extra read from coming from NRG? You know what they're going to do, or is it just MIBR's game plan?
Honestly, I'm not really thinking of them, what they're going to do too much. I just care about what we do, because if we play our game, we play well, we'll win, no matter what. So, I mean, in vetoes, I knew what they were going to do in vetoes, but I don't really know what they're going to do in the game because of that.
All right, thanks for the insight. Good luck in the game.
Ooh, spicy, spicy.
Yeah, look at that Verno. I don't know, could you qualify it as talking some trash? Mayhaps. Dryad? What do you think?
I love it. I love it. And he's been saying it not only now, but he's been saying it in some match point interviews where he's constantly saying, oh, we have really good players. By the way, my team is really good. We have really good players. So he's saying that constantly. Now he says it again. We have better players. So
Yeah. Makes sense.
We'll
you got
see.
Icebox.
Yeah.
You got great rookie players. I mean, look at them.
They got
They do technically on paper right now fine. 2025 split one. They have better players.
Yeah, no, and this team is nasty. Now, of course, MIBR coming off of a hard-fought victory over C9, another team that has been seeing a massive upswing in this season. But it goes to show you, Vansili, just the endurance that this MIBR team has been able to build up in a short time with all these moving pieces coming into it. It's been so impressive.
Exactly. You went from a learning experience and dropping in kickoff and then coming back of seeing a resurgence of MIBR, that the rookies are actually just as, for example, Tex mentioned before, playing as if they're veterans. So overall, in such a short span to be able to get these type of results, it allows for you to have such good matches against some very tough opponents.
It was a really good matchup for sure against Cloud9, one of the best ones that we've had. But something that we need to mention is that MIBR, to be fair, they were struggling to close that second and third map. They had a 9-3 lead, and they were scrapping,
Didn't get the curse.
bringing anything that they could to close it out. One goes all the way to OT, the other one is closed 13-11, and that way they close out the series. But that's something that they're going to need to work on today.
Yeah, for sure. But here's some good news for MIBR fans out there. Look, winning the game, winning the match, oh, that's great. We love winning the match. But all they got to do is win a map. They just win one map, and they're qualified for the playoffs, Vansili, which is probably like the most low pressure. I mean, it's high pressure, obviously, because you got to perform. Yeah. You just got to win a map.
I mean, if you're thinking out of recency bias to try to win one map of NRG, technically it should be quite easy, right? Because of NRG's matchup against G2 last week didn't look too good.
You got the playbook.
Exactly. You got the playbook, you saw it all, and even when Vernon was talking to Rivington in that interview, it was like, hey, well, I knew where the vetoes were going. So they already know potentially what NRG is going to try to approach the game with, what maps they want to play, and where they could beat them on, and what weaknesses they could find on those maps.
One thing, though, you cannot underestimate NRG. We always remember them historically, for FNS specifically, having slow starts. And I know we always bring it up, but it's always true. And I feel like it would be so fitting for them to turn it around this 100%. Map and win this match.
Also, we've been seeing a lot of trap games.
Yeah.
There have been a lot of those happening.
Yeah.
We literally just had one.
We just had
exactly.
Like, honestly, and what we mean by trap game, it's like, you see a team, you're like, oh yeah, they're obviously going to win because statistically they're doing better, but then out of nowhere, gotcha. You get trapped, and then you lose the game.
We've gone from kickoff until now week number 4, and then we're still saying, well, NRG could still have what it takes. It's on paper. They could still. I'm sounding like a broken record every week.
Any second now.
And let's say they get the win versus MIBR today. Hey, told you. Told you.
You know what though? There are some changes, big changes coming in for MIBR, by the way, because we got some news on Cortezia that might shatter the ecosystem of facial hair aficionados. But of course, we have to know whether or not the stash and the turtleneck actually was the difference here, because my guy was channeling his inner Icebox to Triad and apparently popped off when he played last.
He did, and he played amazing. And Cortezia is the only player right now that is playing the Sentinel role, that is lurking and finding timings as much as he constantly, every single round. And it seems like at some point that is going to get countered by other teams, but he's been fine because, okay, there's a plan around how we're going to shut down Cortezia. And it seems like it doesn't matter. Okay, let's send 2 players in. Both of them get eliminated.
He has his mask on. He has a mask on.
Wait, why are we?
Okay, might be feeling a little sicky. Might be feeling a little sicky. But that's fine. It's okay. But I heard,
that's why, right?
I heard that. Yeah, I heard there was no mustache underneath there.
Really?
And it is perplexing.
That changes everything.
Changes the game.
So now wait, we have ball buff, turtleneck buff, and now mustache buff.
Well, actually, mustache nerf if you remove it.
But buff if it stayed on.
Yeah.
I was still kind of right.
Like Sideshow. Damn, how does that explain Sideshow? Why is he so bad? In any case, though, NRG now, of course, has to be worried about Cortezia and this MIBR roster because they are at risk of missing playoffs as we've been breaking down the playoff picture for all these teams. Here is how it shakes out. And given what we saw from Leviathan in this weekend, this is a tough one. So NRG, they got to really find themselves here today, Dry, you don't have a lot of time to do it.
Well, I think this is the hardest match they have. I think for Lev, I actually see them pretty close.
They can do it, but Lev was looking pretty solid.
Lev has been stepping it up week after week. They look amazing on the match that we got to see from them. But again, I think NRG, if they're about to win a match when nobody expecting it, it has to be this MIBR. I do think it's winnable. It's not easy, but it's winnable.
And I like that we're seeing shots of Mata here too, because when they got thrashed last week by G2, he tweeted out, you know what? It's just an off day for me. everybody's still bad. Lol.
Yes,
we're going to be able to win
you
this
did.
still. So I love that he still exudes that confidence outside of that loss and is going to continue to bring that into this game. So it doesn't matter. Again, I think he has the same mentality as he did back with Shopify MXS back in Tier 2. It doesn't matter which duelist, which team he plays against. He knows he will perform. And hopefully that's going to be today where we might see a nice little battle between him and Icebox.
Yeah, and hey, man, I'm all about that there. But it's not just us who has thoughts on NRG. As a matter of fact, we actually had an opportunity to catch up with Leaf to get his thoughts on this NRG lineup. You know Leaf from G2. Leaf? My guy did not mince words. Check it out. Yeah.
That was like the freest game I've ever played. I don't know what they're doing, to be honest.
That was it. Him saying it was the freest game. And look, NRG unfortunately got rolled by G2.
Yes.
What happened, Vincent? What went wrong in that game for them?
I mean, you're playing against G2. G2 always has a great plan going up against it. When you're looking at the duels, everything was going in favor of G2 as well. Again, I feel like it's an off day not only on skills, but it's also just on the strategy.
It was a little bit of an off day as well for someone Mata who have been the pieces stepping it up for the setup energy, making it winnable, making it competitive. If they're having a good game today, I think there's a good chance. Again, I'm talking so much about energy. Don't look at the predictions, but I do think they can make it happen.
Do we have time to fly to predictions?
No.
Real quick, I see 45 seconds. Let's play real quick.
We got plenty of time to throw that one up there just to put Dan on the spot again. Oh, man, look, I'm with you guys. I think that there's definitely... oh, wait a minute. I was filling time waiting for it to happen, and my team doesn't let me down.
These guarantees are not looking good
We're
so
in
far.
the VCT America's guarantee,
no one
the
went for
Blackjack
NRG?
guarantee. This is dangerous.
I was not in any of them.
Oh, you see, just you gotta stay true to it. You gotta stand on business. You know what I'm saying?
Never been wrong.
Never been wrong. See.
Ivy, yeah.
All right, guys. Well, I think we're all excited for
Let's
this
wait for
matchup. The
in
time
between.
for talk is
We'll do it
over.
after
Let's
next
get
map,
the
I
show
think.
on the road and bring out your two teams.
People like a walkout.
And let's bring them out. Of course, you got both teams making their way out together. It's NRG and MIBR.
Big game coming up for sure, but especially for energy. I mean, MIBR, it's pretty much looking at all the scenarios and possible scenarios. MIBR pretty much has it locked going through, but
they just need to win a map.
Exactly. And again, going against energy, it's very, very doable with the results that we've seen previously of energy. But you've mentioned her, Dan, slow starts coming out from the side of energy. I like to say ever since Mike's joined, yes, maybe it was a slow start versus G2, but the first time he showed up as a head coach, they looked actually not bad.
Yeah, I mean, for NRG, they've had some great moments, and again, we talked about Salmon, Mata, and what they've been able to do with very different roles, right? Salmon, the controller, as always, one of the best that we have, and then Mata constantly dropping 30, dropping more than 25 in so many maps, going and running it down with the Neon, but sometimes it just doesn't seem to be enough. Is today going to be different? I mean, they need to get this win.
This is critical for NRG. They know it. You see it on Sam's face there as things are getting ready, listening to one another and what the game plan is going to be here, right? You got so much experience on that NRG team to take you over the finish line. But on the other side, I always talk about Coach Fraud, a legendary esports player in his own right, but more importantly, a championship winning coach who has the tools necessary. Previous seasons wasn't necessarily the case for MIBR. This is it, Van Silly, and they look strong.
I agree. Fraud was basically a champion before. A lot of people in the crowd weren't even born yet.
That's true.
So when it comes down to the experience throughout the years of understanding tactical FPS and understanding how they can work the map on default, exactly. Now you add the abilities on top of that. I mean, it's just so easy for Fraud to get cooking with this team.
And he's got the tools to do so. I mean, you literally have the greatest export out of Brazil, Icebox, on your lineup. Without a doubt, you could have asked for a better mix-up of players here. But Dryad,
just straight up better.
Are you feeling like this? Wait, this match is gone! Oh!
And the turtleneck.
And actually, no, the turtleneck. He's got a little turtleneck thing, Jacob, going on over there. Time to see if facial hair is the difference or not.
Because definitely it wouldn't be the turtleneck.
Because it would have been. I mean, Icebox has proven the turtleneck is actually kind of goated. So
I think it varies from player to players. You know.
Okay.
Icebox is going to be a natural one.
Do you think you could pop off with a turtleneck on?
I definitely can't pop off with the mustache because I can't grow one.
You had a beard when I came back today. What are you
NRG pick
All right,
Haven.
here's the series leg. Haven, Icebox, and
MIBR
if
pick
necessary,
Icebox
Dryad
and got
will be taking a
Pearl
trip
left.
over to Pearl.
I'm really interested in this Haven map because we haven't seen it for
NRG,
NRG since
second
kickoff
ban
when they played
Lotus
it against
as
KRU
well.
and lost 13-10. And also, when that was happening, Verno was still part of the team. Mata was
Haven,
dropping 30
pretty
kills,
good
as
for
we
calling.
just mentioned. So I'm wondering if there are any
Icebox,
changes.
pretty much
and
aim
if things
jaws.
remain about the same, how much info does Verno have on the other side?
Yeah, if anything, there is a lot of tape though for MIBR on this map for Haven because you mentioned it. It's games that went to distance, 13-11, 11-13, depending on who they play against with. So they got a lot of things that they could work on for the side of NRG that they could counter against the side of MIBR. And even when you mentioned
double
on the
jets.
side against Cloud9 last
Like
week,
a 2020
last week, they almost had a chance for Cloud9
It's
to
looking
close
like a
this out or even
2021
at least push
Haven.
it into overtime.
What
You
we
needed
got?
players like Icebox to just
Oh, we
step
got a
up and
Euro
try to
in
get a
here.
2K towards the end to secure
the
that
Euro
win here
jet.
for this side of MIBR.
It's completely different. They're playing a double duelist here. Ethan going on the Euro, Matt is
Do they
going on
like
the Jets.
this
Before
comp?
we just talked about how Mata was playing the Neon instead. So something completely new where the initiator that you have that swap between
Nice
Verno
comp.
and Brog is going to be with the solo.
Standard compositions there for MIBR. Nothing too crazy, but very curious to see that Mata versus Ospas matchup.
Let's
and how that plays out on those
let's see
opening
how
duels, right, man?
Definitely going to be a good
they
one.
want to
And Ospas
hold
playing
A
over
on
the Jet
defense.
instead of a Whaley because he mentioned
In theory,
again
they
with the
can't do it.
podcast, he doesn't like that agent yet, so he's going to stick to it. He's tried and true.
Well, let's send this one over to your casters to get the show on the road. You got two guys who happen to be a big fan of pie. Wink, wink. It's Uber and Wyatt.
Oh,
what is that?
Is that a euphemism or like are we actually going to get a pie game today? Why is he
Surely
winking?
not.
Why are you?
Surely no
if
one's
we're
going
actually
to
just
pie
going to
at
eat pie,
at
don't.
a pivotal moment like this.
Yeah.
That would never happen.
No. Well, I mean, it is an NRG game. By the way, I mean, walk with me down this garden path, right? Verno is kicked from NRG for, checks notes, communication issues.
Right.
Goes and joins a full Brazilian lineup and then finds great success. Then comes alive, almost enhances this team from what we saw from them at the start of stage one. Okay?
And by the way, they've had raving reviews of his communication. And the
Yeah,
energy
and they've
that
even said that he
brings to
calls
the
a couple
team.
of rounds.
No, it's like he's Mahatma Gandhi out
Madness,
there.
man. Madness. It's going to
Okay,
be
NRG
a
on
thrill to see him go
defense,
up against a
MIBR
squad
on
that
attack.
He looks so promising with
And
the
NRG, in
offseason that
theory,
NRG
this
had
comp
with
can't
Bruno, and then the
defend
failures
this.
during kickoff.
Like,
Now
they can't
on
really go
MIBR
close
looks like
here.
one
No
of
matter
the
what, there's
best
always going to be
in
some kind
Americas.
of
Still haven't
pressure
qualified for
over
playoffs
towards
yet,
A's
Wyatt.
that
That
Palmer
is
going to have to
why
keep
they're
too.
here. Already, Aspas has got deep into war. Look at FNS is not ready for it. Sheer
Yeah,
pace enough to rip
the trade's
skin
kind of worth though, because he
off your bones.
had raid boss, he had
Mana
regen
does
armor.
expect this action.
Does not feel comfortable taking that fight just yet. Wants to regroup with the rest of the team. Rock does have a recon to throw.
Line is good. They got the camera on here. They can't full play down long because they're still against an Omen.
As well, though, currently he's just in position for the flank.
Ethan doesn't have a TP to get over this.
Trapwire and Ethan's way in this.
No
No way
teleport.
around this. Listen, those old knees, Ethan, won't get you there. Has to clear it.
What an
Cortazar
important
knows
duel
there's a
this one
timer.
is.
Jeez, this is the last player I want to be running into with a pistol round. I'm not going to
Whoa,
lie, but
nice
he's
shot.
sharp with it. Mata's eating low as well. Mata's able to emerge here from garage
Nice
and
shot.
finds his third of the round. Verno tucked. Old Nemesis is approaching him. He can sense it. Has
Oh,
to win the
imagine
fight
it.
here against someone. He does. Ethan will bring him to heel.
Imagine it. First
Grizzled
round,
veteran
3
has
bullets left. It would have been
important couple
crazy.
kills in that round. I'm gonna tell you, we're going
Nice
to
shots
need
from
a
NRG,
lot
especially
more
Ethan on the
of
flank.
that kind of stuff from Ethan as this series progresses, but specifically when he's playing the Yoru right now on Haven. NRG picking into this map, I thought they were going to surely just go back to Mata on the Neon. Last time they played Haven, when he was on that role, he dropped a cool 30 bomb against KRU.
Nice
where they
round.
opted into the double
The duelists
duelist.
are on point.
Ethan,
Let's go.
he's been on point so far, but previously, the other games on Yoru in this stage 1, he's ranking
I do
quite low in the hierarchy of Yorus.
want to see a little bit of pressure. Or okay, I would honestly be fine with this, I guess. Cypher pressure every single time. They should know that there's 2 here every
So we couldn't limbo
single
none of that trapwire, you're saying?
every single
bit,
time.
okay.
Recon goes in. I
MIBR
think they can
not
let
more
him get
successful
away with
pistol, yes,
freebies, but
as
obviously it's
FNS
just an
pointed out.
eco.
The
Got a
duels
sheriff
of
on
NRG, the
Aspas,
ones
that's pretty
that
much it.
Have the impact on the kill feed. It's Mana here for first contact in a decent spot for it. A little bit wayward, maladroit shots, but Som is there to back him up. The high-low swing, it's more than MIBR were prepared to deal with. And FNS was tucked there anyway.
MIBR won that go for this quick pivot through Garage, but NRG are more than prepared if their intentions of going into this C site are acted upon. The defenders are already set up with the crossfires.
Honestly, with the util, it's a fault line that doesn't connect with Marta, though, is able to take the fight out in the open. Backs up here because Brock and Som at the second wave. Down to young Verno. Som cleans him up very nicely. Now to control.
Armory buy.
It's a great start on a map we've not seen from them
gun.
here in stage 1 at all.
Yeah, it's a good start.
Okay, they were able, I think, to recover all the intended weapons. There was a lot of shuffling there from NRG for a second, and I thought they were accidentally just going to keep the Stinger, but they got all of the best weapons out of what was a very clean round. They understood that MIBR were eventually going to execute into that C split. They shut it down. They already had 3 players rotated back site, so as clean of a start as you could really ask for the NRG team, who are in desperate need of a win.
It's a very nice bonus. So we can see everyone could get one shot from an Outlaw, don't want to do it. And I like this from NRG. They know their weakness is A, and not being able to A default, so they decide to burst big buy round, go 4-person over towards A, and make them feel like they can hold A. Makes a lot of sense.
Does he have intentions of sticking around? He does, because that dark cover was placed in addition to...
And MIBR fast buy round trying to exploit the weakness, so it's nice from NRG. Good plan.
C-Long control that finesse as well. This has got MIBR in a tough position as we enter the mid-round.
Another great start for Som, coming into this game with the highest ACS of any controller player in Americas. A shining light for this NRG star for so many of these games. Remember, they're not out of the contention for playoffs either. It's just a much rockier climb for them.
Cypher, yeah. It's a weird one for Kodzia. He calls his team back, it looks like.
He's got the cam watching in towards the site, just peeking back and forth, making sure that
yeah, he calls his team back on this one. Do they consider that he's pushed down here?
Time for the lead here to step
At least Icebox did.
That's all he needed.
I know,
he only needed one. I got scared, but he got it. He got it.
We're not reliving that fracture moment there at Tree. That's fine. Okay, might be. I get the spike down here. NRG. Again, distributed north and south here, 2 and 2. Shannon's able to catch Som
nice
out. That's a
gets
huge
out of there
pick
as
here
well.
for
Has
this
Trip to play
retake
off
scenario.
of.
Harder now for NRG to break their way in. Got a bit of this util. Brock still carrying most of those abilities.
It does have that recon going to go through with the flash.
Big flash. Cortese had no chance for a spot on now. MIBR
Oh, they're tucked into this one. And this is super late from Mada.
I think he was heard. Mada gets an easy one.
Really nice from NRG on this. Everything was very well played.
Nicely done from NRG. Methodical. Could have been interrupted there as FNS only went 1 for 1. But a nice completion. 3 Vandals maintained.
That was nicely done from Mada, just adding a few additional seconds of wait time to that reflank into C-Long.
NRG are back. This is a nice round. Game plan made sense. We're going aggro over towards A. Might see it on the next buy round as well with the 4. We'll see.
That peak that we had just seen, but not enough. Bonus round converted for NRG, up 3-0.
FNS showing a lot of confidence as well when the A defaulted. He pushes down long. See?
Exactly the kind of start that you're looking for. There's some really fun old rivalries in this game as well. As Brock and Verno were the standout initiator players in challenges coming into this year. And often rivals in that sort of MXS Oxygen matchup we got to see play out a fair bit. These guys know each other quite well.
They've gone back and forth plenty of times over the past couple of
Lovely
years.
little bait, double B setup. Looks like they got good reads at the moment as well.
Contact and going to dash away, and when the rest of MIBR go in, they will never expect Som to be top left.
And that's Link smoked out behind NRG, and it looks like Brock has walked in past it. Although Garage a little lightly held here. No chance for FNS to play off this trap wire whatsoever, so that's going to be clear.
Yeah, FNS is getting tested again.
We do have a light on the spike cam, and FNS
Leaves
wants to
site,
this
full
position,
retake, fast clear at Garage.
MIBR might be long gone.
What guns have they got? Hero gun for Aspas?
Oh my god, awkward fight being taken, but
not the normal taps that we see.
Full retake quite easy. Ethan is going to be on the flank as well. There's no trip to cover it. Cortesia is down.
And there's a boatload of util to play with
looking
here.
a little bit like the pistol round with Ethan coming
galore.
from behind as well.
Some really can cover this side with this control.
Yeah, they're going to clear Garage together, and they still have... Wait, I thought Brock had recon. Oh, no. FNS is spamming through smoke.
Love that from FNS. He has a crack from backside.
FNS is just spamming everyone through smoke.
even through that dark cover. Takes a step out, eventually will fall.
Fair
But
play.
honestly, pretty clean behind the ears of
Spam on
NRG
spam
so
for
far.
FNS double
That's
kill.
MIBR down to a half buy. But 4 rounds in the pocket.
Big buy
on
round.
defense
Ethan has
here on
his ult.
Haven.
Verno has
It's
his
a
ult.
dream start.
That was patient, calculated, lovely stuff from NRG here early on. Their economy beginning to build even further. I mean, at this point, they can't even build much more. They're damn near on cap. And so now, at any point in the game,
Yeah, I
too,
thought the first one
MIBR
was spam. I actually saw him above.
What? I see him CT spawn looking.
I don't think he's had any libations just yet. Probably saving that for after the win.
I don't think that's his style at all.
He doesn't really seem like a... He doesn't seem like the player that I'd find at the club, honestly.
Yeah, I know. And that happens off camera, so we don't see those kills come in from FNS, but he's able to peek into backside and find 2. So it might just be that Icebox is a little bit slow on the uptake there. He's probably holding a Sheriff in around like that. Maybe a Guardian. FNS being able to peer in and get a bit of an ego boost there, able to find those 2 kills. It's a 4-0 game so far. And honestly, NRG have been pretty slow, right? They have their double stack on their high ground inside the B site, able to fold off and play a full retake on C with really limited issues. They didn't
Lev
feel
EG.
the need to get overzealous about
Lev EG and
controlling the
NRG
garage
finally
space. They
locked
weren't
in
taking
this
early
week.
fights
Yeah,
against
maybe.
this, you know,
Very
really
early
buy
still.
with pistols and
I would
stingers
relax
mixed
a
in.
little bit, but
Honestly,
it's a
just
good
pretty
start.
textbook.
At some point here, MIBR are going to have to be concerned that NRG could bring an AWP into the mix at any given point. They have more than enough money to do it. Actually, right now, they're bringing in Odin in the hands of Brock. This is one of the maps where you can fall victim to some obnoxious spam angles when you're on attack. You're trying to get into sewer.
Okay, big ult off for this round as well.
Garage. But NRG, yeah, regardless, yeah, NRG, they've done a fantastic job controlling the map with this Yoru. Ethan has been pushing up for free on A multiple times. He's going to do it again at the opening of this round. And it's allowing NRG to stack up towards C. Basically 4 players in the vicinity if this hit comes in.
A good bait, though.
To clear the stealth drone there.
A really good bait. Dude, NRG have insanely good reads at the moment. We had fast buy rounds. They did the 4A. They then stacked 3 passing over towards B with a bait setup for the round after. And then they stacked 3 on C. It's actually 3 for 3 that they've had the right reads.
By the way, Ethan just got his second gate crash, thrown all the way back into A site now, and the rest of NRG, they are just still
They baited
stacked
too
up
hard though.
exactly
They did kind
where
of similar over
MIBR
towards B where they're
are
like,
at. They have no reason to
they
adjust
held
their
it too
position.
strong that they ended up
Feels like they've
pivoting.
had advanced notice on all of this so far this game. Passive angle in for FNS, but a Cloudburst is going to allow MIBR to cross to the site. Ethan, though, he sees it all. Fights for disruption here. Maybe emerge at the back of the site from that dimensional drift now. He appears at Icebox.
Big flash.
Just ceases to exist. Clone out here.
Damn, Ethan's playing great.
Clone and flashed as a result. What are we watching here? NRG came to play, folks, and Verno
fighting back.
Has to against his old team, but it's going to be a tough climb from here. On the side they are. Artisan's able to find Brock. It is the Bladestorm that claims the breach, and now it's up to Verno. 1 versus 2. Dealing with
he
the
didn't
Jet,
think
he's
he'd be
got himself
close.
1 and some util, perhaps. Som knows he's got to lead the spike.
Does get it to half at the very least.
And there's still time. Som can get this done. He goes for a full stick.
Damn,
Verno
bro.
knows it.
This is an insane round from Verno.
Gets the old team. And you can't tell me that didn't feel good.
No better way for MIBR
Couldn't
to
get the
on
pistol,
board.
but this one was
clutch
lovely
that
from
out
him.
after Ethan did all
His
of
ult
this
was
little
really
work,
nice as well. Just gave himself the
collecting all of that
smallest gap.
information after controlling
Might have thought he was
A
like
long
far
for
back
first
beyond
half
it.
of that round, allowing NRG to be stacked up at the right sites. Comes in, collects 2, and it's not
It's really, really smart ult.
enough. What a clutch to get MIBR rolling.
Such a subdued celebration there for Verno. He's got to know that there's
I
a
mean,
heck of a lot more
yeah,
of
he's
those
got to know
moments
that they've got a lot to do still.
Already a bit of a deficit to make up on this attack side for MIBR. Okay, we're running headlong into each other now.
Dude, the jet off was crazy there. They both had the same idea. Some has no idea. Oh my goodness.
Double up for 2. Verno always seems to be there. The Wyatt always
Shot.
seems to be present.
Oh, he looks incredible right now.
Jeez, Brock has had to push quickly onto the side. He doesn't want to get caught outside of it, but that cyber cage is going to come down, and he'll have to deliver. Creeping up, 2 players. Good,
Ooh.
and it's caught Tezea getting into the game.
Damn, back-to-back insane
Once
rounds
again,
from Verno.
Is this man leaning the way for his new team?
He knew he was about to get lit up by that neural theft and just stood ready to take that duel as soon as the dark cover dropped. Serious confidence
Oof,
exuding
that first kill's nuts as well.
from Verno at the moment. Stepping up back to back.
Dude, look at the rest of the scores.
4K into 3K.
Did I see a 2 is the highest fragger near him? Oh my god, he's 11. 2, 2, 1, 1.
And buying. It's still such an uphill climb for MIBR. They've gotten up those first steps.
Cortazea with his first kill of the map. Up until this point, actually beating out Icebox in terms of ACS on this team. Had a quieter game in comparison so far. Here's a rolling thunder.
Breach, oh, doesn't clear the corner. Ash over it. Icebox didn't clear the corner, but yeah, backup is that. They deal with 1 kill trip, but there's the second. Wow, they broke that fast.
MIBR is set up and he does not find purchase.
Oh, had a chance for the trip going off, but the player wasn't illuminated just yet. 3 on 4 NRG with
The Cypher enough diff, yeah, it actually was.
He could try to
It's rare that you see it pay, like actually make a difference. Damn, they just go for the save as well. Money gets even better.
Just draining on that economy. The
Really nice for the money early on.
4-0 initially in this game. Now it looks like they'd rather let things go. On the horizon as well. Yeah, another
The Cypher enough, just from ages ago, where it takes like 0.5 feet to light up, I guess.
Either. He popped off.
They're going to have an opportunity now, MIBR, to really get the snowball going. If they can get an orb into his hands on this next round, Mata just wants to deal some damage. He does have a fair amount of money still. I mean, I think honestly NRG had enough cash that they could have tried to prod at that a little bit, but they're going to play it quite safe in this instance.
Good tuck here for Ethan.
Yeah, just couldn't get out in time. That was a fast trade from Artzin, the IGL for MIBR.
Did he have a gate crash set up there?
Yeah, he did. He was trying to get out. Yeah, it just didn't.
Yeah, could have been a
teleport off in time. He was mid-air hitting the button, but just wasn't out in time.
This goes here.
I mean, everyone's got good money.
Such a round. Still, Rolling Thunder gets MIBR what they were looking for. And like I said, they're about to cycle into another Initiator Ultimate because Verno is 12-4.
Yeah, I like this from MIBR though. They create good pressure, they know. Again, it's going to keep 2 people here as we can see 3 people. And then fast hit over towards B. Oops.
Wow, I mean, Icebox, he tried to go in fast. He wanted to get the dash up.
Camera is so high and it's just spotting them all right now. They still haven't seen the camera. FNS is just watching them all.
Inside his own smoke now chooses to emerge, but they were waiting for him. Mata though, sharp as attack. Was able to deal with both Artazine and Icebox. We still have the issue though of the defuse that has to occur. 3 up here for MIBR. And Verno is ranging far and wide. He's found Ethan. And now can shore things up, keeping an eye on B from mid. Shenum's anchored here. And he's had a slow start too, but that was so crucial.
Now it's all on Mata. Time has dwindled significantly.
He has to ace.
He's making sound. He knows that he has
save.
no chance but to save the weapon. Shenum is
another one as well. They might be able to take this. Looks like they're going for the hunt. They had him early.
1 versus 2. Finding both kills in lovely fashion. MIBR had gotten right back into
small
the game,
little
putting
detail.
in an uncomfortable position. Mata trying to dodge the salvos. Okay.
Did they take him down?
He will barely survive.
Okay.
And just like that, the game is even. 4 rounds in a row
what I was
going to
say is nice from Verno as well. Like we've seen the double flank from Ethan. And so he's on top of that as well here.
To confer, get your boy Mike's in their ears. The last couple of rounds we've seen MIBR maintain that same meticulousness early in these rounds. And his openers have been pretty superb.
At that time, they just sent that early util A and slammed B. They just had a great post-plant setup, and you really have to give credit to Shannon backside, who has been silent up until that moment, but that 2-piece was lovely. The second kill onto Finesse, just skating around. Backside gong, just little sidestep to the right, swings back in for that
couple in a row.
Second duel. That was well played.
I'm up for NRG.
As we get out of the timeout here, I'm still looking to see if at some point NRG are going to try to bring in the op. It hasn't happened yet. And that is something that I feel they could get a lot of value with this comp. It's sort of akin to what we've been seeing Cloud9 do with the op on Pearl when they've been running that Jet Yoru, how you can control the map so easily with one of your duelists having that weapon stacking up elsewhere. And to be fair, they've been getting away with it a bit because Ethan has been able to get free space in A long on the majority of these rounds, but you can really further extend that when you have the operator, and they've had good enough cash.
Well, they got the killer combo. So they can definitely leave a site and retake it if they want to. Looks like they might.
Ultimates.
We're going to opt for
NRG
both
going to
sides
putting
to
emphasis
retake.
On those. Ethan has the dimensional
Brock's in the
drift.
position to
Brock has
insta-use his
Hunter's
ult.
Fury. I'm expecting to see a Yoru running around, pinging players on the ground, and then
Yeah,
the lasers
so
being
if
shot
this
up
was
by
no
the
vision
Sova.
block,
Yeah, the classic
and he
one,
spotted a couple, he was
Last
just
time we saw
gonna
Ethan with the dimensional
straight up
drift,
ult.
he was on the B side. Went gong, popped out, got a kill instantly. So he's more than happy to get active. This time, of course, he'll be tucked close A, take first contact, look to try and gate crash out, gets the kill!
Very
That
nice.
is exactly perfect. That's what you're looking
Yeah,
for
the
from
two
you,
jaws
Yoru,
from
in those
NRG
early
are playing good,
defensive
though.
exchanges. He also had regen shield, so that's back to 25, and Mata does the same. The duelists are getting busy.
They've both just been taking advantage of the fact that they have the get out of jail free cards, playing in off angles, taking those early duels, willing to engage with the enemies and knowing that they can escape. It's just exactly what they want to do with
Yeah,
this
and like we
comp.
said, they got the
They're
ult for
doing
this
on a
one.
day where Ethan is starting off hot in the
Considering
server. That is
the
crucially
money, I
important.
think you got to start using some of these
Here's that Hunter's
ults.
Fury now. Brock just want to make it impossible for
Very
MIBR to have a
nice.
plan. Look at this! MIBR have taken 3 kills and just playing away from any opportunity to trade. Not one of those kills is tradable.
Out of the timeout, Mike really gave them the win your 1v1 strat.
30
Great
seconds
call,
left.
great call by the coach. It worked.
I mean, in
both
fairness,
of them winning their duels. Ethan and Mata now just closing the vice grip on MIBR, who really have no hope of getting this spike down.
On cooldown.
they've been just picked apart this round, and they've barely seen where their assailants are.
Yeah. NRG, they'll allow them to get the spike down and then simply kill everyone after. Well, okay, hold on. I was heavy sweating for a
Yeah,
second. but
he almost
no,
got a
that's
third on
okay.
that as
We'll
well.
give you a
Actually
nice
got a little bit close.
consolation gift, and then we will clean you up
Very
with these.
patient
And
for
we've seen this composition
NRG.
pop up not only on
Insanely
this map,
patient.
but also on Pearl, right? Cloud9 are also running that Jet Yoru style. Again, on defense, you take your peak,
So
safely
like the
get
Jet
off the
Yoru,
angle,
the
ideally
ISO
take a
Yoru,
kill
I
with you.
much
Really
prefer
safe
the
way for
ISO
NRG to
Yoru.
play pretty far
The
forward at the
Jet
start of these rounds
Yoru,
without being
Jet
punished.
Yoru isn't really good, to be honest.
It's all about the timing of that gate crash, though. Maybe you feel like MIBR could start trying to play around the timing of that expiring. It's only, what, 30 seconds?
Oh my god, bro. I'm nice right now.
15 and 3?
Yep, 15 and 3.
I mean, the Haven just seems to be his map, if we're being honest. That being said, he's had a lot of maps where Mata's looked pretty insane this year. If you're going to give him his just due, Ethan is more than
Same pause again.
to just play forward.
But now it's conditioned. You have to use a piece of util on that spot every other attack round.
NRG have already rotated right there.
Was this tail send?
Yeah, you don't want to play retake on this site.
Contact bust.
Tuned in.
Armor flash only hits one.
It's dangerous to anchor
Armor
against the
flash
armor
back.
Wide. It could be
Ended up
risky.
hitting Mata.
Icebox has already got
Oh
himself in the hell.
no.
Mata's going to have to move here, and he just inches back away from it. So Armageddon doesn't really get any value. Paverno knows a little special delivery in this corner could definitely have stunning impact. And NRG pulling away.
Save.
That triple player stack
Whoa,
looked like it really just
save
got
already.
dismantled by one great flash from Artson and then the dash through the cloudburst from Icebox back site. And the standard stuff to get into the A
Yeah,
site.
I mean they messed up a little bit.
NRG
It's like
seems
they
to
committed and then
blinded
some
up,
did the
forced out
flash.
maybe by the fault line.
So
Love to see on
Mata
the-
ended
I
up
mean,
getting
replay, but
flashed
it
as
was
well.
Nothing out of the ordinary.
Because only this person got hit by the
This is what it's like
flash.
to play on the A side as a
And then
defender.
Mata
If
ended
you
up getting
can't get
team
ahead of the
flashed.
plant,
They ended up
you
getting
get
both of
forced out
them
of
and
the
flashed
side
too.
by Armageddon in this case, and also being down by 2 players. It's a 3-gun save, more often than not. Nicely hit there for MIBR, and again, we're looking for that little bit of pace from them at the start of the round to get an edge.
Yeah, I think they're finding a lot of success. Just straight up
Retaking is a
accelerating and
possible
hitting
hit. The
sites, trying to
3v5,
re-clear
I mean,
things
yeah.
in the mid-round and play too
The
slowly,
safe goes
compacting
fine.
around the map into a double
Just
duelist
trying to hold
when your
sight.
only tool for
And
reconnaissance is the
this is
stealth
just
zone.
a big
That's
win
just
for
not enough.
MIBR because they
Yeah,
just
it's the
made A
salvos
pressure
into
feel
the
like
flash. Yeah, salvos into the
incredibly
flash,
strong.
dash,
So
out the cloudburst.
now
Standard
all
stuff
they
to
need
get
to do
into
is
A.
like fake a
NRG
small bit of
caught
A
off by it,
pressure,
even though they had the read. They
like
had the
either
right
a
amount of
smoke
players
or a
stacked there to
recon.
try and
Maybe
nullify
even
that
don't
hit.
need to do anything
Simple, but
because
it's not
maybe
necessarily
just
easy,
break
not
the
against
recon.
A team like NRG who've
Because
turned up today.
they feel weak over towards the
5 defense
sites.
side
They probably
rounds
have to
on the
hold
board.
more people here,
Mata
which means
firing
they
just
should
like
be
his last
weaker
outing on this map
elsewhere.
where he dropped 30.
I must wait a moment.
Was kick off for those keeping track at
Insta
home.
drone, smoke goes in as well. Trying to make it look like a heavy hit, but then they walk double into garage.
They have rotated so fast. They have 3 players
3
back
pass
site.
and back
Got
to
it back,
sight.
pass
Omen
up.
flash doesn't
You get
hit
paranoid
anyone.
Here, Wyatt. It's all about backing the duelist here. Ethan's dimensional drift is going to
What
allow him to
happens
wrap
there?
very, very
Artson
far
has
behind
no
the setup for
flashes.
MIBR. They've got to be aware of it. Icebox now looks for a timing, makes a swing on FNS counts. There's an out drone coming in over the top right now, and Ethan also is starting to pressure from C long. MIBR have to batten the hatches, and Kotoze has gone down. It's a blade storm now being drawn forth from Icebox, but it's only
they just
one
have
for
no
him.
space.
And it's down to Genom. 33 health and a dream. He's got to be ready for a swing on his left, and it comes on in.
Where were the breach flashes? I don't know where he did them early on, but
if they make noise somewhere,
you gotta.
That site, and they are flooding in.
They had nothing to get back a site here.
Juxtaposed to the last round, they all got backside, but this time they actually won out the duels, and it helps too when you have Ethan.
What was the plan there? I mean, they meant to take back a site, but
MIBR in the dimensional drift, getting that flank off way earlier than he typically would be able to.
There were players from MIBR at garage door watching that flank angle, but of course he defeats it entirely by being invisible.
This has been a very straight up, honest half of Valorant.
Okay,
just
you know what?
Hit the sites and run in and defend them.
After that last series, I could use a cleanse. Absolutely banged out by Genom there.
Rare that that's been the case. He's usually been the one finding those first bloods up until that point.
And that plan of get a safe defense side kill and fall back now is starting to crumble here for NRG.
It looks like they want to try and re-clear mid, get some information. Brock gets a one-way to play off of short, and Cortezia takes his time getting down low.
The kill trips might work.
All that information into the tripwire. This is dangerous right now.
Anti-jet trips around for Martazine.
We're really trusting that Omen flash.
Couldn't do anything about it. Marta's low, but FNS is
Speaking of
here.
Omen
He's hit by the
flashes, they
Parador
hit
as
too.
well. Icebox saw everything behind the boxes, but doubles back. Marta on the corner, sees his elbow, and Burner's able to clean him up there with the salvos.
I think, honestly, NRG did pretty good to get 6. I feel like this comp should probably get like 4 on defense here. And now they have a pretty good comp that can spam C hits a lot.
I mean, look at this. It is just two of the best.
Definitely MIBR are going to shut down C.
In America's challengers that have been called up, 2 rookies this year that are topping the board for either side. You have Mata sitting at a cool 16-4.
Obviously, a good actual comeback from MIBR, but
rivals and challengers.
Overall, if you had offered NRG 6 at the beginning of this, they would have taken it.
All right, getting what we asked for from this map, one we haven't seen from NRG for quite some time, but they are giving as good as they get, folks. Stick around. More to come from Haven, our first map of this last series of the week, after the break.
It's for you. Do you like it?
They're just not worse than MIBR's? Oh, for sure.
Come on, let's go.
They should struggle a little bit on attack here, but they could also just have really good fight XX.
Red Bull gives you wings. The new Red Bull Zero is here. 100% wings with monk fruit extract.
Genom a rookie too, yeah. This NRG's pick, it is, yeah. I think NRG is just going for comfort picks. Yes, I think that's a thing also. They've been struggling with the meta ever since kickoff. Why do you think no one's really leaned into Deadlock? There's a couple of teams that are playing it on some maps. It normally has pretty... I mean, it does have pretty high win rate at the moment. It's map dependent though, I feel like. Well, is it? Was EG playing good or KRU playing bad? There's a solid mix of both. I don't think I've seen a game like this where it felt like there was a huge aim diff on the server. Like normally it's like strat stuff and like all of that other stuff, but honestly, I think that no matter what EG kind of ran there, they would have just won.
Showing maybe there's a bit of
purely
acrimony
because of
here in his
Angel.
reunion with some of his former compatriots, but he's been cool, calm, and collected, and he's stood up where, honestly, the normal stalwarts for this MIBR team have been a little quiet.
The entire team was down and out. They had lost the anti-bonus. They were down 0-4. Verno brought them back into it with that 1 versus 4
Okay, let's talk about
clutch.
pistols. We got 1-0. Aspas. Raid boss with the regen armor.
Claims that second to get his team the man
Yeah,
advantage.
and it actually comes into play on this one.
Teammates were like, yo, get out.
Nice work, though. 2 NRG players handled. Verno's probably seen more than enough there as players cross it into A lobby and then back out with the insertion of Marta, just in case it was
Verno calls that they were over towards A.
Back to C.
Heavy rotate. They have info here. They leave C for a retake.
Versus 3 retake. They're just grouped up, stacked towards A with Cortezia on the passive. Look B.
All right. Can we see this potential Rookie of the Year candidate thwart this NRG pivot to the B side of the map? He scared him off. They headed him garage instead.
When you have that Taeho breach, you have a lot more util for a retake like this on a pistol round than you normally would with other comps. They have great tools here to use. The fault line just came back up for Artzin. You have the salvos for Verno.
Double garage.
Looking good for MIBR right now.
Anthony is ahead of it here. Quick course correction for Icebox keeps him safe, and then
Wait,
Som
what?
dives deep.
One's running out, the other's running in.
It's down to Mata.
You guys okay?
44 points of health. And yeah, he hears a bit of patter, a little feet getting out of that C site, and he realizes he is severely outnumbered. Icebox waits for him, takes his second.
Yeah, I don't know what the call was here.
Pistol.
So it kind of looks like they wanted to go for a bait, and then when Marta got hit, he then decided to go all the way for the luck instead of swinging off of this, and then Som's running in.
They ran a pretty cheeky
like if Som wanted to duel, it would have made sense for Marta to stick around.
They are clearly coming into this game,
but I don't know if that's what he originally called and then he changed his plan. It just felt so odd watching that.
Pushed and pulled them a lot around the map and ended up at C.
Yeah.
Whilst all of
for sure on different pages. We get 1-1, and I'm worried for NRG because again their comp kind of struggles on attack. Very hard for them to like actually force into map control.
Work their way through garage. Standard trip going to need to be broken. Oscar on the outlaw, but
damage done. Som very low. Ethan also
a bit of damage.
Like saved by the clone. Honestly, took the run to the damage.
Aspas has to just huddle here. Cloud bursts off that recon, and Ethan
He's handled this well.
I can tell. Headshot by Aspas as he tries to step up onto C. This really is going to force NRG to put the brakes on.
Calm is very calm.
Classics now. Som ever the patient one. Zen-like trance as he sits here in window, waiting for someone to give him an opportunity. It's unlikely to come.
Mata is a player on NRG with an upgrade. It actually did bring him down to sub 1k credits, which could end up mattering against this outlaw if it's carried over into this next round, and it should be.
I mean, FNS can only shoulder peek so many times. He has to
30 seconds
try and generate something there for NRG. Not sure what it was supposed to be, having a classic against a outlaw. But A for effort. Here's Verno. And he'll be chilling. May not expect the second player to be so quick on the heels of Mata. We'll know about it now as the salvo here will deny a plant. Som has 10 seconds to get down, and Verno comes out of nowhere. Great reactions from Som, but his position
so funny.
very obvious.
Here's a nice shot.
The stats a little.
And now bear in mind,
they got a gun out of them. They got a gun out of them, and they know there's an outlaw in play.
Just one map win will guarantee them a spot in the playoffs, but obviously past that, winning every match is important for getting the champions points. That plays out later in the year. As the 4 best teams in the region try to qualify for that tournament. So every match has a lot of weight to it regardless, but this map specifically for MIBR.
Stage 1 has a lot of weight when we start to look towards the end of the year. It's not just about Toronto. This is a very competitive league. This group, to be fair.
So I do think when I look at the NRG team comp, I'm spamming C 50% of the time.
Resulted in Som only having a Guardian at the moment. Cortezia going to feel the pressure flashed up. Recon comes in.
Good to see it early as well.
Has to retreat, play for this full retake right now.
Now, MIBR are not going to have the option to wrap there via C-Long for quite some time, if at all. They're just not in position for it.
Now they're going to be waiting for Icebox as well to rotate all the way over. He was playing pretty deep in.
I'm a little bit surprised that MIBR didn't go for a heavy C shutdown, but
this
probably see it at one point in terms of like a big C stack.
Get back in backside, but
I'm pretty worried that everyone from NRG decides to play off site against the smoke.
He takes a little bit of damage. There's nothing to write home about now, but here come MIBR.
boy,
Flood into the back of the side. It's only a ghost
is-
fighting purchases.
Smoke goes in, create a lot of pressure. Everyone dueling. The recon's nice though.
Has to make use of the recon there. What a bonus for MIBR!
Yeah, you can't put it down long against the smoke. It just creates too much pressure. Everyone duels.
Gets to finish the job.
They just
It's
all
nicely done
swing
from
out
MIBR,
together. Every single player on NRG was trying to spam, and how could you blame them?
Not a
They
fan.
had the better weapons. They had the recon coming through into that dark cover. Credit to MIBR for expending all their util to get Psalm out of the dark cover, while the rest of this team just
It's
hung
so
him
hard
out to
when you're like
dry.
spamming and then like look how hard that is, and they just have to aim single
MIBR
level.
just swinging together, all three of them. And
sick Flood.
Cortezia hyped up for good reason. Like you said, came into this game as the highest average ACS player on MIBR. Crazy to think about. A rookie debut year, and
It's
you've got
gonna
the
mess
GOAT Icebox on your team. He's just been that good.
That worries me so
He hasn't
much.
had a lot of time to, at least in this game, find his
Like the
moments.
golden
but he
rule.
steps up when necessary.
Mata gets a fight taken out of him there, and Shenham holds the line. He drops down. Slightly expected angle. This time it's a completion on the kill. And that's rough for NRG. I mean, MIBR showing they can take these frags and fall off the lines just as easily. It's only stingers here for NRG. And they've got a contact into so much of the map.
Vanessa's trying his best to get some space towards Sewer, does put the cam there, so passive info gain will be aware if anyone from MIBR are pushing.
Verno, I mean, he's playing great.
Out of A.
He really wants to win
Gonna
this.
push through Garage. Yeah, there were a lot of pings all the way up into the spawn. Fault line coming through now.
They're not going anywhere.
NRG, they are just stuck in this choke. Icebox still with that outlaw
Dude,
towards
look at how
wall
much
as well.
util they have to use to force
actually
into
falls back over
garage
to the
though.
seaside here,
Whereas
so
like
the
a
way
Cypher,
through,
like
Garage
a
is
Yoru comp,
paved. Out of
sorry,
the
a
top here, those
Yoru,
things are a little bit scary. This
Yoru
range, so
ISO
he tries
comp
to
just
call
pops
things off
open
here
the
with
shield
an
and
after shot.
swings.
Shenham just swings out into the fight.
Like it's so hard
The
for this comp to do anything.
Is good. Verno, again, maintains that composure to deliver MIBR so far a flawless second half.
Oh, they were in complete control of that round. A lot of credit to Art Zin, the utility from his breach there, just stifling NRG at every turn. Knew exactly
I
what
think that's the first time
let
we've seen
fault
that.
line loose as they were trying to get through the garage door. NRG used that first little wave of util, try and flash through, and they're stuck. And then we try to go out top garage, chase them down, and Aftershock, they're stuck. And then immediately after that, MIBR just re-swing into them, farm them with the superior weapons. That was really well played. From the MIBR breach, IGL, flex, everything. I mean, this man just does it all for the team.
I really think at this point, this is where, like, if you're hoping for something for NRG, it's the mid-round calling of FNS, especially from positions when you're down a player, because frankly, you have to contact into
What'd
some
you call
parts of this
here?
map. You cannot
You have to see
drone
spam.
yourself onto every line.
Your comp can't do anything
NRG
else.
really struggle in those situations where they get picked apart, and we've kind of talked about it before, right? In the past, when FNS has actually managed to get his hands on tape of his opponents, NRG have looked very, very good at adapting and crafting a strategy to punish them. That was the case in 2024. In 2025, though, that same alacrity that doesn't really seem to be there, or at least it's not evident.
Now that does feel like where, again, yeah, that is where their advantage would lie in the past. Coming into this game, you're going into Haven. We just got to see MIBR play 24 full rounds against Cloud9 on this map. This should be prime opportunity to put together a competent attack half. Maybe it can begin out of this timeout.
Okay, the
NRG
call
have
looks
not
like
played
to
either
go
of
over
these
towards A.
first two maps in this series in stage one. Information would be outdated for their opponents. Doesn't seem to bother MIBR. Happy enough to play their own game, as Verno suggested in the pre-game interview.
So you're going to have that standard early recon thrown by Brock to get that A long control. Ethan pushes up, gets the space.
This is nice though. We get A pressure into the C hit, so we're trying to like disguise the fact that we're C spamming, but
hoping that that will convince MIBR to stay with their eyes peeled towards A, and they can hit into C. All right, perfect drone from Brock. Icebox denied the angle, denied a shot.
That crash comes in, and
No way.
Danger
He's
for
crazy.
Icebox. He doesn't have a shorty to work with, apparently. It's getting hot and heavy on the side, but
Beautiful from Ethan.
gets in there. And honestly, that was so standard, so straightforward. Our drone, force the line, get a dark connection, get him with a gate crash.
Yeah, perfect textbook They keep it simple, execute well, but Artin wants to
My God, my IGL's here.
It doesn't seem to matter. Ethan has to come alive in this
My
position.
IGL is here,
Slaps
man. Look at him go.
This IGL, take him out into his
He's
own
so
hands.
good,
And after
dude.
that, what do you
It's
have left
crazy.
as NRG?
And even when they do it all right, it somehow all goes wrong. Artzin, one of the litany of players on MIBR that at any given moment can step up individually, runs in, finds the two-piece. Finesse can't find the trade, then Ethan is isolated on an island back platform. This is really disastrous.
Does this not just speak to the woes that NRG are suffering? Fundamentally sound. The game plan is there. When it comes to the execution, the raw shooting, the mechanics, the skill expression, they pull up heavily second best in that round.
Let's fucking go, guys.
Bear in
Most
mind,
excited Shannon moment.
NRG started this up 4-0. They
His
killed
English
them on
is
the
getting
pistol
better, though.
and the bonus. Since then, only getting 2 rounds to MIBR's 11, who are in more than firm control of the game at this point. Ethan, dimensional drift into A, gets the information.
Yeah, well, that's
knows
a
that
freebie, though.
Just Burno forcing them back, but hey, the rotates, they are here real quick.
Committing to this, apparently.
My goodness.
Game crash out, back to Sewer now. MIBR pull off the side entirely, and it's a bait and switch. NRG
Whoa.
headed over to C, and Som is the pioneer.
Yeah, that's a good from the shadows pop. Going to get all of that space for the team as they try to move with some haste through Garage, meet up with their Omen Som, who has just been the star of this team in stage 1. Maybe this is where he can come to life as the Armageddon is coming through. A retake flooding in.
Tom has to move. He's having a sidestep there out of that. Mata is going to be back to back
Look
with
at
him.
this chaos,
There's
bro.
3 players for MIBR drift up inside the smoke, and Brock is able to take down the emergent
Absolute
fighters.
chaos.
Artzin
We
and
still
Shannon
haven't had a
both
plant, by the
forwards,
way.
even now, numbers-wise, but MIBR are no further onto the site than they started. The silver lining, there's no plant yet.
Alverno's still just waiting to use those salvos. There's no plant because Brock doesn't want to commit just yet. Going to Zia, he's too sharp. He is the Brazilian headshot machine.
What is he supposed to do here?
And this is where Brock thrives. He is known to be a clutch demon.
2 kills for the round already for Brock. He's caught a Zia low. 31 health. Verno has to finish the job.
Burno's just waiting for the swing over towards here, and he thought they were going to double up.
Pleased as punch.
Just a wry little cheeky smile from Verno.
How do you like me now?
Brock thinking that he had already committed further right. Can't blame him for that, but it's the swing from Spawn catches him totally unaware. Verno's going to take his sweet
Oh, boy.
time with this defuse.
Oh, buddy, winning the clutch against, I guess, his closest.
It's 21 to
His
7.
closest contemporary, right?
Oh, yeah, the 2 star initiator players of Challengers America for so long.
NRG went straight to that well. They were like, get me number 1, and when that didn't work, get me number 2. And then Verno decides to probably produce a number 2.
Okay, 6 chances.
It is such a classic,
Well,
atypical
we said they were going to
sports
C-spam,
media
and they
thing
have
to
kind of
ask them,
C-spammed.
"Are you gonna
This
go
one
extra
was
hard today
pretty cool in
because you're
terms of what
playing
they wanted
against
to
your
do as
team?"
well. But
And in this case, I feel like it's
it
right,
is
though.
a
I'm not
3
gonna
for
lie,
3
this
after
guy's
plant
crazy.
failure.
Taunting Cortezi
And here
because
we
he's
go,
not
another
top
C-spam.
bragging. Bro. Nothing like a bit of friendly competition, I guess. I don't know how friendly it is between these two now, but hey. Might not see much more with this map anyway. It's NRG already clambering over the C site, but there's a camera in that corner. MIBR can play off of that.
Early Rolling Thunder coming through.
Shot.
Oh, fuck, what a shot. NRG, they want to fight them. but
No way.
come in. Cortezi
How is
just
he
descends.
alive?
Buff with the shorty got involved, and now he's
How
rolling
is
to
he
the
alive
backside.
still?
3 left here for NRG, and MIBR still chomping at the bit to get their hands dirty. Mata falls, Venom's able to find him now, all from backside.
Oh
there.
my god, he
Not
stayed
even a
alive
miss.
to get the last
Keep
kill. I
alive.
can't.
22
Well, every
and
single
7
round on
for
defense.
Verno. Against the
Just
team,
can't hold the
left it
after
away with
plants.
him. Said he doesn't communicate enough for our liking.
Dude, every round on C though. At least NRG understand like what their comp is meant to do.
To
but,
assimilate. I'll tell you what,
that
he's leading
comp
the
just
charge
can't
now.
win games. I really strongly
NRG
believe it.
picking
Just
into
can't
Haven,
win.
going away from Lotus. The slow start
This is not a
narrative for
good
this
comp.
team. Well, it continues.
I flamed
After round
Vitality
5,
for
they
it.
had
I
gotten
gotta
blown out. They
flame
started
NRG
up
for it.
4-0. They win the
Doesn't-
first
that's not
pistol.
good.
They win their bonus round. Then round
Can't
5,
do anything.
Inferno. 1 versus 4 clutch. And from there, MIBR take 13 rounds to
That is
NRG's
nuts.
2 to their 2. So dominant.
And the IDs were good for
But a map
NRG,
from Vano,
albeit
or
maybe not
absolute map from
particularly
Vano, yeah.
inventive. they were fundamentally solid. But I would say not exactly, putting the fear of God in MIBR. And then when eventually they had to set their feet, fight in a site, cover each other, crossfires, just shoot heads, it fell to pieces, man. The individual
Comes
talent.
Terborn attack.
I think
Terborn
MIBR has
attack
at least
and
created
defense.
a much
That's the
more
issue.
effective conduit to display their mechanics, as opposed to NRG, who fought inside a system, but it doesn't get them the result.
If you want to see the
We're gonna take a
full
break for a quick
rant
moment, and up next, Golden Boy and
Vitality,
Alistair are gonna
who do
break
they
down
play when
map
they
number
lock
one
this
as
in?
MIBR Runaway
T1?
Raven.
The T1 at Masters. That's me really going off on the con. T1 lower bracket playoffs, yeah. And Neon comp, yeah. At least you can go aggro. Yeah, Ivy, link it for me. Let me upload this. Okay, one of our chatters has made a short about, I imagine it's about Gecko, right?
This Gecko ult on Haven is completely broken and no one's talking about it. If you've been ulting from CT on an A site retake, you've been doing it all wrong, because this is how it should be done.
An insta bounce, yeah.
Now, what makes this ult better than any other ult, you ask? Well, there's three things. Firstly, it's impossible to shoot down, and I mean that in the literal sense. If you're playing in Hell, you'll barely get a chance to even see the ult before you're detained. Secondly, it isolates the Hell player. It helps break enemy crossfires between Hell and Graffiti, since the Hell player can no longer shoot for 6 seconds. This makes it easier for your CT players to flood out with their utility.
Why you
Lastly,
gonna rain
it's
at them, man?
unpredictable. When you use this ult for the first time in a half, I guarantee you that the enemies will not expect it, since who in their right mind jumps out of heaven with the ult? Only a lunatic would do that. Now, I hope you were paying attention, because this Gecko ult on Haven is completely...
I like it. I like it. Even the Rainer for the retake. Good shot? Yeah, it is a good shot. Like it. It's in chat if people wanna go like it. I should like that, honestly. Ivy, thank you for doing that. Okay, I'll be back in a little bit, chat.
I am here with Fraud ahead of map 2. Coach
quick, see what he
MIBR, that looked pretty clean from the team. Was the full plan executed by the way you guys wanted to do it?
Well, we had a different plan because we didn't know what comp they were going to play.
Okay.
So we obviously started a little bit slow. But after the pause, I think, I fully understood how they're going to play and the limitations of the comp that they have, especially compared to ours with a lot of resources. So I think once we finally broke down, how to play, how to counter that comp, I think it was kind of smooth sailing from there, especially on defense, when we played defense where they didn't really have anything to stop us from retaking. We had so much more resource advantage and stuff. So it was, a really good game, but we felt like, we started a little slow, but also their plan was good and we needed to adapt to it.
Awesome insight as always, Fraud. Thank you. Good luck in game 2.
Yeah, very good. Talk about the right stuff.
And
Okay,
MIBR
we're back a bit.
pick up a 13-6 win on Haven, and you heard Coach Fraud there talking about what happened going into the game, because if you remember, NRG were up by 4 at the start, looking pretty solid, and then MIBR eventually slowly but surely started to creep their way back into the game, and at that point, it was already too late.
Yeah, I mean, Fraud brought up a great point. As a timeout, they needed to adapt to what they were doing on NRG's side. And NRG started off very well because you kind of had like an Ethan walking down, gets a kill, could TP away. Mata goes down towards Long C, gets a kill, dashes away. So it seems like the game plan for NRG was trying to find those early first picks so that when you're trying to flood into sites for the side of MIBR, you only have 3 players left.
It's not only the answer that we see on the first half after those 4 rounds and that Verno clutch that was insane, but also what we see into that second half where MIBR looks so comfortable on this defense side. Icebox is getting those multi-frags, seeing those eco rounds, and then there are not even a single round the NRG is able to get as they switch sides. It seems like they were getting some momentum. We were thinking maybe they were cooking something,
Right?
and then it just slipped through their fingers.
Yeah, well, hey, you know what? Good news for MIBR and their fans, because with that one map win, they have clinched their spot in the Stage 1 playoffs. Remember, they just needed to win one map, and they did it right there.
And for NRG fans, it's not doom and gloom yet, because they still have at least week 5, or at least a series win here to give themselves a chance to propulse themselves into playoffs.
It's possible. They would like to get this one. I think they had a chance. I believe when I saw those 4 rounds, I thought it was going to be possible, but it's really cool to see as well MIBR and the way that they're adapting into it, the way that Fraud is talking about it. Not any team, not every single team is able to adapt into those rounds that fast the way that they did it.
And he literally said, we thought they were going to run a completely different comp, and then they switched it out, and then they had to figure it out. But also what helped out, too, is the fact that they had Verno, who just went insane. Certainly, you know, revenge of the rookie, without a doubt, because this young man was giving them the business. I mean, some of the plays, Vansili, that this guy was pulling off, he cleared this whole situation couldn't have worked out better for him.
Exactly. In duels, head-to-heads, and even anchoring sites, Verno's been doing an excellent job in this first map. And when we go back into the game plan of what NRG had versus MIBR, they actually did a good job shutting down those rookies that we praised so much going into the game, but Verno really stepped up.
There was a really good understanding on how the other side was going to be playing, right? But on top of that, Verno, it seems like in that round 5, when he gets the clutch, he's like, there's no way I'm going to lose against NRG. And so he steps it up, he gets his multi-kills, those opening frags as well. And he's doing a couple things. Don't worry about it.
You mean like some tactical crouching?
Yeah,
you know what I mean? You know, just enjoying themselves some tea on this day.
Break dancing here and there.
Yeah, maybe
air squats like we were doing on the desk.
Big fan of bags. In any case, let's go ahead and hear what Coach Mike's had to say as we get ready for map 2.
I am here with Mike's HD before map 2. Looking at that strong start for 4 rounds, but what do you think after that allowed it to slip away for the team?
Yeah, I mean, in the following rounds, Verno got a 4K and a 3K, so I think he did a really good job to get them back in the game. Obviously, 6-6 is still good on Haven defense, but we could have had a lot more, and then we just threw away a lot of post plants in the second half.
And how you feeling about now going at Icebox as MIBR's pick?
Yeah, I mean, we obviously got to see them play versus Lev before, so we have a little bit of knowledge about it. I think the biggest thing is just shutting down Icebox on that map.
All right, good luck getting to game 3.
All right, so Coach Mike says, got to shut down Icebox, got to figure it out. But I got to admit, I mean, look, Coach Mike, just so everyone knows, he's a very low-key dude. So his demeanor is always like that. So this is not anything new.
Sure.
If you hang out with him, great guy. But I do think it's important to note that it does feel a little bit like, yeah, we lost. Don't quite know what's going to happen on Icebox here. Dryad, that is a little concerning, I think.
Yeah, like you said, it's not inspiring me, as we heard, for example, from the coaches yesterday, where he's like, okay, we're ready for this map 3. We have a couple surprises going into that one. It was just, we threw a lot of post plans, we threw a lot of rounds into that second half, which is exactly what we were talking about.
And I was going to ask, was that your assessment of it? And it was.
Yeah, for sure. And then, I mean, yes, everybody says it. Going into Icebox, you're thinking Aspas always, we just need to shut him down. Is not as easy as it sounds.
Not just Aspas out there, Vance.
I still think it's an understanding of maybe how MIBR works that map too, if they're continuing with the same composition of playing the double controller, so around the Viper and the Harbor. That could be something here that could be good for
what's
NRG to
crazy
overtake.
is we're not even talking about Aspas coming out of Haven. And they're thinking about Aspas and Icebox. You now have to deal, like Verno is popping off. This is dangerous territory here, Dryad. Not saying that the game plan isn't wrong, but it does give me a little bit of pause, though.
That's the thing when you have a team as strong as MIBR, right? We remember they were the 3rd seed into kickoff. If they had 3 spots for that first event in Bangkok, MIBR would have been in. And it was, first of all, it was that Aspas conversation, Aspas and everybody else. But then we realized, actually, this MIBR team is insane. Every single one of these rookie players have been stepping it up and coming into Icebox. Not only you realize that this first map of Haven was a little bit of work of everybody else, and especially Verno, but you also have that piece of consistency that we've talked about since the beginning of the year. It's the beginning of time in Icebox.
Yeah, it's incredible to see what MIBR Ventsilly has done with these rookies.
Yeah.
But then also with this whole experiment that they've managed to pull off here.
Definitely, and what they're able to build with these rookies is amazing. And we saw that against the Leviathan game, and that's what Mike was talking about at the same time with Remington during that coach interview, saying we already know how they played against Leviathan again, as how they were really good at working up the A site. And maybe there's ways to play through the walls and through the fights against that a bit. So we'll have to see what happens there.
Yeah, we will definitely find out in just a little bit. But earlier on, we asked Shenham for his take on NRG and who he'll be facing for the first time. Let's take a look.
Eu acho que a NRG não tá jogando muito bem como equipe. Não sei se foi por causa da mudança, não sei.
The Mike's interview, he looks defeated.
Mas eu acho que realmente time e equipe
it was
não estão tão bem.
The rough map.
Nem individualmente também. Então, acho que vai ser mais jogar em time, ter uma boa trade, ter calls boas.
Mike's always like that? Yeah.
Não vai ser difícil.
That is true. My time command? Nah, that's right. The NRG does like the firepower and the agent pool. I feel like they have the firepower. I think it's just the meta doesn't suit them, or they can't seem to get a grip of the meta.
Well, a rough
and
scene,
then
I think,
anything
for any NRG
comfort-based
fans coming out
doesn't
of that
really
first snap. And
work.
also some of the words that Shenham had to share with them, basically putting it down to,
Yeah,
I don't think
basically
this
feels
team
like
has
that.
the team play. I don't think this team has the individuals. So what do they have? A cool logo? Famous streamers as their players?
Hopefully, I don't know.
I think their firepower's fine.
Team house, good salaries.
Yep.
Having a fun time,
They got their health.
Positive energy.
Live, laugh, love.
They used to have that really nice private chef. That's another positive. I don't know if he's still there, but
what are they cooking anyway? Let's see. Oh,
hopefully they have a good icebox. Hopefully that falls somewhere in the docket of the things that they do.
They're really testing me today.
We're expecting
At least it's one of the better maps for Harbour.
NRG, they have to know that Icebox is going to get picked in this series because they ban it second when they ban it, and ordinarily their first ban is always split. So they have to have expected this. They have to have planned for it. Any sort of dry run in your head about what the map pick and ban would look like has to have had them come to this conclusion.
Certainly, this is the Icebox home map. He has always gone crazy on Icebox. And that's why Mike said in the interview, we're looking out for him. I mean, yeah, sure, Verno was the star on map 1. Icebox had a decent game. I believe he finished 16 for 11.
Potentially one of the funniest maps.
The retakes were
Yeah, it's going to be absolute chaos. We're not going to see too much. It's going to be a lot of walls.
Icebox, that is where he is going
Phantom
to
users
shine,
are going to be
especially
eating
once
good.
he gets that operator rolling on the defensive side. Conversely, though, for NRG, I am looking at Psalm.
Is Mr.
He came
Icebox
into this
Aspas
weekend as the
Mazino?
statistical best
Back in my
controller
day,
player in the league. They
Mr.
have not played
Icebox is
Icebox yet
darker.
this year. This used to be
But
his home map.
these
Psalm
days?
used to dominate on Icebox playing
Not sure.
Viper, and we need to see that from him today if NRG are going to stay in this match.
Conversely, this is Ethan's first
Bonkar was in the
Harbour
crowd?
game
Wait,
on
Bonkar's in the
record.
crowd?
So NRG truly have put together something a little
Surely
new
not.
for
Why,
us.
why was he still being
Can they
America's?
pilot this composition to the same level we've already seen from MIBR?
And the same level we've always seen from the Brazilian scene. They love to run the harbor here.
Anything south of the Panama Canal, actually, teams are trying to get Harbour involved. KRU obviously always loved it. Leviathan.
He is still in America's?
Shenham here. Obviously some shots with that cascade wall, the high tide. Rather Marta trying to get into the cloud burst, but it's pretty obvious where he's going to be standing. Still,
Nicely done.
Shenham can't connect. It's Ethan finding
That'd be
two,
good for a
both
pistol.
headshots.
Recon gets a lot of info.
Well done from NRG, just taking their time there for a second and then able
They
to
got
triple
code for
swing.
plant? No, so they might have to take like
Makes that
backside.
space, dashing into the cloud burst, creating that space. Verno finds a pick, just pure spam. I think they're that high tide.
Nice to get a freebie.
Fighting chance.
30 seconds left.
Been a good round for Ethan so far, but he is on the lower end of things. MIBR are going to look to get active. It's Verno is sat over towards a snowman. Cortazir gets a frosty reception as he tries to make a peek here onto the site. Wall refreshed again. Aspas with helmet ready. Dashes across, needs to take a pretty hefty fight here if he's going to find success. A shoulder pick probably doesn't reveal much, but Brock serves himself up on a silver platter.
It's a great recon again.
Now we have a player advantage for MIBR, but time is not on their side. FNS handles Icebox, and there's Ethan's third. A spray
FNS
through
did really
to
good though.
defuse. And NRG once more.
HP's a low, 2027.
The crucial duel to win from Finesse coming
where
to
are
life
we on
there when
pistols?
they needed
1-1,
him.
right?
Icebox looked
1-2
like he
now.
was surely going to get that second. He already had him tagged up. Just one body shot would have put him in the grave. Very well done by the NRG IGL. That was just a pretty competent round from start to finish. This triple swing here, it was Ethan collecting the two, but if it hadn't been him, it would have been one of the other two on NRG. They picked apart that defense. Good fundamental play.
Yes.
Then they cycle those walls, have a nice post-plant setup. Textbook stuff, looking good. That being said, this is how things started on last map. Classic. There's a... Oh my god, Icebox. Alright.
Can he get to the gun upgrade or almost got out of there?
Bring us back to normalcy. There is a crazy timing you can hit over on B if you just start with a shotgun. You can just sprint forward and beat them to getting out that door, which is really obnoxious. And Artsun gets a kill doing that.
No one does it like he does. He is the shotgun guy. However...
Yeah, he does love the shotgun.
Right at the start of the round here, it gets pretty tough, especially if we end up on the B site and MIBR are trying to retake some of that space through the attack side Viper wall. We'd love to high tide to give them a pocket to play in.
Yeah, he does have a great kit for the retake tools, but that's something to keep your eyes on as we get further into the game when we're on the actual full
You got 13-6 on their map pick. Yeah, with a 4-0 start as well. It wasn't great.
It's resulted in MIBR having the player advantage, but are obviously at severe weaponry deficit. You're still expecting NRG to be able to clean this up.
I mean, they got a couple shooters with sheriffs. You can't ask for much more.
Yeah, the alarm bot's going to create a lot of pressure. They got that recon again, and last time this got the scans off.
Is going to have to break that alarm bot, and now it's someone from NRG will have to pay attention to the flank. It's going to be Finesse. Ethan fighting forward.
Tara takes contact there as Cortazia shows himself. Oh, yeah, I warned you guys. Don't say I didn't. Ethan now needs to get involved. There does, of course, need to be a defuse. It's tapped again by Cortazia. Sparse on the ramp. It's low. It doesn't matter. It's down to FNS now. 1v2. Verno looking to get it to half.
Kill the diffuser. Dude, what a shot. What a shot that is.
Dangerous play there from NRG, and it costs them dearly.
Icebox winning that duel over towards
Zach in the
A,
YouTube chat, thank you for doing that, bro. Thank you.
Find a flank timing, biding his time.
Looked at it,
While the rest of the team made all of the noise, retaking from the front after the wall drop.
Loud.
Is able to get the window
It'll
to
be
take down
close.
Ethan with
That should be a
stinger,
really close game.
being
If they're shooting like today, sure.
that was going to come in
But I still think with what I've seen, I would say that Loud may be favored. I kind of think the Loud look nice now with this 5.
They're in economic control of the game.
Outlaw to hand for Icebox, and plenty of use case for it in a round like this.
Zach, thank you though. Appreciate that. I mean, they definitely can. It's a pretty close game from what we've seen.
Pretty quick about it too.
You might even say like 50-50.
That's one. And I don't know if FNS fans
Doesn't expect the double lock. Just the fact we've got a stinger here.
There and some damage done with the stinger, but he's low. Looking to take this fight, and Cortazia knows better than to get too close. His head is just torn off his shoulders. Outdrone in the meantime,
yeah, he knew to speed up because he's getting pinched.
Fast forward here as well. But there's a big weaponry advantage for MIBR. NRG are lightly armored. They haven't made use of the Reckoning yet either, and as high tide comes down, so just the percentage odds of NRG in this round.
Okay, just lose the one. Verno with the defuse means that he's one away from all. And that does mean that everyone's been talking about orbs, and probably we'll see Shock Molly to prevent the orb being taken.
Four-man push out of A at the very beginning of the round, actually, despite it being an anti-eco, so... Take note of this there.
Am I hyping Loud for stage 2? Yeah, I think I am.
And I was even with Icebox with having the outlaw.
I like their 5 now.
Taking point.
Didn't have to do too much.
I think they'll do good.
NRG in the meantime,
like, I think they'll probably make playoffs.
Cortazia was the one who got a bit busy. And now it's him standing up. Something about this.
I don't know what the expectations are, but
they
I think they'll make playoffs.
Great
I don't think they'll make it past that.
No one is a straggler.
Oh my god, Mata just spamming through for the rope angle. Icebox trades one back. And
yeah, well, we said everyone was going to be dueling for this orb. Verno kind of backed off though. Like everyone fought for him to get it, but he didn't go take the orb.
So much. All of NRG midway to getting towards their prescribed locations.
They're just going cascade for cascade, drone for drone, and NRG want to push up off this wall, but now they're stuck behind it. The wall from the MIBR
Gotta start looking over towards here.
Also, there's the MIBR
We got
Viper wall that's not
locked in.
usable anymore. So they won't have that for the retake. But look at this, MIBR want to anchor, they
Arbor
want to fight.
and they're playing together. Oh, they're in trouble.
Them scurrying about now like he kicked and kill, but Som's able to find Verno. He's Icebox on the move.
No way.
The guy in any stage of the game, he found 3.
Big Joe.
There might be enough as Artazine gets a glimpse of Ethan.
Great
He's having
shot.
a great game so far.
Spike planted.
And Som's able to plant.
Too far away to hear the drop.
MIBR coming into this round. Effectively controlling mid thus far, but now he's a long way from home and he doesn't have any friends to rely on.
See,
He's
he
them
gets
both.
info on both, actually knows that there's screen.
He has to know that Ethan is going to wrap around here. Love this idea, and Som is
It's
caught
all-
on the rope. Locked down!
Oh my goodness. Beast round from him.
Out of his seats! And
Beast
why
round.
wouldn't he be? A quiet haven, but he has made his appearance known to all on Icebox.
That was just played to beautiful perfection.
Dude, Icebox did unbelievable though.
After he gets the info on the second player
They get
going
2
screens,
there.
he's ready for one of them to wrap heaven, wants to isolate the 1v1 by going up rope. Reads Som. Lockdown, force the swing, crosshair placement, perfect.
Hey! Guys are so bad!
Okay, whoa. Verno. Come now. That's unlike you. You gotta be feeling yourself. And actually, they're with a pistol here, right?
They said he wasn't vocal.
Oh, jeez. Okay, twist the knife, Mr. River. That's fine. I don't think any sane NRG player is going to be listening to
Okay,
this,
really,
man.
really important round. Definitely going to see Verno use his ult into this one. And Ethan is actually popping though. Gotta give him that.
All right, just wants to take matters into his own hands, be the
Big
entry player.
recon for this
Cool,
ult.
gets the 5 versus 4.
Nice.
Okay, here's the plant coming down. Hunter's Fury should stop it, and it does. Grok thinks better of it. Verno waits, hoping for a bit
Okay,
more
nothing
info.
on it, and they
Nobody's
don't
stuck
take too
under
much
Raptor at
space
the
as
moment.
well.
This code's a bit annoying.
NRG in a good.
Here's the plant proper, but Cortez is ready. Emerges.
Whoa, that was a shot though.
How is he even finding that?
He's just too fast. Headshot
Oh
dispenser.
god, Icebox
Rookie of
ult.
the year candidate. All-round phenom. Grok backs back up on that
Ooh,
corner. Ethan takes
okay.
another fight. God, he's like a
Bro,
man. Hell of a
Ethan
Ethan guy. He
Is
is
on one.
clearly here to settle a score. I know who else is. Bit much to ask for though. It's a wayward spray, and FNS will punish the youngster
That's the
for his
instant
hubris.
karma for giving it.
Ethan just deciding to take matters into his own hands and will NRG to a round win by sprinting through the Viper wall, finding the opening, and then running around the site in the post plant for 2. He's somehow at 10 kills already. I don't know where these came from. I mean, obviously the 3 on this round were phenomenal.
Yeah, Ethan.
But what the hell, man? That came out of thin air.
He's done it a couple times, right? And a great pistol as well. Found 3 kills in that round. So, NRG at least have been able to try and stabilize things a little bit more.
Dude,
and the
Ethan
weaponry's
has another
fine. They've
Harbor.
got a Reckoning still to play off of, but Icebox didn't care last time, Wyatt.
Speaking of, Icebox is upgraded from that Outlaw into the Operator, and
yes.
already
Huh?
making it saying that is a first kill for him. Spacemaker, duelist for NRG, shot out of the round mere seconds into it.
I want to say it's through the wall, but
And again, there's no Aldrone used to try and force an Operator player off the gen angle. There's none of that early util to try and deny that line from Icebox. NRG have to start respecting now that the Operator's in the game.
he pushed through and then dashed away. Oh, okay, yeah. I mean, honestly,
Obviously, there will be multiple walls
Harbor
obscuring his view
definitely
from
disrespectful
Snowman.
of the stuff.
Reckoning coming through. Ethan's got another one because he's just been finding so many damn kills. So I'm going to get this spike plant down.
Okay,
Safety.
Molly comes in
Ethan
too
starts
late.
slowing down.
Ethan is
Yeah,
just
really
really,
good now.
really on
Viper's
one.
good follow-up. This is a little bit uncomfortable. Verno
Covers
obviously waiting
the
on
spike
ideally a-
itself. They still have
a
Cove
recon
though.
bolt.
If
Refresh.
Artsy manages to get a kill, he
Artsy
gets his
will
ult
have
as
the
well.
code to throw down
And
onto the
again,
spike.
this
Something
ult
tried
does
to
give them a
stick it.
lot of
Finesse wants to go
space.
for the long wrap
Yeah,
flank.
FNS goes for the wraparounds. But he has to, it's a weird round to wrap because
Goes a little bit low.
it's like, oh, okay.
Pot shot after pot shot, but
I was gonna say, it's very hard for him to actually like see the spike from the
Icebox gets
angle.
pretty deep here towards yellow, and here's that Cope now getting set up. Artisan hoping to use it as space,
Yeah, this
and
is
that's
the problem.
beautiful. The walls come down, it's up to FNS again, but the
It's
Cope's in
not
the
a
way
good
to get to
angle
the
for
half.
it.
This is unreal.
I don't
Beautifully put
really
together
like the
takedown
luck
as
there with the ult, but
NRG suggestion that a Viper's Pit is enough to save the day.
And you can't blame Finesse for wanting to try to go for a flank to make a play.
who was
in that
on site here
situation,
that
hoping
was
that the Viper's Pit
it Cortez
existence
here that
would
was
just
on top of the
delay
fact they
retake
might
long
push in
enough
the
that he could
cove?
get there. But a play like that is always
maybe
going to
he
get
had
shut
him,
down
I'm
as
not
soon as
sure.
the cove is thrown down because you just can't spam
Is
it
it
down
Odds in?
alone. You are not able to do it.
This,
You're
who gets
revealing your
this?
position.
Odds
It's going
in.
to take way too much time, way
Oh,
too much
space by
ammo.
him.
And at the end of the day,
He must have heard his
you are
footsteps, I
done
guess,
for.
but
That's beautiful. Quite a brain on him, this Artisan guy. Knew he would get pushed.
Get out of my way.
Blade Storm's here. A declaration of war from Mata. Is NRG now forced out on only a few rifles? And Ethan with a stinger in hand.
Boss again content to post up towards A with the operator.
Is he
Got
out
the first
drone?
kill on round 6, wants to do it again on round 7.
So due diligence done this time for NRG to make it harder for Icebox to play.
all committed.
in a
Drone
cocky
gives him the info.
fashion. He just takes the swing.
Oof, it's a nut
Sees
shot.
Mata for a split second and deletes him from existence. Now I can fall back off this. NRG have lost their Blainstorm impact in the round.
And that's fine. Hey, you're getting the plant with the lockdown? Cool. We are more than happy to come back. Okay, Verno just gets a random kill with the shock dart. Cool. And
is
they've
that
got the
double
reckoning from
shock then?
Artsin to get back in as soon as this lockdown expires.
Odds in his ult to retake.
Here's the
You
reckoning
know they
now.
have to
That's a
eco
scary
if,
prospect for
they
NRG.
lose
You know
this,
they have to
he
start
goes
moving
for it.
anyway. Cascade thrown up and Ethan gets pinged out. Now all eyes on FNS as Ethan still finds his. But it's only the one.
That's very nicely done from MIBR on this.
Far too much for anybody to be expected to accomplish. MRB has now stretched the lead out to 3 rounds.
This is where Icebox begins to take over. This is why Icebox is his
That
home
been
map.
double shock.
2 first bloods, back-to-back rounds. I don't even understand how he killed Mata. I'm going to need that in 0.25x speed because that did not look human when we saw it.
Just for a split second, he's peeking there. Okay,
Little
cheers. going
timeout,
back.
yeah.
The timer stopped, folks.
We know what's
You
going
know
on.
what
It's
that
Too
means.
easy. It's just too easy for this man.
Now, last round, the buy was really weird because we had
The
I think
vibes
Ethan
on
with
MIBR?
Stinger.
Oh,
There's
for
a
sure they're
Blainstorm
good.
there for Mata.
Yeah, yeah.
Heading into this
You can
next
just tell
round,
from
the
like
money's
interviews and
not
stuff
much
that
better.
they do
It was
as
like a
well.
half force
I mean, Verno's actually
situation
doing
for NRG. They're
interviews.
trying to
Like,
put their best
I'm pretty
foot
sure
forward in
that
terms of what they
I'm pretty
can
sure
cover up.
NRG did
And they
like
felt that they
4
could-
podcasts
yeah, right. It was like a
when
half
Verno
force
was in the
because they
team.
had the
I don't think I saw him
Blainstorm.
at
They
one of the
committed a lot,
podcasts.
but not
And somehow he's on the
everything, so they
Sentinels
kind
podcast.
of by
He's on the
a
Sentinels
sort
one
of
before he's on the
half
NRG
force, yeah.
one.
I mean,
It was
listen,
wild.
it was a bold decision. They did have
He did
ults to
make
play
one?
around, so I totally get it.
Oh, okay.
Now, though,
Honestly, I might have missed that
It's
one.
only the Hunter's Fury of Brook that they can actually rely on. Damn, that's cold. And look, it's a second consecutive stinger round for Ethan by the looks of
Yeah, they
things.
talked on the podcast though.
We'll see if that is sort
yeah,
of locked in as we head
it
into
does
the
feel like
round
this team's
itself.
getting like the most
And I mean,
out
it was
of him.
deadly effective, right? The use of
He's on that
Artisan
revenge
ultimate
arc
as he
as
walks
well,
up,
which will.
reckoning popped.
It's
NRG
probably like
really
the
doesn't
best
know where to go.
motivation you
Again,
can
Ethan
get.
gets his. And low on the 3rd day, he rose again. Here's a flip.
I mean,
okay, sorry.
Come on, man.
Oops.
Insane shot. All right. As we get back into this,
Okay, we get the
NRG,
stingers
they
though,
are going
and you're
for
probably going to see an insta drone. Insta drone goes out into Sova or into send it with stingers. Does anyone get tagged by this? Surely not. We're in 2025.
Intentions of going fast towards A again. They have struggled on this site so far. MIBR have been excellent on the retakes.
MI6 is getting on the phone for Brook.
Big
He better
recon.
watch out.
Right here.
Does that reach from the ceiling?
It might be the next new
Oh,
agent
man,
to step
sick.
up. Here it is, Artisan and Verno finding theirs. That's up to Brook and Ethan. Again, somehow Ethan seems to be standing as the dust settles. Kobe is going to at least allow him to plant.
Planted.
That snake bike takes a chunk, but nothing you'd write home about.
Oh,
is
I
how
like
to
this
back away
from
with the
NRG.
Vandal. Nah. Okay, I'm just thinking there's no way, buddy.
Oh my
Into
God,
the line
what-
again. Chenham's on the other side, and now it's up to Ethan. Trying to squeeze up. The retake wall deployed. Ethan huddled on the other side of it. Matter of time before MIBR come knocking. He had to do something absolutely otherworldly. A good start. Headshot on Ethan now.
Oh,
the
that's
reaction just couldn't
unlucky
get there
from
in
Ethan,
time.
man. He's playing really well.
NRG again. Sent
I like their
packing.
idea in the 2v2, to be honest.
Another weird force
No matter
round
what, they
that
would have got
had
a
good
trade
crack
there,
at
you'd
it.
imagine.
Heart drop there for Ethan. I'm not going to lie. I thought he had
Caesar
that. It
Knox,
was a
thank you
nice
so much,
sidestep,
dude. Thank you
good
for the 20
movement, but
months.
Shannon was too quick,
Wish
too
the best for
sharp.
NRG in stage 2. Yeah, it is starting to look like that.
Oh, yeah, okay. Having to play off that util.
Surely the
Beautifully done by
org
Jenom.
doesn't
Again,
do anything
quiet. In fact,
reactionary.
Jenom's frags have only really come
After
in these
stage
little clutch
1, right?
situations so far this map, and yeah, head in hands. And look,
That's how I felt watching him, man.
he's got
Can't
60
imagine
health.
how he feels.
He's in a 1 versus 2. Icebox is still alive.
Ethan is at 14-7 right now. Putting on a show.
He can't do more.
It's all that for 2 rounds. NRG, they are going back to the well. Time to try and hit into A again. Get the early forward space with the Cascade. They have a Reckoning to get in this site. They have a
Even
Hunter's
still a chance for
Fury to
NRG
close
to make
things
stage
out
2 playoffs.
theoretically. If that Reckoning allows them to
They
get strike
have
down.
to pray.
They're going to pop it
There's a
preemptively
Teo
here and
now,
try and clear
I
the
think.
side of any MIBR defenders. They acquiesce. They say, fine. We like our
I
retake,
think if that
especially
Teo
with our
Nuff doesn't
control
come
of
in,
Spike
I'm
planted.
not that confident in
Hunter's
it.
Fury also at the ready. For both sides, in fact.
Verno posting
Another
up
hard
Listen
roll. No,
in the
he's
recon
farming
and
him.
rattle off that ultimate while the
Okay,
rest of the
recon
team
into
try
ult
and
into
scale
fast flood.
back in together.
Should see
And
something.
we might get a server ult off.
NRG, clear it.
Because-
Here's the Fury now coming through. Son a little bit low, and yep, dealt with the second shot. Shenom comes
What
alive
the
at just
hell?
the right time, and ooh, that's otherworldly.
my
Even
goodness.
FNS gets a tickle. Hunter's Fury coming back the other way. Arzine
Doesn't get half on it though.
Dangerous. Time is of the
Time's
essence.
pretty
There's
low.
not much of it left here. Icebox is trying to get ahead of it down.
Molly
Shut
goes
down
in.
anyone
Can
who
they
would
tank
interfere with
that?
the defuse. It's Ethan on pipes. Icebox is just the weapon for the occasion. And Ethan crumples. Brook, can he do it?
Oh, they actually managed to get that.
He
It disappeared.
cannot.
I thought they got off
It's
it.
an MIBR defuse amidst the chaos. Brook is still struggling to have an impact.
But Verno getting that Hunter's Fury
The
connection
bar
onto
disappeared.
Sam
I was like,
not only
okay,
resulted in
they
the
got
kill,
off it.
but it also
Did look so
isolated
calm for that
Mod
MIBR.
forward. He didn't
This
have
ult
a
is
second player
mental,
to fight
though.
off of him, trade off of him, because Sam was trying to
I can't
dodge
believe
the
he hit
Hunter's
someone else
Fury,
up there
broke
and
away.
on top.
So he gets swarm dealt with, and this is just heads up, aggressive, excellent play from Icebox.
Hey, thank you for the wall. It's like toxic positivity. It's like, I mean, at least he's thanking for it. Maybe he didn't get enough thank yous in the past. Come on, there's a crucial gap in this util.
Just hoping that the
Any more
Cascade
freebie
would
shots you gonna
obscure
get?
that sight line. It does not.
Why are we banking on hope at this point?
Countless first kills for Icebox with the operator
Hey, what
since
the
he's
hell? They got the
purchased it.
trades in. They got the wall
He
to
is
back
taking
of
over the game. I mean,
Snowman.
Coach Mike was right.
Actually
He
looking
is a
right. They got no
problem.
flashes to get through. They kind of just got to respect
Cascade
it a
wall
little
here,
bit.
rather high tide. Blocking off MIBR
Big
for now.
recon. Surely get shot.
Dart ahead of it. As it comes down, it's 1-for-1. Icebox is still in the game, now with a Blade Storm. Is he's ready to get a little bit
Oh my god, that's fast.
hot and heavy. I think Brook might have peeked and spotted him there. And opts not to take the engagement.
Oh, Cortesia wins the flank duel. They have a real shot now.
Doubling up they are. Icebox has Cortesia at his flank, makes a bit of noise. Oh, down his no way, dude. You had util in your hands.
Boy, they
It's
can
not
do no
supposed
wrong.
to happen.
They can actually do
Just
no
not
wrong. I don't know how
supposed
they
to
win in
happen
this
like
one.
this.
Fair play.
How are they getting away with it?
It's just not right.
At any given point, there has been magic from any of the 5 players on this MIBR roster this game. I mean, heading into this series, if you look across the board of all of the players in Americas, this team has the tightest distribution in statistics. Like, they are all the closest because any of them have been able to go off.
You could start a new Pokedex with the sounds that these guys are making me make, bro. It's just insane. Okay.
And well, they got all the ults. They got all the ults.
Great
They got
looks
all
for
the
him,
money.
Cortazea was the one that lit it up for me in that previous round. He's pinged and will be able to back away in time. Pipes, of course, cleared by an attack side Nano Swarm. And there's going to be a wrap here. We know that Arzine likes to get active on that B side. Oh, I've seen this one before, Wyatt.
No dash though. Like he only gets one, really.
Clear of it. Okay,
Right?
free kill and
Come
back
on.
to business.
Come on, come on.
Strolls out of
The
there.
hit goes
And
in.
the smokes are nice, obviously.
Enjoy.
Oi, 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 chill.
Oh my god, alright, Icebox, he's getting a little bit silly perhaps, but can you
Well,
blame him?
that's the moves of someone that's 8-2 up, that's for sure.
Playing all
do
right.
any wrong. FNS looking for a sixth sense to guide his aim here. Still no plant though. This is so cheeky. Arzine. No, he sees two
Oh, look at the
players this
damage.
top here.
What? How did that happen? Was that...
Broken
man?
Ethan just got fleeced, bro. They're walking through the streets of the market in Agrabah. They just had their pockets picked. 10 and 16 health respectively. Died to shockies. Oh my goodness. Arsene has no idea.
There's a world where Verno gets 2 kills with a shock dart.
Yeah, there is a world where the shock dart's just absolutely incredible here. He's got double and he's in the pause.
He even used the lock. Oh, what? Through the wall? That is.
Whoa, he hit another.
What? He's doubled his frags. And he didn't see
Hit
anything
another.
God, what that could have been. Still, it should get NRG in a position to take this away. Low as Brock and Ethan are. They have been saved.
Now, we've seen a lot of heroics from MIBR, but surely would never win this 1v3.
Not right now.
I mean,
It should actually be impossible, their positions,
Sorry,
right?
your co-caster is unavailable right now. Please leave a message.
Because
after the
FNS has the molly that wins the rounds. As long as he plays late, they're
Shannon
fine.
doesn't even really consider it. Steps forward, hoping to see a glimpse of anything. Ethan shows some leg, but that's it. Why stat
very
panic?
nicely
Don't
done.
worry about it, folks. Ah, yes.
Dude, how did Som get another here? I'm going to have to see a replay of it.
As it were for NRG, and decent economic damage put down here. FNS can salvage it up, but that's about that.
Yeah, they've put the vice grip on the NRG economy for the last round. Won't be ideal. I mean, Icebox does really get punished for the hubris. Well-deserved hubris, but hubris nonetheless. What the hell is that?
Really nice.
That snap on the Verno.
Did a big crouch as well there to
right
make him miss the
but that's
first
what we need
shot.
from Som. For real. This is also his map. Icebox and Som are 2 of the best Icebox players that we have seen in the history of Valorant.
I mean, you say that, but
We
he's
need more of that.
He more than doubled his kill count in that one instant. So NRG definitely need a bit more consistent output from him. Because this round's a really heavy B setup for MIBR. Honestly, the call is pretty good based on how the minimap is playing out.
Recon goes over the top, not going to spot anything out, but obviously a lot of noise being made here from NRG as they're trying to get that orb, get another reckoning for Ethan, who has been firing off countless ultimates in this half.
Okay, well, this recon is actually going to hit him.
Well, that pesky one-way is going to keep NRG at bay. Shadow might have been lit, and just in case there's an attempt at follow-up, it's the nanoswarm.
And there has been a significant rotate over to
What
this
do they actually do when they know he's there?
Pushed up with the orb,
Well,
and Mala
that's
just shut
nuts, by
down,
the way.
caught, dashing into the cloud burst straight away.
There's pure stopping power, man. I was worried that he was Samson for his moustache, but Corozea has stepped up here in the second map. Down.
Oh,
Shadow dealt with.
Ethan's really
As Ethan always
insane
seems
today.
to be. He's just leading the way.
Dude, 4
That's one way to
Faber.
get the reckoning. That's going to put the pressure on Artsin and Verno, who are both in the sight with the lightning strikes,
4 for
raining
5th,
down
Jen.
on them, but the
4th,
counter
right?
reckoning
Can't be
keeps
5th.
temporarily at bay. Trade.
Both ops sing.
30 seconds left.
Still no plant. You do have a theoretically
Is
small
both
window to
again.
get out of the site now if you wanted to, but and that's what Icebox is a little concerned about. That's not the plan for NRG.
Okay, let's see what Verno's
They want to
got.
apply, it is.
Time might get so low that he'll want to make a hero play.
Attempt to try to stop this plant right now. He's about to have a recon. He's about to have this recon.
The timing for Icebox is good. Inferno stops the plant. Brock punishes, but eventually this high tide has to come down.
Holy, dude,
4
the
seconds
extra
left. It has to
jump
be here and
rounds
now,
is
but
so,
Icebox has
so
picked himself up
scary.
the rifle. It's time to go hunting. He sees the barrel. And now know there's a player close. He gets past the turrets, and Evanes is down. Icebox once again tears you limb from limb, and then doesn't look back at the explosion.
Oh, they wrecked him. Man, they wrecked
Even
him.
when
9 on
NRG have done
defense.
everything right, it still goes
Dude, that is crazy, by the way.
wrong. They've been in winning positions. It's been Ethan putting them in winning positions. That swing back yellow, the reactions to get that kill, so sick, all for naught, yet again. Name any of the players on MIBR. Seems someone's gonna just find a clutch out of nowhere, but on Icebox, yeah, it's Icebox. This man's at 19 and 7 right now. This is his map. This is his series.
Crushing end to the first half for NRG as we reminded why this is Icebox's map. He's 19 and 7. Let's go to a quick break, collect ourselves, and come back as NRG.
NRG fan? Oh, it must be incredibly rough. This is what I was saying the other day. Peeking at Ardis is crazy. Didn't realize how good you had it with the Sage Ardis. That's the thing. It's so good. Been have a bad grasp on the meta? Yeah, for sure. Reminds me of like, kind of reminds me of like watching Na'Vi in the EMEA, where they're just doing their own thing, but it looks like really hard because of their comms. Ethan? I mean, Ethan's playing great though. Verno's currently 33 to 14 on the series. I mean, they have to interview him after. Like, the interview can't be with anyone else. You gotta interview him.
Put them behind. Icebox has been completely different. An absolute spectacle. Individuals finding unreal clutches, and not just on our MIBR side of things. Like, Ethan, for a team that's only won 3 rounds in that first half on the attack side, 16 frags is a big deal. He's trying, man. He's leading the way.
He's put crazy numbers on the board, and this is what people have been clamoring for. Where's EG Ethan been at? Well, he's showing up today. He needs some help. Someone's got to step up alongside him as we get onto this defense. Uphill battle for NRG. That's been the story of this series.
Into the pistol now, MIBR on the attack side. So I'm the only player to get close to Ethan. That was like 3 kills randomly through a high tide. Don't know how you replicate that. Marta gets forward, tucks, but he's not able to deal with the overwhelming numbers advantage that MIBR boast, and now they're going to get busy. So I'm going to see a lot of this coming, and is hoping to make use of the one way, but Verno wants to shock him and force him back. It's Ethan again. Chimes in. He's over on the site itself now, and NRG, as hard as that first half has been, they are down to Clown.
Okay, great job from FNS, able to win that fight over in mid. And now he can group up with the rest of the team, and they should just be able to trade things out in safe fashion, seal up this round.
I got the spike.
Cortese has definitely seen better days.
And Brock even has a shock dart here that he can throw.
Have the spike. They're really going to walk over towards A.
Because of that, Cortese, he knew he couldn't commit to the plant with that low HP. He would go down. Being despite the wall of
security. And use the wall against them as well. Wall doesn't go down for a while. They could be here. They could also be here cutting sounds. They could also be behind the box.
If they re-hit, cool. If not, we retake 3 versus 2.
Yeah, gonna retake together.
30 seconds left.
It's, I mean, there's a molly.
So it's a question
and
whether
it's
you
probably
use it
gonna
now
go
or
off
actually
after the.
As NRG are trying to set up for a retake.
After the plant.
See the nano swarms. Whoop.
Oh, what you doing?
He's just backed into that, folks. No 2 ways about it. Cortese is the
He did that so Frono could try to clutch on NRG.
Yeah, that's fine. The architect of his own demise, though, I will say. I guess he likes to live a little dangerously.
Just wants to give him a 1v3.
Verno still has this recon to play with, and he hears so much of this action. It may not matter, though. Here's one.
Oh my god, he got a dink.
Damage backs away now. Recon bolt is going to be destroyed, but the vulnerable hits. Verno's going to wait it out and then swing it again instantly. It's scary for Brock. He's low, but FNS.
Ooh. Dude, imagine he won
captain,
that.
IGL.
Nicely done from FNS.
Locks it down.
Gets them back in the game.
How is he going to kill with that molly?
In mid.
How's he getting away with that one?
1v1, I believe that was against Shenum. Recovers the round after Mata fails to collect early in that one and done position.
Last player standing.
Everyone gets one.
Imagine if I die.
Oh my god, he's full rage. He's raging. He's actually raging. He's actually raging.
Wait, is he? Can we check in on that, please?
He's chill.
I think he's chill.
He's chill. Seeming pretty cool to me. Again, we know, Cortese, young player, really driven. Got to chat to him on the couch last week. I know a moment like that would definitely have gotten in his head. But MIBR, they've got a buffer wide. Let's just be honest about it.
Boss has that low
Alright, we
sheriff
got three sheriffs.
Against the enemy jet. Mata, who's picked up the outlaw this time.
Okay, Icebox wants to play and he's already getting himself into Crow's Nest. Now to descend and become the captain of this ship. Passes through the wall, but Ethan had eyes on that location.
It's just so tough to make those peeks through the wall when you're getting slowed down a little bit.
What do you reckon?
Some eco frags.
Is it doable? They keep everyone alive, they keep all of their guns.
Still a 4-round deficit for NRG.
9-5, what ults do they get fast?
A bonus round here, though, that's pretty reasonable weaponry-wise. This is that kill on Icebox, yeah, as he just emerges there.
Alright, they're going to have full bonus attempt. All weapons brought into this. You can't ask for a better situation for NRG to try and build momentum in this second half. Starting it down by 6 to rally back into this game, keep their playoff hopes alive for stage 1.
KZ's out
this year
here.
is such a massive favorite.
Not buying at the end. They decide to go 4 pass and aggro, looking a little bit similar to the Haven first bonus.
I like this from NRG in the bonus round. They've stacked up 4 towards A. They are just playing forward together. Throw something unorthodox into the mix. If MIBR overcommit, they'll be running into some serious crossfires. Mata, snappy headshot.
That's a good way to deal with full armor for sure. Gentleman's gotten pretty deep here, but it's that fairly standard kitchen turret location. And it was active as FNS is over by yellow.
I wonder if Mata heard that drop. I think he did. I think he was just close enough. Okay, 1 for 1. That's totally fine in the eyes of NRG.
Oh no, you're kidding. Okay.
Dude, how did he get past the alarm bot?
The architecture for a post-plant
Did it not reach either side?
The kind of timings that Cortezia loves to take that I think in kickoff he was honestly taking too many of them. And since then, in stage 1, I think he's really refined his play. He's done a great job at picking his spots and finding opportunities like that to change the course of a round.
Unclear if Adazine saw anything there, but Som is making his way over from mid. Okay, ready for the dart instantly. Icebox, always dangerous in a spot like this. Brook does see him and respects it. Eventually he's going to have to fight for this territory now. It's Cortezia, in fact, that deals 3 in the round. And here we go again. Doesn't matter
one of the first times I've heard him like commit to a spray and he still gets 2 headshots.
Need to see how Cortezia was able to do that on the replay, and then Icebox just swings off of the contact that he was taking to presumably get an easy third. This is the crucial moment though. The Sentinel of MIBR just finding that window.
Oh my, kind of looks good for a third.
Finding that timing window. Just getting into B.
FNS so bad.
In fairness, a decent game for FNS, and it was a pretty wicked timing that Cortezia was able to find. Don't be fooled, folks. Don't let the truth get in the way of a good narrative, though.
Oh my god, Mata is so weak, has to dash away.
2 HP, got a regen shield, 5 HP, sorry. Dude, these two going aggro? Oh my goodness.
MIBR are determined to push up on this.
They are.
Wait, but they lost the player over towards B. It's the easiest call in the world.
Fighting in 2s.
I've never seen anyone be in this pose.
Yeah, Shenum recognizes that he can get forward.
Oh, surely not another one. That would be enough to do you in. Shenum now looking for the ace. It's
oh my god, I thought he had it. I thought he had it. The crosshair was on.
Meanwhile, though, Spike's headed over towards B. And Som can't
what a round that is.
The doldrums here as MIBR.
The luck over towards mid, insta.
Taken towards wrapping
Takes
this
the B player down, it's just done.
And that certainly feels like
dude, Shenum's having a great
drilled
time.
Into the coffin by Shenum, who picks off Finesse on the rotate, and then after the fact,
where's the turret?
It's recognizing that this NRG
no
team
turret middle because he's got a solo play
are
B.
Fighting towards A. He can get
he can't
really
have it
far
mids.
forward, take all of that space.
Yeah, it can't, it doesn't reach, has to go kitchen.
And this is house money. MIBR are already qualified for stage 1 playoffs.
Oh, they're vibing.
Yeah, having an absolute ball.
I mean, that being said, of course, you still want to win the match because you do play for the championship points, which are really important to getting to champs later in the year. So
and getting a good seeding in playoffs,
NRG,
right? Crucial.
They're all in.
Do not want to start. Starting that lower bracket would be pretty rough.
NRG have fully forced into this, by the way. Finesse, that's left him with just the Judge. Ethan has the Guardian. A lot of light/regen armors. Here's the offensive lockdown that Cortezia has built up.
They gotta respect this. If Ethan gets a kill, he gets his ult.
MIBR can get in there, plant for free. And then in the
oh boy, this one's real hard. Like honestly, if Icebox gives Ethan a kill, then there's a chance. We definitely got to keep an eye on the luck at the moment from FNS. He's about to get seen by a turret, so they know there's some pressure behind.
So far forward as well. Thought he might have found a timing there, but Icebox is brought down in a trade. And then Adazine, yep, he's just a bit exposed. Plenty of shooters though left here for NRG, but FNS has a good weapon for this situation.
Ooh.
Judging in hand, but Som deals with
good molly.
Their Viper's Pit, though, does persist.
They shock,
First
though.
volley onto the spike, further delay. Verno just biding his time.
Shock darts here for Verno as well, continuing to be able to disrupt. He sees a player drop on in. It's going to be Genom. Geronimo, he says.
Big
No
shock.
chance for a defuse. It's Verno, it's the shock dart. And FNS is far too
Every
late.
single round, Verno's going
This is
crazy.
too much delay
He really,
from the
really
setup
wants
that
him on
MIBR
it.
had. And look, the
It's so
layers of
sick to watch.
that they didn't just play back because they had the pit down. No, let's just keep playing forward off of our Harbor utility that can stifle NRG coming out of the chokes. And then once they're done dealing with that, now they have to deal with the pit. And we're still playing with shock darts, Molly, so all of those decayed players are susceptible. Like in this exact moment, Brock on such low HP, one shock dart does more than enough damage.
There's no way that NRG can
He keeps
five
looking
rifles this next
over.
round.
He wants
It's
to
not
see how
viable.
angry they are.
Unless they go glass cannon, which
Okay, 7.
Oh my god, they've gone double glass cannon to get Vandals, light armors. It's a rough buy. Mata is not done with this
30
match
HP
yet.
gets out of there.
Takes the fight to Cortezia, finds that opening duel, and that's a tough task against one of MIBR's star players, one of the best raw aimers in the league.
there's a reckoning here to make it a little uncomfortable for MIBR if they take too long or give you a good retake option alongside the Hunter's Fury. Mata hears a lot of this.
You know, Mata pushing up. He was hoping that that would have pushed MIBR into the setup on B, but they haven't fallen for it.
Fall on hope that there would be enough to scare the attack side away.
They are just confident to re-hit, get into the site.
Still though, decent here for retakes. A Hunter's Fury, other teams able to skid away on the rope. That's risky business. And here's that attack side reckoning now. Awkward for NRG if they want to try and set up here in the back of the A site. This will allow for the plant.
Especially with Verno having his
all.
ult.
In the post plant, Hunter's Fury for Verno. Passive position. Ready to fire that off at the last moment.
There's Ethan's reckoning now. Dart thrown out. Icebox happen to stand still for the time being, and Chedoff just hit the one tap. Happen to play now in rafters. A 1-for-1 is good enough for Kim. Verno a little bit early here on the Hunter's Fury. Wants to disrupt NRG as they attempt
he gets
this.
a
That's
double.
big hit. Brock falls. They couldn't get
20
any
HP.
sweeter for young Verno. And Ethan has 20 points of health inside this Cove. He's going to try and go with it, but
tagged up.
it is all but impossible from here, folks.
They
absolutely
absolutely annihilated them.
Capitulate. And MIBR are done playing with their food.
They like to call it a revenge tour, but that one only had 2 stops. Very brief shows, actually, from Verno. What a performance from him today.
For
But then when
Verno.
it comes to Icebox, it is Icebox home map. He takes over as expected, drops 23 on NRG for a compelling win from the Brazilian side, who look to be one of the best teams that we've got in Americas. NRG, the struggles unfortunately continuing. They can't get it together today. They started hot on Haven, but after that first 4-round streak, MIBR were in complete control today. The team individually really looking electric, top to bottom. All 5 players had their moments.
Big.
Stunning stuff.
And we talked about it. This was 2 maps
fast
that
day.
we've not seen NRG on. Essentially an unknown. So MIBR walk into this game saying, hey, we've done this before, we played these maps, we feel confident, we beat C9 on Haven, we've also looked really good on Icebox prior.
Verno kept it respectful. I mean,
composition really well.
he's got the big win here. No point for anything else.
And isn't respected adequately, he will run away with the game.
Oh, as soon as he picked it up, it was what, 4 rounds? I think he had 3 first kills. Crazy stuff from him. Cortezia in the clutch. Some of those flank timings from Shenum when he got that 4K. One of the last couple rounds, just so sick, man. I mean, coming into this, we were talking about it when I was looking at the stats. Compared to all of the other teams, MIBR have the least disparity in the average stats between them. And it just really is highlighted on a game like this on Icebox, where you're seeing every single player bring out these highlight reel moments.
MVP?
They all
Has
have
to
that
be.
star
He
power.
went
They
crazy.
all had their moments today. This was such a decisive victory.
And this is a team now looking ahead that is headed into playoffs, and they've got a pretty impressive map pool, like a lot to work with now. They're going to be dangerous. We're going to continue to see these youngsters step up. And the hype about Verno fitting into this team,
So much
it's clearly
time.
real.
Prodigy.
Whatever didn't work
I'm
out with NRG
gonna
is
maximize the
hit
amount
the
of
mark
sleep.
on this MIBR squad, and it's one of the
So we
more
got a
unlikely
plat chat
stories.
straight
A
after
player,
tomorrow,
a young
so-
player, coming into a team that
Dude, it
prior
somehow
was
always
not
works
speaking
out.
English.
Like when we
All
go
of these
plat
players
chat
at
tomorrow
MIB
and I don't
are,
get to
though,
nap in the day, we get like a
their own
quick
young
day for
talent.
Americas.
Chenom,
Actually get, like, loads of
stepping
swing.
up alongside Artazine
Sick.
in his second year here in franchising and delivering some beautiful gameplay alongside Icebox. There's every reason to be excited about this team. The Icebox and Fraud handpicked for one purpose.
interview.
That's to
Reckon
be
they
the
have
best in the world.
Vano on the after show.
Getting down to the stage now, of
We'll
course,
probably
with
watch
Ribbons
it.
in for
We
our
finished so
Verizon
early, chat.
Post-match interview with Cortazea.
All right, I am here with Cortazea. They get the win. They already have playoffs. They're looking great. But I got to ask you, you're looking great. We see the mustache is gone. The aerodynamics are in. You're playing crazy. What was the change? What's it for?
So it was not my fault.
Okay.
Yeah,
Cool.
yesterday I went to the mall to try to get a haircut. And I just asked the barber, don't need to cut the beard, just cut it up, just line it up. And that's all, and he messed it up all things. He destroyed me. He destroyed me. So the first time someone destroyed my mustache, yeah.
Is it coming back?
100%.
100%. There
Next
you
month,
go.
next
Anybody
month.
that's worried, it's coming back. I got to ask you next about the turtlenecks. We see
That's
Aspas
so
wearing
funny.
these. Is it just a
Bro
choice
seems
by
really
you, or are
chill.
you trying to bring in a little bit of that
This is
Aspas
cool.
power?
Yeah, 100%. If Aspas do, I'll do it again. But this turtleneck, we bought when we are going to the Ireland, because
Okay.
there is so cold. And here on the stage is cold as well, so
Okay.
I'm really trying to use this now. Sometimes I'm sweating, but usually I'm comfortable.
Overall, just cooking. It's perfect.
Yeah.
Playoffs are coming in your rookie year. How are you feeling? How are things? Are you really happy with your play right now? And what are you excited about playoffs?
Yeah, I'm trying to improve my Sandel game.
Okay.
I have a lot to improve, so I'm happy with the win. I'm always happy with the win, but I need to improve a lot of things. Probably I don't need it to, but I probably can do a better series against NRG today, but we won. That's all. I'm happy to be on the playoffs, but I'm not satisfied. I wanted the Masters and the Champions, so that's all.
All right. I mean, you got the team, you got the coaching staff, and I want to ask you, what is it like coming in under Fraud, being coached by somebody who's been in FPS for so long? What's that like?
Bro, Fraud is a legend. Everybody knows. If you don't know Fraud, you don't know FPS. So
Okay. It's true.
We trust a lot in Fraud. If he says something, we just do it. We don't try to question him. But yeah, he's really good. I'll trust him. We trust in all players of the team. I trust in all my teammates. So that's a good relationship.
Perfect. Few more questions for you. Who are you excited to face in playoffs?
Oh, G2 probably.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
it
like
was
that.
really close the last match, so I want a revenge.
And final question. Obviously, this is a big win just to get today. It's nice to beat a team. But was this win also for Verno, so he could get that win over NRG?
Verno is very happy with this win. I can tell you that. He really put some effort on this game. He was trying a lot, and he did.
All right, awesome, Cortazea. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Congratulations on the win. MIBR continue to rack up the W's, and we're going to go over to match point. We got a W over there. It's Icebox and Verno. Take it away.
Oh, okay. We got him.
Yes.
That's on good side.
We have the power. Welcome back, everyone, to Match Point. Let's put Tactibear down gently from the ears. That has to hurt. Hey, everyone. Golden Boy here alongside Aspas and Verno. You know those guys. They happen to just crush and win their game against NRG, and they have officially locked in their spot for playoffs. So congratulations, guys. You are set to go. But you're probably wondering what we're doing here and why they're fighting with the grabbers from this morning. Well, we're going to play our favorite nondescript, non-advertised, because we can't legally say the name, Tumbling Towers game. Yes. Totally not a name with a J. Now, you, of course, are familiar with the game here. All right, but the twist is we're going to use the grabbers to grab the wood blocks, place them on top, and then I'm going to interview the guys, okay? So Aspas, since you're pretty much like the GOAT, why don't you just go ahead and go first? And while I'm at it,
you're fucked, bro.
Verno, how's it feel to get that win, buddy?
Pretty good. Pretty good.
I mean, we heard a few of them. We heard some dialogue.
I liked how I played today.
Yeah.
Except sometimes I was missing. I made like a couple mistakes, but most of the time I was playing really well today. So
Yeah. No, I mean, dude, you had some incredible moments for sure. Look at Aspas go.
Look at him
He
go.
went for the bottom. That's a bold strategy. That's a bold move.
That's a good strategy.
Okay, it's out. So now you gotta. Okay, so Aspas is doing the two-handed technique.
Oh my god!
But even with the two-handed technique, he's struggling.
I don't need the two-handed technique.
Okay, Verno says he does not need. Wait a minute, we're gonna move this around real fast.
You're gonna make it fall, bro.
No, trust, dude. I'm actually.
He's been breaking out there.
I'm kind of goated on the stick, so there you go. All right, next up. All right, Aspas, Congratulations. You have to feel good about that. Did you feel like this was going to be one of those games for MIBR? Not that it was going to be easy, because no game is easy here, but were you confident coming into this?
Yeah, like for every single match that I have, I always go with speed run.
Oh my god, bro.
That's not the speed run, bro.
We never got it. Hey, you know what? The confidence was in the server, not necessarily here for the tumbling
I was confident. I was confident.
You were confident. Here. Yeah. You like put it together here. Well, we'll put it together and continue to talk. But I guess as you know, we look forward here. What is the what is the capability? Like, what's the peak for this team? Because it feels like every week we see you guys. And you get better and better and better. Is that how it feels for you, Verno, when you're with this team? Because it feels that way. And also, good God, you guys are terrible at this. So what do you think about that, Verno? Do you feel like there's more to show for MIBR?
Yeah, we're learning, like, I mean, we're still like a okay. So we're still like a new team.
Yeah.
So every week we're like realizing and like learning things.
Yeah.
And improving our map pool, etc. Like,
and clearly coordinating on Jenga builds here as well, doing a real good job.
Icebox doesn't know how to put them back though. He's putting them.
Icebox is just putting them back.
Yeah, and getting them out of the floor.
To be fair, he did say he didn't know how to play the game, so he's just kind of rolling with it. You know what I mean? I respect the hustle. Well, why don't we go ahead and do this? Why don't we go ahead and take a look at the standings? It's just good guys over here, just helping us out to clean the rug. Here we go. So Alpha Group all locked in. The Evil Geniuses got that win here today. What'd you guys make of that EG win today? Did you see that one coming, Verno?
Yeah, I saw it coming.
You did? You did? Was it
Wait,
like anything like scrimming or against them, or you just kind of knew it was a matter of time?
No, it's not even a matter of time. It's just like EG have a play style that counter KRU.
Ah, okay. So you felt like that was going to be probably their kryptonite in that one?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't think they were going to win 100%. I thought it was going to be like 50-50 game.
Yeah, and it definitely, we thought that it could have been as well in that first couple rounds, but then after that, oh boy, just completely ran out of that one. Of course, now we do have one more spot left for grabs in the Omega group. These guys getting hard to work. But don't worry, folks. Don't worry, because we have plenty more games coming for you lovely people. Look at these guys fighting now. They're fighting with the grabbers. Okay, here are the matches that you're going to be seeing on Friday. You got G2 going up against Cloud9, and then MIBR. Game. You guys are going to be taking on Furia. Wow. So that will be the two matches on Friday. And, of course, we're also going to be back over, I believe, at the Smoothie Bar. Yeah, that's right, on Saturday and Sunday. We're going to be back in the lounge for
the 2 days
back
of the chill one. That's kind of fun.
Of course, our well, it's going to be a good time. We're going to have TriCast. We're going to have people just, messing around on the couch. It's going to be a good time. Maybe some more tumbling towers. Hey, do you guys mind joining me on the sign out here real fast? If you, I want to do the Icebox since we have the secret lab chairs here, all right? So we're going to say goodbye, but as we say goodbye, here is your Samsung SSD fast replay. All right, hit the recline. Yo, I'm going to break my back. I'm too old for this, guys. Oh, bye. Enjoy the replay.
Okay, chat. Give me a streamer. Give me a streamer. Thanks so much, guys. Thank you. If you are up in, I have no idea what my phone is. You are up in 7 hours. Dude, 7 hours. We actually get like a normal night's sleep. That's kind of insane. Yeah, if you're up in 7 hours and you want to watch some specific, then we'll be live then. Valen? There's a lot of Valens. Let's do Valen. He has FPS at his name, or am I just making this up?
EG, hold on, Nature is finding some ground here, but no coverage in from the back there, but okay, Nature's already found himself the 3-piece.
Valen just ended. Okay, give me a new one.
Okay, still got it, it's available. 8 seconds left and remaining. This is
I chat in 15 hours.
This one up. Wants to end this round
I chat in 14 hours? John QT. Okay. Let's do that. John has CS in his name, I think. Yeah, there we go. Alright, thank you so much, guys. Thank you. I appreciate you all. Again, if you're up in if you're up in 7 hours, you want to watch some Pacific, we will be live. Also, if you are around in 14 hours, got Plat chat as well. Alright, peace everyone. Peace. Thank you so much.
In my pocket and Psalm in my pocket. Wow.
Did I had my sound too low? I didn't hear what he said. Okay, bye everyone. Bye bye bye. He had them all. He's saying that he had them all in his pocket. Oh, okay. I mean, honestly, with that performance, you can't really argue it. Right, bye everyone. Bye bye bye. YouTube chat, thank you so much guys as well. Thank you. Subscribe if you can. It will help me out, and I will see you all a little bit later. Appreciate you watching. Thank you so much everyone.